Variety, I think he knew on its face it was unconstitutional and illegal, but he goes to Judge Ludig, who we've talked about, who's this hero of the right. He goes to his own chief counsel, Greg Jacob. He even goes to former Vice President Dan Quayle and says, do I have this right? And they all tell him, no, of course you don't have this right. The reason that Mark Short is concerned is because Pence and Trump have a series of meetings, and Trump keeps telling Pence, you got to do this, and Pence says, no, I'm not going to do it, and now Mark Short is worried that Trump is going to, as he did on January 6th, come out publicly against Pence, and that's why he goes to Pence's Secret Service head of detail and says, we have to worry about the security of the vice president.
And which was smart on his part.
Right,
Yes.
and this is also about interfering with kind of lawful actions of the government, right? And I'll let the sort of legal folks on the panel talk about that. But I know it's not sexy, but it's important, this Electoral Count Act, because this was such a place of vulnerability. This shopping around of lawyers to say, hey, what actually should be the rules, what are not? Now people are saying there are aspects of it that, you know, maybe are not constitutional. And I think what's interesting is you are going to see an effort to reform this law. And that is something people aren't talking about because we're so focused on like the ratings of this thing and will there be charges. Fundamentally, Congress needs to get its house in order about how it conducts this ceremonial process in some aspect, but quite serious in others, because this has proven that there can be trouble if someone wants it bad enough.
Absolutely.
Indeed. Still ahead, two veteran Pence insiders will share their insights into Trump's pressure campaign against the then Vice President of the United States and the threat to Mike Pence's own life on January 6th. First, a quick break.
At Empower, we believe in opening doors.
You can never have to. And this is still an unproven treatment.
You can do hard. You lived through the blizzard of '96.
On PBS
9 on Fox Sioux Falls. It's the area's only local newscast in primetime.
KELOland.com.
Export I know. That this gentleman speaks of correctly were not followed, and the LNG plant had an explosion.
someone had given her that script, but she had a script that was consistent with where we needed to be until we can figure this whole thing out, right? And then she had to flip it again and come on in, and then she got quiet.
I think there's a measure of self-preservation we are seeing from this lifelong politician who has set in her sights the occupation of those positions rather than actually benefiting the people. There is no worse qualified person, in my opinion, to head up the online bullying component of this government, given that when she was district attorney and attorney general, victims groups of cyberbullying, of revenge porn, of a whole host of cyber crimes said that she was failing at her job. They said everything that you said during your campaigning was only lip service, because in case after case after case, she actually refused to punish those who would be, who deserved those sentences for putting a lot of people in a lot of hurt. And she also, as you recall, curried the most donations from Silicon Valley. So to have this person representing people, the average American, who want to be protected against the policies of the overbearing internet and these social media firms, and also to truly represent victims, believe me, it's not her. So I wonder if this White House is deliberately setting her up to fail. Because last time I checked, those polls show her as being ahead of Biden.
Well, if they're doing that, Brian,
setting up your vice president to fail, oh my goodness.
If they're doing that in hopes of putting the guy who's already failing in there, what does that tell you about the bench on the left?
Oh, I mean, there is absolutely no bench. It's going to, you know, you talk about Gavin Newsom perhaps, but if you forget about his recall, I will say this. I'll use a sports analogy. Kamala Harris prefers not to take the shot than to miss the last shot. And if she wants to be president, she's got to take the shot and score on one of these jobs and say, sorry about the president, but I did what I was supposed to do. Instead, she's saying, I hope no one notices I'm here into 2024.
That's maybe what she could have been doing when she said, don't come, you know, let's figure this out. Title 42, she didn't say all of that, but she started the sentence, but that's not really what was at play.
Get yourself a jean shirt, go to the border, and stay there till it's fixed.
Call Steph Curry, because he wasn't taking a lot of shots in Game 5.
He will tonight.
All right, we'll see how that turns out. Up next, Hollywood's hypocrisy on guns and what critics are calling their latest performative move. Tommy is fired up.
Yay, I love it.
He continued to put the country at risk. Today we'll hear evidence that will discuss whether or not he was willing to use violence to endanger the country and his own vice president. Clearly the committee believes that they have this evidence. The committee is not a prosecutorial body. Nobody's on trial here. But what they'll be doing is making a compelling case that's very helpful in this sense. The big job here, the real problem here is that folks like you and me, we're listening to evidence that we're familiar with to some extent. We believe that what the former president did to try to hold on to power when he lost was wrong. But there are many of our fellow Americans who haven't gone to that level of persuasion yet. The committee today will try to break through, and that's one of the reasons Judge Lettig's testimony is so very important. His presence here speaks very clearly to conservative Republicans, particularly to people in the legal community. So the committee will focus on what he has to say and on the fact that Trump was so far gone that at the very end he was willing to set an angry mob on Mike Pence, and he too speculated. We're told the testimony will be about the fact that perhaps Pence deserved to be hung.
And Frank Figliuzzi, the people we haven't heard much from at all are the Secret Service agents. The head of the detail who had been warned by Mark Short that there were threats against the vice president the day before, and also the Secret Service agents who were with him that day when they took him off the podium. That was around 2 o'clock, I think, took him off the podium into his ceremonial office. We've got a picture of him that it comes from a White House photo in that ceremonial office, and I think if we can get that picture up, it's a picture of Karen Pence actually closing the windows, closing the drapes, so that the rioters who were already breaking through could not see that he was in there. He's in there with his brother, Greg Pence, a member of Congress. And then it was, of course, some moments later that we saw them on that security camera being, taking him downstairs. They wanted him to leave. They wanted him to go into the garage, get in that car, and leave. He was afraid they were going to take him to Andrews Air Force Base, that fly him somewhere, possibly. He said, you're not going to fly me to Alaska. Something was said to that matter, to that point, to stop them from actually certifying the vote. And if they got past January 6th, constitutionally, that would open the door to the conspirators' desire to try to relitigate the election, retry the election with their own electors in various states. So what about the Secret Service agents, men and women? Can they be witnesses? Have they been subpoenaed? Do you know?
So I hope we get clarity today on a lot of the kind of swirling rumors around Pence and the security detail, the Secret Service detail to that day. I am talking to people who are knowledgeable about the Secret Service executives who were or were not interviewed, and I'll be honest with you, I'm getting conflicting reports with regard to the now infamous rumor as to whether or not Vice President Pence said to the head of his detail, Tim Gables, I trust you, but I'm not getting in that car with regard to exiting the campus of the Capitol. So I want clarity around that today. I think what we might hear today is that the head of Pence's detail was a witness for the committee. And I'm seeking clarity about if Pence said that to Tim, or whether or not it's been misconstrued as Pence simply saying, you're not getting me out of here. I'm not letting these rioters affect the vote, right? We need to understand whether that was motivated by fear, if that statement was made, or whether it was motivated by a resolve to stay in the building. If we have a vice president who was so fearful even of other Secret Service agents who might drive him away, that he could not trust them, Andrea, we have a serious national security concern that we need to know about.
Well, as we know, that the head of the detail was actually a political aide of the president's, and he was put in charge of White House security. So he might have been legitimately concerned.
Specifically, yeah, but I'm referring specifically to the head of Pence's detail, not the head of Trump's detail. And I believe we may either hear from him or hear clips of him today.
Frank Figliuzzi, Chuck Rosenberg, Joyce Vance, Michael Steele, stay with us. We'll be right back. Still to come, unprecedented how President Trump's pressure campaign on Mike Pence was unlike anything we've ever seen before in U.S. history. Historian Michael Beschloss joining us next. You're watching special coverage of the January 6th committee hearings on MSNBC.
With less moderate to severe eczema, why hide your skin if you can help heal your skin?
Wait, really?
It could be a real opportunity.
Varied from piece to piece.
They were made of various types of steel, various grades of steel.
Dark day for America, and Greg responded and said, I'm keeping you and everyone in my prayers, and I was like, well, likewise. And you know, I think you'll hear from Greg today, and I'm really glad that Americans will hear from these voices directly. When I think about this, and I think about, you know, people are saying that the hearings maybe aren't making a difference. I think they are, and I think they will. And, you know, I think leading up to the Watergate situation, Republicans hung in there from the spring of 1973 all the way through the following year, right, July, and then the tide started to turn. And so the hope is, I really hope that as witnesses are there in their words coming forward, that this will really make a difference for our country.
One of the things that's difficult to understand is Pence was under a huge pressure campaign behind the scenes. And they were trying to keep it behind the scenes. And then ultimately, January 5th, they decided they could no longer do that. And Mark Short, Pence's chief of staff, told the Secret Service that he was worried that Trump was going to publicly essentially make Pence a target. But 2 days before January 6th, Pence was in Georgia trying to get people to the polls for those two special elections, the Senate races. And he said this. Take a listen.
We all got our doubts about the last election. And I want to assure you, I share the concerns of millions of Americans about voting irregularities. And I promise you, come this Wednesday, we'll have our day in Congress. We'll hear the objections. We'll hear the evidence.
So obviously, on January 6th, he did the right thing. He stood up at great personal and professional risk to himself, at risk of being hanged, quite literally.
Right.
But how do you reconcile that heroic Pence with what we just heard?
And I was advising the Georgia Senate races at that time, I should mention. Listen, anytime you try to straddle the line of Trumpism and the ultra MAGA side of the party with the mainstream constitutional Republican duties that you have, it's going to be hard. This is a challenge that Pence has faced for some time. Even as he looks to 2024, which I do think he's considering running, he's going to have to decide, is he going to dabble into that? Well, perhaps there was fraud, perhaps there was, you know, there were irregularities. Ultimately, he did the right thing. And one thing I just want to note, you mentioned the warning that came to Secret Service from Mark Short saying, you know, the president might turn against us. There's been a bit of a sort of conspiracy theory out there that the reason Pence didn't get in his Secret Service detail at the Capitol on January 6th was because he was afraid of where they may take him or what the president might do. I want to be abundantly clear. Somebody who's traveled all over the world with Mike Pence. He stayed because he understood the symbolism of standing up for our democracy. He knew he needed to stay and fight and certify the election. And he also was very close with the Secret Service detail. Tim, the lead of it, is somebody we knew personally and is a great man who is committed to protecting the vice president. So that's just not true. He knew he needed to stay in the Capitol and do the job.
Are you satisfied that the committee is making clear to the American people sufficiently that this is not just about 2020, but this is about 2024, and all the people who support these Trump's election lies getting in better position, winning, winning primary races to be secretaries of state and the like?
I think they've been very methodical in their approach to it. I think it's very fact-based in terms of how they're painting the picture and the full narrative here. And it's multiple layers, right? It's multiple layers of these actors that were involved in this whole coordinated campaign to overturn an election are still out there. And many of them have expanded their reach, right? We have people running at the state level now, in legislatures. We have people being placed in positions of power like Secretary of State that will matter for 2024. So this threat is still ongoing, and I think that's the important work of the committee to really continue to drive that message forward on what this means for the future and what looms over us still.
Olivia and Alyssa, thank you so much. Really appreciate your time today. We're going to get a taste of what Vice President Pence's advisors were saying as he was being pressured by his boss to unconstitutionally overturn the election. Stay with us.
Thrills in one place. Available now. See where it takes you. Prime Video.
So musty in here.
Everybody
Damp Rid attracts and traps excess moisture, eliminating the source of musty odors.
Fact, we all love video doorbells. Voice assistants have changed our lives. We now control our home with a touch. Indoor and outdoor cameras help us keep watch. We want to guard our lives and hold tight to our loved ones everywhere. And you know what's better than all these things by themselves? All these things together from the most trusted name in security, ADT.
Hitting the road? Not all 5G networks are created equal. T-Mobile covers more highway miles with 5G than Verizon. T-Mobile has more 5G bars in more places than anyone. Another reason T-Mobile is the leader in 5G.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day, this lecture hall will be made of code. And though they're virtual students, what they'll learn together is real. A surgeon will be able to practice as many times as needed in the metaverse before laying her hands on a real patient. These students aren't really back in 32 BCE, but they can still watch Mark Antony debate in ancient Rome. The metaverse may be virtual.
We're ready to open some doors for you.
Realtor.com. With election integrity experts who say that Congress really should be shoring up that act. It was not a priority. Right. I think when the sort of election reform discussion was picking up momentum on Capitol Hill. But there is some important context, I think, for folks to understand about how that came to be, period, right, and the way that it is being looked at today.
Allie, you were absolutely right. 1876, there were disputed electors from various states in the election of Samuel Tilden versus Rutherford Hayes, the Republican. Congress had a hard time resolving it, and they resolved it with a really ugly, dirty compromise, which was, we'll give the election to Hayes, the Republican, as long as the Republicans agree to end Reconstruction, pull federal troops out of the South, and let Jim Crow laws run wild, which is exactly what happened. Two more contested elections, 1880 and 1884. The result was this badly written, I think you'll agree, Electoral Count Act of 1887, which is so ambiguous that it is not a safeguard against the vice president doing what Trump asked Pence to do.
Speaking of the testimony that we are going to hear today, and Judge Ludick, who we were talking about a moment ago, CNN is reporting that he's going to testify that Trump and his allies instigated this war over democracy to cling to power. He also told Political, Michael, that America is at war with herself. I mean, I think that's a really strong statement, at war with herself. I wonder, when you look at the moment in time that we are in, do we have an historical precedent? Has it been this divided before, save for the Civil War?
Not over the question of democracy, Katie, and I think you said it extremely well. As we know, Judge Ludig, for most of his life, would have been considered the gold standard of American conservatism, defined as preserving democratic, small d, democratic institutions. He quite rightly sees the coup insurrection attack of January 6th as an attack on our democracy, which had it succeeded, and I think that the three of you would concede there was a very big chance that it might have succeeded on the 6th of January. You might have had a ruling junta led by Donald Trump, who was elected, who could have broken this democracy forever. As an institutional conservative, Judge Ludig is saying exactly right. We're divided against ourselves over the basic issue, not of slavery in 1860, but democracy itself. We have never seen anything like that in over 2 centuries, I'm sad to say.
Presidential historian Michael Beschloss, we're so glad to have you.
Really insulting. I wouldn't be surprised if they get, well, in 5 years, we'll be talking about should George Washington come off George Washington University. What's also obscene about it, I think the school is $82,000 a year. I think that they have bigger issues.
Wow.
Why don't you get that tuition down and leave the big giant guy in the colonel outfit alone?
All right, I want to go back to like basic, vocabulary here. It's not the George Washington colonialists. Like, is that what they're getting at?
That's a great point.
I mean, no, seriously, do they not know the history of that?
Yeah.
So okay, just so we're clear. I mean, those are 2 different words.
Right.
Yeah. If I was a student there, I would be looking at what is the attrition rate, what is the acceptance rate, what is the caliber of those who are accepted, what are the pass rates of testing, what are the job placement rates after the school. Why don't you answer all of those questions and make sure that they are all 90% and higher or whatever it is, and then talk to me about changing the mascot. That is what I would want my 86 grand a year to provide for me, which is an education, not performative activism.
Colonialism. Colonialists committing colonialism. It seems so basic that they would know that.
Well, we're teaching young people to be afraid of words and to be so fragile that they couldn't possibly exist in the real world. And I say that because the real world is bending to the woke mob, unfortunately. But we're teaching young people, if you don't like a word or if a word slightly offends you, you can go ahead and you can mob together and you can change it. Not do something that actually solves a problem for anybody that's actually suffering in life, but you can change a word and then it won't trigger you or it won't flare up your microaggression. Then they go out into the, quote, real world with their women's studies degree or their painting degree or whatever it may be, and they go, oh, words offend me. And then they wonder why they're not making $100,000 a year and they're still drowning in that student loan debt. Maybe because you were so fragile in college that you couldn't withstand real life.
Yeah, those challenging people on the job, that competition in the workplace. So apparently, even if the word is just close to the word, like colonial, right. I'm so stuck on that. And colonialist, I mean, at least get it right.
Yeah, Washington has a long history of this kind of confounding behavior. The Washington Bullets became the Washington Wizards. The Washington Redskins became the Commanders.
What does bullet have to do with?
They changed the name to that. It has nothing to do with it. But what is crazy to me is the people who are supposed to be offended don't even care. The students don't care. They were polled in about 42 to 43. That was the split. Yeah. But then with the Redskins, the Washington Post, I'll never forget this article, Washington Post, think about how liberal they are. They had to publish a poll that showed 9 out of 10 Native Americans did not care about the Redskins using the term Redskins. Right. That was in the Washington Post. So the irony of all this is the people supposed to be offended, they don't care.
Because remember, the progressive left, they know what's best for you.
He thinks this is just a cockamamie, groundless legal strategy. And then this is interesting because, Judge Ludig, not exactly a big Twitter guy.
Not a big social media guy in general.
Like Donald Trump was. So why on January 5th does Judge Ludig decide to go public with a tweet? He knows who his audience is. He knows who his followers are. He knows this will get retweeted by people in conservative legal schools, some of them who are thinking, how can we keep Donald Trump in power? The only responsibility and power of the vice president under the Constitution is to faithfully count the Electoral College votes as they have been cast. essentially saying, no, Mike Pence cannot say, send Pennsylvania back, send Georgia back, send Arizona back, send Wisconsin back, send Michigan back, because I don't like it. And they're going to send new electors for us. The vice president does not have that power. So this is just critical. He's going public with this because he knows the pressure the vice president is under privately.
And we should note, again, it's on January 5th that Mark Short, the chief of staff for Pence, tells the Secret Service, this is all about to spill into public view. I think the vice president's life is going to be in danger. That's the significance. January 5th, the day before, everyone in the inner circle for Pence is terrified about what Trump is doing is going to spill over. And
this part of the effort to essentially try to find a safety valve. Get them to back off. Please back off. This theory is, A, it's illegal, and B, it's dangerous. We know there are people coming to Washington. We know the president summoned them to Washington. You can't do this by law, and it's risky and threatening. And then you see this from Greg Jacob, and this email is worth reading in its entirety. This is on January 6th. Where he, again, it's polite, but read through it. The vice president is at the Capitol. They're chanting, hang Mike Pence. The Secret Service has to rush him off. Respectfully, it was gravely, gravely irresponsible for you to entice the president. This is, again, Donald Trump he lost recounts, lost in court, could not bully the governor of Georgia, the secretary of state of Georgia, the Michigan legislature. He had lost it every step. And what did he do? He kept looking for someone else to tell him a way to do it. Eastman comes up and says the vice president can do this. Get Mike Pence to do it. An academic theory that had no legal viability. Well know we would lose before any judge. Essentially, this is Greg Jacob telling John Eastman on that day, this is your fault.
Yeah.
This is your fault. You enticed the president instead of telling the president, done, stop, stand down.
Yeah, and we should also note that I think it was that same day, or at least around there, that the Trump White House counsel told John Eastman, I'm going to give you the best, I'm paraphrasing, but I'm going to give you the best legal advice of your life. Get an effing good criminal defense attorney because you're going to need it, and then he hung up on him. We've heard that video testimony
And Greg Jacob was in touch with the group in the president's counsel's office. So he's a member of it. He's just assigned to the vice president, and he knew that they had his back.
Yeah. We are just minutes away from the start of today's hearing, including live and recorded testimony by Pence aides, Pence advisors. Our coverage of the January 6th hearings continues in just a moment. Stay with us.
Coverage. We are waking up the woke, and we're going to have some fun, some humor, some sarcasm, and I can't wait for you guys to see it. Thank you so much.
All right, well, they picked the right woman to do that.
That's right.
Go for it, Tommy. A surprise is coming up, and I mean surprise.
Clap along if you feel like a room without a roof.
Lawyers saying maybe the justices will feel pressure to hear the case if it's a wild chaos day on the 6th.
How piqued are you that Clarence Thomas, Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas, was the only dissenting vote, not handing over these files, these presidential files, to the committee?
Well, it's incredibly suspicious, and it goes to a wider problem facing the Supreme Court for its legitimacy at a time where many are questioning how our institutions hold. I will say this, and this is the best thing you could say about Donald Trump's Supreme Court appointees. All of his Supreme Court appointees went against what was in Trump's demand in that case, which shows you that there are times where there can be great nonpartisanship. Credit to them, because it was a pretty clear legal case. I think that's why he's 8-1. Justice Thomas, who has what legally we call an apparent conflict, went the other way. Again, a question of why.
Andrea.
And Chuck Rosenberg, we've been talking about John Eastman so much, and just to drive home the point, you know, these lawyers are all part of the Federalist Society. They've all clerked for members of the Supreme Court. And in fact, John Eastman clerked not only for Judge Ludig, who's a key witness basically against him today, but also clerked for Clarence Thomas. And as we say, was close for years, remained close with Ginny Thomas. And we've seen that it's her emails to John Eastman that are very much in contention now. So that is what has led Benny Thompson and Liz Cheney to say that now they do want to talk to her. They didn't say that they wanted to talk to her when he was talking to Mark Meadows, a political wing of the White House. But now talking to the legal wing and getting into the heart of the conspiracy, now they want to talk to her.
And it makes sense to me, Andrea, that they would want to talk to her. First, with respect to Mr. Eastman, he's well credentialed, but that doesn't make him smart or capable. By the way, being a really bad lawyer is not a crime, something for which I am grateful every single day. But being a really bad lawyer who intended to thwart Congress in its counting of the electoral vote is a crime. And that's something that Katie Tur said at the very top of this hour. What was intended? What was intended by John Eastman? What was intended by Ginny Thomas? What was intended by all of these actors in a plot to overthrow the government? And so we need more than just the fact that John Eastman gave really bad advice. And the fact that Judge Luttig, a very well-respected jurist, in fact, someone in front of whom I had argued numerous cases when I was a federal prosecutor, we need more than just the fact that Judge Luttig disagrees with John Eastman. What we need is to prove intent, as Katie said. And that's the thing I'm going to be looking for. Intent from Ginny Thomas, intent from John Eastman, intent from all of these actors.
To play off that point, Joyce Vance, let me go to you here, because the New York Times has dropped a new piece of reporting that relates to this, right? Saying that John Eastman cited a heated fight among Supreme Court justices over election lawsuits here in a statement in an email on December 24th, so Christmas Eve 2020. Right, this exchange basically with a pro-Trump attorney. That pro-Trump attorney also said, and I'm reading from the article here, again, New York Times, Maggie Haberman, Luke Broadwater, that the odds of action before January 6th will become more favorable if the justices start to fear that there will be wild chaos on January 6th, unless they rule by then either way. Joyce, how do you view this as far as its significance in the bigger picture and the argument that the January 6th Select Committee is trying to lay out, which is, to Chuck and Katie's point, intent, and also to pre-planning before the insurrection happened?
Well, these emails should certainly raise a few eyebrows, but it's not clear from just reading them whether what's happening here is that Eastman is sort of bragging and puffing up his own level of knowledge and speculating, or has he actually had a conversation with someone who has conveyed sensitive information about conversations inside of the court to him? That's one of the reasons that Ginny Thomas could make a good witness for the committee and perhaps for others. You'd want
and the Trump-driven pressure campaign against his vice president, Mike Pence, to do something illegal and unconstitutional. We will soon hear testimony from key Pence advisors who urged the vice president to reject Trump's demands to overturn the 2020 election results, warning the vice president had no authority to do that. Now, before the gavel comes down, let's check in with Ryan Nobles, who's on Capitol Hill for us. Ryan, we expect the committee to bear in on what Trump knew about the legality of what he was pushing Pence to do?
Yeah, that's right, Jake. Much like the committee has already made the case that the former president was told time and time again that he did not win the election, but kept pursuing down that avenue, they're going to today establish that he knew the same thing about these legal challenges as they related to the former Vice President Mike Pence. In fact, I'm told that they'll lay out a case that he was told time and time again by attorneys that he trusted, attorneys that he had appointed to very important positions, that this legal challenge had no merit, but Trump continued to pursue this plan and this avenue of legal theory. And in addition to that, I'm told that the committee will describe it as Trump knocking on door after door after door and having those doors slammed in the face when it came to the idea that Mike Pence could stand in the way of the certification of the election results. And he kept opening those doors until he found an attorney who would do his bidding, and that attorney turned out to be John Eastman. So that'll be
Afternoon, Kettleland, and forecast first today. 83 Sioux Falls, mainly sunny, 80 degrees in Aberdeen, 86 in Pierre, and 82 for Rapid City. So
Vice President Mike Pence, as you heard Garrett mention, we are going to learn new details about that 15-minute phone call that Pence had with Trump on the morning of January 6th before he went to the Capitol. We are going to see new video, and I'm told we are going to get new images of the former vice president behind the scene, particularly when he was essentially in hiding as the rioters were storming the Capitol. I'm told that those images are stark, and I think that could have the type of impact that Chuck is talking about. Broadly speaking, I've been talking to aides who are close to Mike Pence, and I've asked them if there's a heaviness as they approach this day, as they expect to relive that day, essentially. And they say, look, there's really been a heaviness since January 6th that has been. House counsel's office that the vice president did not have that authority. The committee today will present evidence it says shows Trump spent weeks directly calling on Pence himself to overturn the election, and today they will try to connect the dots on how this effort then directly contributed to the attack on the Capitol.
idea beyond your own fevered imagination.
We're going to pause for one moment to let our Fox stations join us now. And this is Fox special coverage of the third public hearing in the House Select Committee's investigation of the January 6th insurrection at
by giving his age as 18 rather
now.
They're here, sir.
Trump pursued. The House Select Committee says former President Trump pushed former Vice President Mike Pence to block certification.
The Select Committee to investigate the January 6th attack on the United States Capitol will be in order. Without objection, the chair is authorized to declare the committee in recess at any point. Pursuant to House Deposition Authority Regulation 10, the chair announces the committee's approval to release the deposition material represented during today's hearing. Good afternoon. This is almost no idea more un-American than the notion that any one person could choose the American president. No idea more un-American. I agree with that, which is unusual because former Vice President Mike Pence and I don't agree on much. These are his words, spoken a few months ago about Donald Trump's attempt to pressure the former vice president, pressure him into going along with an unlawful and unconstitutional scheme to overturn the 2020 election and give Donald Trump a second term in office that he did not win. Today, the Select Committee is going to reveal the details of that pressure campaign. But what does the Vice President of the United States even have to do with a presidential election? The Constitution says that the Vice President of the United States oversees the process of counting the Electoral College votes. Oversees the process of counting the Electoral College votes, a process that took place on January 6, 2021. Donald Trump wanted Mike Pence to do something no other vice president has ever done. The former president wanted Pence to reject the votes and either declare Trump the winner or send the votes back to the states to be counted again. Mike Pence said no. He resisted the pressure. He knew it was illegal. He knew it was wrong. We're fortunate for Mr. Pence's courage on January 6th. Our democracy came dangerously close to catastrophe. That courage put him in tremendous danger. When Mike Pence made it clear that he wouldn't give in to Donald Trump's scheme, Donald Trump turned the mob on him, a mob that was chanting, "Hang Mike Pence," a mob that had built a hangman's gallows just outside the Capitol. Thanks in part to Mike Pence, our democracy withstood Donald Trump's scheme and the violence of January 6th. But the danger hasn't receded. Led by my colleague, Mr. Aguilar, today we'll lay out the facts for the American people. But first,
storm chances there.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Let me take just a few minutes today to put the topic of our hearing in broader context. In our last hearing, we heard unequivocal testimony that President Trump was told his election fraud allegations were complete nonsense. We heard this from members of the Trump campaign. We heard this from President Trump's campaign lawyers. We heard this from President Trump's former Attorney General, Bill Barr. We heard this from President Trump's former acting Attorney General, Jeff Rosen. And we heard this from President Trump's former acting Deputy Attorney General, Richard Donahue. We heard from members of President Trump's White House staff as well. Today, we're focusing on President Trump's relentless effort to pressure Mike Pence to to refuse to count electoral votes on January 6th. Here again is how the former vice president phrased it in a speech before the Federalist Society, a group of conservative lawyers.
This week, that President Trump said I had the right to overturn the election. But President Trump is wrong. I had no right to overturn the election. The presidency belongs to the American people and the American people alone. And frankly, there is no idea more un-American than the notion that any one person could choose the American president.
What the president wanted the vice president to do was not just wrong, it was illegal and unconstitutional. We will hear many details in today's hearing, but please consider these 2 points. First, President Trump was told repeatedly that Mike Pence lacked the constitutional and legal authority to do what President Trump was demanding he do. This is testimony from Mark Short, the Vice President's Chief of Staff, who served in the Trump administration in multiple positions over 4 years.
But just to pick up on that, Mr. Short, was it your impression that the Vice President had directly conveyed his position on these issues to the President, not just to the world through a Dear Colleague letter, but directly to President Trump? Many times. And had been consistent in conveying his position to the President? Very consistent. Okay.
But President Trump plotted with a lawyer named John Eastman to pressure Pence to do so anyway. As the federal court has explained, quote, based on the evidence, the court finds that it is more likely than not that President Trump and Dr. Eastman dishonestly conspired to obstruct the joint session of Congress on January 6, 2021. What exactly did President Trump know? When exactly did President Trump know that it would be illegal for Mike Pence to refuse to count electoral votes? Here is one sample of testimony given by one of the witnesses before us today, the Vice President's General Counsel.
800-470-42.
As far as you know, in front of the president, that his proposal would violate the Electoral Count Act.
I believe he did on the 4th.
It was January 4th, 2 days before the attack on Congress. A second point, please listen to testimony today about all of the ways that President Trump attempted to pressure Vice President Pence, including Donald Trump's tweet at 2:24 p.m. condemning Vice President Mike Pence when President Trump already knew a violent riot was underway at the Capitol. In future hearings, you will hear from witnesses who were present inside the White House, who were present inside the West Wing on that day. But today we focus on the earnest efforts of Mike Pence, who was determined to abide by his oath of office. As Vice President Pence prepared a statement on January 5th and 6th, explaining that he could not illegally refuse to count electoral votes, he said this to his staff.
I mean, the Vice President had said, this may be the most important thing I ever say. And so, this meaning the statement? The statement. And he really wanted to make sure that it was just so.
You will hear today that President Trump's White House counsel believed that the Vice President did exactly the right thing on January 6th, as did others in the White House, as did Fox News host Sean Hannity. Vice President Pence understood that his oath of office was more important than his loyalty to Donald Trump. He did not. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Without objection, I recognize the gentleman from California, Mr. Aguilar, for an opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Today, we intend to show the American people that January 6th was not an isolated incident. In the weeks culminating before, it was a legal scheme and deception. We've already learned that President Trump knew he lost the 2020 election. Shortly after, he began to look for a way to circumvent our country's most fundamental civic tradition, the peaceful transfer of power. The president latched on to a dangerous theory and would not let go because he was convinced it would keep him in office. We witnessed firsthand what happened when the President of the United States weaponized this theory. The Capitol was overrun, police officers lost their lives, and the Vice President was taken to a secure location because his safety was in jeopardy. Let's take a look at the effect of Donald Trump's words and actions. I want to warn our audience that the video contains explicit content.
Mike Pence is going to have to come through for us, and if he doesn't, that will be a sad day for our country. And Mike Pence, I hope you're going to stand up for the good of our Constitution and for the good of our country. And if you're not, I'm going to be very disappointed in you. I will tell you right now.
I'm telling you what, I'm hearing the Pence. I'm hearing the Pence just caved.
No.
Is that true?
I didn't.
I'm hearing reports that Pence caved.
No
I'm
way.
telling you, if Pence caved, we're going to drag motherfuckers through the streets. You fucking politicians are going to get fucking drugged through the streets.
Yes.
I guess the hope is that there's such a show of force here that Pence will decide to just do the right thing, according to Trump.
Bring out Pence! Bring him out! Bring out Pence! Bring him out! Bring out Pence!
How did we get to this point? How did we get to the point where President Trump's most radical supporters led a violent attack on the Capitol and threatened to hang President Trump's own vice president? You'll hear from witnesses that Donald Trump pressured Mike Pence to adopt a legally and morally bankrupt idea that the vice president could choose who the next president can be. You'll hear about how the vice president, the White House counsel, and others told Donald Trump that the vice president had no such authority. But President Trump would not listen. You'll hear how Vice President Pence withstood an onslaught of pressure from President Trump, both publicly and privately, a pressure campaign that built to a fever pitch with a heated phone call on January 6th. You'll also hear that the president knew there was a violent mob at the Capitol when he tweeted at 2:24 p.m. that the vice president did not have the, quote, courage to do what needed to be done. Vice President did not have the, quote, courage to do what needed to be done. Let me be clear. Vice President Pence did the right thing that day. He stayed true to his oath to protect and defend the Constitution. I look forward to hearing from our witnesses this afternoon. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Aguilar. We're honored to have two distinguished witnesses who advised Vice President regarding his role on January 6th. Judge J. Michael Ludick is one of the leading conservative legal thinkers in the country. He served in administrations of President Ronald Reagan and George H.W. Bush. He was appointed by the latter to serve on the U.S. Court of Appeals for the Fourth Circuit, where he served from 1991 to 2006. He provided critical advice for Vice President Pence regarding the role of the Vice President in the joint session of Congress shortly before that fateful moment. He's written that the Vice President does not have the power to select the next President of the United States. He's also written that contrary theory espoused by one of his own former law clerks was, quote, incorrect at every turn. Who was with Vice President Pence on January 6th. Greg Jacob was counsel to Vice President Pence. He conducted a thorough analysis of the role of the Vice President in the joint session of Congress under the Constitution, the Electoral Count Act, and 230 years of historical practice. But he also has firsthand information about the attack on the Capitol because he lived through it. He was with the Vice President and his own life was in danger. I will now swear in our witnesses. The witnesses will please stand and raise their right hand. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. You may be seated. Let the record reflect the witnesses answered in the affirmative. I now recognize myself for questions. In the United States, the people choose our representatives, including the highest official in the land, the President of the United States. The American people did this on November 3rd, 2020. But President Trump did not like the outcome. He did everything he could to change the result of the election. He tried litigation, 62 cases, in fact, and that failed. He tried to pressure state legislatures to reverse the results of the election in their states, but they refused. He tried to enlist the Department of Justice in his efforts to overturn election results, but officials leading the department refused to comply. So eventually, he latched on to a completely nonsensical and anti-democratic theory that one man, his own vice president, could determine the outcome of the election. He wanted the vice president to unilaterally select the president. This theory that the vice president could unilaterally select the president runs completely contrary to our Constitution, our laws, and the entirety of our American experience. It didn't matter to President Trump. I would now like to explore how President Trump came to latch on to this ridiculous legal theory that the vice president can select the president of the United States. Mr. Jacob, how did this theory first come to your attention?
The first time that I had a conversation with the Vice President about the 12th Amendment and the Electoral Count Act was in early December, around December 7th. The Vice President called me over to his West Wing office and told me that he had been seeing and reading things that suggested that he had a significant role to play on January 6th in announcing the outcome of the election. He told me that he had been first elected to Congress in 2000 and that one of his earliest memories as a congressman was sitting in on the 2001 certification, and he recalled that Al Gore had gavelled down a number of objections that had been raised to Florida. And he asked me mechanically, how does this work at the joint session? What are the rules? And I told the Vice President that, in fact, I had a fairly good idea of how things work, that actually there aren't rules that govern the joint session, but what there is a provision of the Constitution that's just one sentence long, and then an Electoral Count Act that had been passed in 1887. And I told the Vice President that I could put a memo together for him overnight that would explain the applicable rules.
So, Mr. Jacobs, when you looked at this theory, what did you conclude?
So we concluded that what you have is a sentence in the Constitution that is inartfully drafted. But the Vice President's first instinct when he heard this theory was that there was no way that our framers, who abhorred concentrated power, who had broken away from the tyranny of George III, would ever have put one person, particularly not a person who had a direct interest in the outcome because they were on the ticket for the election, in a role to have decisive impact on the outcome of the election. And our review of text, history, and frankly just common sense all confirmed the Vice President's first instinct on that point. There is no way that the Vice President has that kind of authority.
Thank you, Mr. Jacobs. We will hear more today about how, despite this conclusion by you and other top legal advisors, the former president used this discredited theory in his campaign to pressure the vice president to decide the outcome of the presidential election. I now recognize the gentlewoman from Wyoming, Ms. Cheney, for questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Judge Ludig, thank you as well for being here with us today. You issued a very important statement earlier today, which I urge all Americans to read. And I'd like to ask you, Judge, about one of the sentences in your statement and ask if you could explain to us the significance of it. You say, had the Vice President of the United States obeyed the President of the United States, America would immediately have been plunged into what would have been tantamount to a revolution within a paralyzing constitutional crisis. Could you elaborate on that for us, Judge?
Thank you, Madam Vice Chairman. That passage in my statement this morning referenced the most foundational concept in America, which is the rule of law. Thus, as I interpret your question, you are asking about that foundational truth of these United States, which we call America. The foundational truth is the rule of law. That foundational truth is, for the United States of America, the profound truth. But it's not merely the profound truth for the United States. It's also the simple truth, the simple foundational truth of the American Republic. Of the American Republic. Thus, in my view, the hearings being conducted by this select committee are examining that profound truth, namely the rule of law in the United States of America. The specific question, of course, before you and before the nation, not before me, is whether that foundational rule of law was supremely violated on January 6, 2021. Now, to the question specifically that you asked, Madam Vice Chair, I believe that had Vice President Pence obeyed the orders from his president and the President of the United States of America during the joint session of the Congress of the United States on January 6, 2021, and declared Donald Trump the next President of the United States, notwithstanding that then President Trump had lost the Electoral College vote as well as the popular vote in the 2020 presidential election. That declaration of Donald Trump as the next president would have plunged America into what I believe would have been tantamount to a revolution in a constitutional crisis in America, which in my view, and I'm only one man, would have been the first constitutional crisis since the founding of the Republic.
Thank you very much, Judge, for your solemn attention to these issues and for your appearance here today. We're going to describe and discuss in detail what happened. And as we do, I'm going to describe a few of the details now of some of the actions taken by a gentleman named Kenneth Cheeseborough. After the Electoral College met and cast their votes on December 14th, actually the day before they met, Kenneth Cheeseborough sent a memo to Rudy Giuliani, the president's lead outside counsel. Mr. Cheeseborough wrote to Mayor Giuliani that the vice president is charged with, quote, making judgments about what to do if there are conflicting votes, close quote. Mr. Cheeseborough wrote that when the joint session of Congress got to Arizona in the alphabetical list of states, the vice president should not count the Biden votes, quote, because there are two slates of votes. His justification, which we will learn more about in our next hearing, was that a group of Trump supporters in Arizona and other swing states decided to proclaim themselves the true electors for the state, creating two sets of electors, the official electors selected by the state and a group of fake electors. This document was ordered to be produced to the Select Committee by a federal district court judge. As you will see on the screen shortly, Judge David Carter wrote, quote, the draft memo pushed a strategy that knowingly violated the Electoral Count Act. The judge concluded that, quote, the memo is both intimately related to and clearly advanced the plan to obstruct the joint session of Congress on January 6, 2021. A few days later, Professor John Eastman took up this cause. Eastman was at the time a law professor at Chapman University Law School. He prepared a memo outlining the nonsensical theory that the vice president could decide the outcome of the election at the joint session of Congress on January 6th. You will see portions of this memo on the screen. In the first line, he wrote, quote, 7 states have transmitted dual slates of electors to the President of the Senate. But Dr. Eastman goes on to rely on those so-called dual slates of electors to say that Vice President Pence could simply declare President Trump the winner of the 2020 election. Mr. Jacob, were there in fact dual slates of electors from 7 states?
No, there were not.
And just a few days after that, Dr. Eastman wrote another memo. This one, quote, wargaming out several scenarios. He knew the outcome he wanted, and he saw a way to go forward if he simply pretended that fake electors were real. You will see here, Dr. Eastman says the vice president can reject the Biden electors from the states that he calls, quote, disputed. Under several of the scenarios, the vice president could ultimately just declare Donald Trump the winner, regardless of the vote totals that had already been certified by the states. However, this was false, and Dr. Eastman knew it was false. In other words, it was a lie. In fact, on December 19, 2020, just 4 days before Dr. Eastman sent this memo, Dr. Eastman himself admitted in an email that the fake electors had no legal weight, referring to the fake electors as, quote, dead on arrival in Congress, end quote, because they did not have a certification from their states. Judge Ludig, did the Trump electors in those 7 states who were not certified by any state authority have any legal significance?
Congresswoman, there was no support whatsoever in either the Constitution of the United States nor the laws of the United States for the vice president, frankly, ever to count alternative electoral slates from the states that had not been officially certified by the designated state official in the Electoral Count Act of 1887. I did notice in the passage from Mr. Eastman's memorandum, and I took a note on it, and correct me if I'm wrong, that passage, that there was both legal authority as well as historical precedent. I do know what Mr. Eastman was referring to when he said that there was historical precedent for doing so. He was incorrect. There was no historical precedent from the beginning of the founding in 1789 that even as mere historical precedent, as distinguished from legal precedent, would support the possibility of the Vice President of the United States quote, counting alternative electoral slates that had not been officially certified to the Congress pursuant to the Electoral Count Act of 1887. I would be glad to explain that historical precedent if the committee wanted, but it would be a digression.
Thank you very much, Judge. I know my colleagues will be pursuing that issue in more depth, and now I'd like to yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Pursuant to Section Resolution 503, the chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Aguilar, and staff counsel, Mr. John Wood, for questioning.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We're fortunate to have a bipartisan staff. Senior Investigative Counsel John Wood previously served as United States Attorney in Missouri under President George W. Bush. He and I will share today's lines of questioning. Mr. Wood.
Thank you, Mr. Aguilar. Judge Ludig, I had the incredible honor of serving as one of your law clerks. Another person who did was John Eastman. And you've written that Dr. Eastman's theory that the vice president could determine who the next president of the United States is, in your words, incorrect at every turn. Could you please explain briefly your analysis?
It was my honor, Mr. Wood, to have you serve as my law clerk. I could answer that question perfectly if I had at my disposal either Mr. Eastman's tweet or my own analytical tweet of September 21st, but I don't. But that said, let me try to remember the analysis of Mr. Eastman's analysis.
And Judge, I can read to you and to the audience, I think what was a really key passage from your very insightful analysis when you wrote, I believed that Professor Eastman was incorrect at every turn of the analysis in his January 2nd memorandum, beginning with his claim that there were legitimate competing slates of electors presented from 7 states, and you've already addressed that issue. But your next sentence said, continuing to his conclusion that the Vice President could unilaterally decide not to count the votes from the 7 states from which competing slates were allegedly presented. So what was your basis for concluding that Dr. Eastman was incorrect in his conclusion that the Vice President could unilaterally decide not to count the votes from these disputed states?
I understand. As I previously stated in response to Congresswoman Cheney, there was no basis in the Constitution or laws of the United States at all for the theory espoused by Mr. Eastman. At all. None. With all respect to my co-panelist, he said, I believe in partial response to one of the Select Committee's questions, that the single sentence in the 12th Amendment was, he thought, inartfully written. That single sentence is not inartfully written. It was pristine clear that the President of the Senate on January 6th, the incumbent Vice President of the United States, had little substantive constitutional authority, if any, at all. The 12th Amendment, the single sentence that Mr. Jacob refers to, says in substance that following the transmission of the certificates to the Congress of the United States and under the Electoral Count Act of 1887, the Archivist of the United States, that the presiding officer shall open the certificates in the presence of the Congress of the United States in joint session. It then says unmistakably, not even that the Vice President himself shall count the electoral votes. It clearly says merely that the electoral count votes shall then be counted. Votes shall then be counted. It was the Electoral Count Act of 1887 that that filled in, if you will, the simple words of the 12th Amendment in order to construct for the country a process for the counting of the sacred process for the counting of the electoral votes from the states, that neither our original Constitution nor even the 12th Amendment had done. The irony, if you will, is that from its founding until 1887, when Congress passed the Electoral Count Act, the nation had been in considerable turmoil during at least 5 of its presidential elections, beginning as soon thereafter from the founding as 1800. So it wasn't for almost 100 years later until the Electoral Count Act was passed. So that's why, in my view, that piece of legislation is not only a work in progress for the country, but at this moment in history, an important work in progress that needs to take place. That was long-winded, I understand.
Well, Judge Ludig, at the risk of oversimplifying for the non-lawyers who are watching, is it fair to say that the 12th Amendment basically says 2 things happen? The Vice President opens the certificates and the electoral votes are counted. Is it that straightforward?
I would not want that to be my testimony before the Congress of the United States. The language of the 12th Amendment is that simple.
Thank you, Judge. Mr. Jacob, I have a question for you. This committee, you said something to the effect of you'd read every word written about the 12th Amendment, the Electoral Count Act, and historical practice. I know in response to the chairman's earlier question, you gave your bottom line conclusion, but can you tell us a little bit about the process that you and your colleagues went through of researching this issue and what conclusion you came to after your thorough research?
So, you, as a lawyer who's analyzing a constitutional provision, you start with the constitutional text, you go to structure, you go to history. So we started with the text. We did not think that the text was quite as unambiguous as Judge Ludig indicated. In part, we had a constitutional crisis in 1876 because in that year, multiple slates of electors were certified by multiple slates. And when it came time to count those votes, the antecedent question of which ones had to be answered. That required the appointment of an independent commission. That commission had to resolve that question, and the purpose of the Electoral Count Act of 1887 had been to resolve those latent ambiguities. Now, I'm in complete agreement with Judge Ludig. It is unambiguous that the Vice President does not have the authority to reject electors. There is no suggestion of any kind that it does. There is no mention of rejecting or objecting to electors anywhere in the 12th Amendment. And so the notion that the vice president could do that certainly is not in the text. But the problem that we had and that John Eastman raised in our discussions was we had all seen that in Congress in 2000, in 2004, in 2016, there had been objections raised to various states. And those had even been debated in 2004. And so here you have an amendment that says nothing about objecting or rejecting, and yet we did have some recent practice of that happening within the terms of the Electoral Count Act. So, and I recall in my discussion with the Vice President, he said, I can't wait to go to heaven and meet the framers and tell them the work that you did in putting together our Constitution is a work of genius. Thank you. It was divinely inspired. There is one sentence that I would like to talk to you a little bit about. So then we went to structure. And again, the Vice President's first instinct here is so decisive on this question. There's just no way that the framers of the Constitution, who divided power and authority, who separated it out, who had broken away from George III and declared him to be a tyrant, there was no way that they would have put in the hands of one person the authority to determine who was going to be President of the United States. Single electoral vote count that had happened in Congress since the beginning of the country. We examined the Electoral Count Act. We examined practice under the Electoral Count Act. And critically, no vice president in 230 years of history had ever claimed to have that kind of authority, hadn't claimed authority to reject electoral votes, had not claimed authority to return electoral votes back to the states. In the entire history of the United States, not once had a joint session ever returned electoral votes back to the states to be counted. And in the crisis of 1876, Justice Bradley of the United States Supreme Court, who supplied the decisive final vote on that commission, had specifically looked at that question and said, first, the vice president clearly doesn't have authority to decide anything, and by the way, also does not have authority to conduct an investigation by sending things back out for a public look at things. So the history was absolutely decisive, and again, part of my discussion with Mr. Eastman was, if you were right, don't you think Al Gore might have liked to have known in 2000 that he had authority to just declare himself president of the United States? Did you think that the Democrat lawyers just didn't think of this very obvious quirk that he could use to do that? And of course, he acknowledged Al Gore did not and should not have had that authority at that point in time. But so, history, I think what we had was some ambiguous text that common sense and structure would tell you the answer cannot possibly be that the vice president has that authority. As the committee already played the vice president's remarks, there is almost no idea more un-American than the notion that any one person would choose the American president, and then unbroken historical practice for 230 years that the vice president did not have such an authority.
Thank you. I reserve the remainder of my time.
Mr. Jacob, you weren't the only one who knew that the legal theory was wrong, though. Here's what various advisors to the president thought about that theory.
You've been clear repeatedly with Mr. Meadows about you and the vice president having a different view about his authority on January 6th.
I believe I had.
Did Mr. Meadows ever explicitly or tacitly agree with you or say, yeah, that makes sense, or okay?
I believe that Mark did agree.
What makes you say that?
I believe that's what he told me, but as I mentioned, I think Mark had told so many people so many different things that it was not something that I would necessarily accept as, okay, well, that means that's resolved.
I see. Tell me more what he told you on this topic.
Well, I think it was that, the vice president doesn't have any broader role. And I think he was understanding of that.
So despite the fact that he may have said other things to the president or others, to you, he said he understands the vice president has no role.
Yes.
Okay. Did he say that to you several times?
A couple times.
Before January 6th?
Yes.
The way it was communicated to me was that Pat Cipollone thought the idea was nutty and had at one point confronted Eastman basically with the same sentiment.
Pat expressed his admiration for the vice president's actions on the day of the 6th and said that he concurred with the legal analysis that our team had put together to reach that point.
It made no sense to me that in all the protections that were built into the Constitution for a president to get elected and steps that had to be taken, that the power to choose the next president would be sitting with the vice president.
Do you know if Mr. Clark or Mr. Morgan, is it Morgan, thought about that, Mr. Eastman's advice?
Yeah, they thought he was crazy.
Do you know if they ever expressed an opinion on whether they thought the vice president had the power that John Eastman said he did?
I know for a fact I heard both say that his theory was crazy, that there was no validity to it in any way, shape, or form.
And did they express that before January 6th?
Yes.
To whom?
I think anyone who would listen.
Okay, what were your prior interactions with Eastman?
He described for me what he thought the ambiguity was in the statute, and he was walking through it at that time. And I said to him, hold on a second, I want to understand what you're saying. You're saying you believe the vice president, acting as president of the Senate, can be the sole decision maker as to, under your theory, who becomes the next president of the United States? And he said, yes. And I said, are you out of your effing mind? Right? And that was pretty blunt. I said, you're completely crazy. I said, you're going to turn around and tell 78 plus million people in this country that your theory is this is how you're going to invalidate their votes because you think the election was stolen? And I said, they're not going to tolerate that. He said, you're going to cause riots in the streets. And he said, words to the effect of there's been violence in the history of our country, Eric, to protect the democracy or protect the republic.
In fact, there was a risk that the lawyers in the White House counsel's office would resign. For example, Fox News host Sean Hannity expressed concern that the entire White House counsel's office could quit. As you can see from these texts, Mr. Hannity wrote to White House Chief of Staff Mark Meadows that, quote, we can't lose the entire White House counsel's office. I do not see January 6th happening the way he is being told. A few days later, on January 5th, Mr. Hannity wrote to Mr. Meadows that, quote, I'm very worried the next 48 hours. Pence pressure, White House counsel will leave. While Sean Hannity was apparently very concerned about the possibility that the White House counsel would resign in protest of the president's effort to force the vice president to violate the Constitution, some others close to the president were more dismissive of the White House counsel's position. Here's what Trump's son-in-law and senior advisor Jared Kushner said during his deposition regarding the White House counsel Pat Cipollone's threats to resign.
Jared, are you aware of instances where Pat Cipollone threatened to resign?
I kind of, like I said, my interest at that time was on trying to get as many pardons done. And I know that, he was always, him and the team were always saying, oh, we're going to resign. We're not going to be here if this happens, if that happens. So I kind of took it up to just be whining, to be honest with you.
The president's own lead outside counsel, Rudy Giuliani, also seemed to concede that the vice president did not have the authority to decide the outcome of the election or send it back to the states. Here's what White House attorney Eric Hirschman said about his call with Mayor Giuliani on the morning of the 6th.
The morning of January 6th, I think he called me out of the blue, right? And I was like getting dressed, and we had an intellectual discussion about Eastman's, I don't know if it's Eastman's theory per se, but the VP's role. And, he was asking me my view and analysis and then the practical implications of it. And when we finished, he said, Rick, I believe that, you're probably right. I think he thought when we're done that it would be something he'd have to consider if he was sitting on the bench. But he'd probably come down in that, you couldn't interpret it or sustain the argument long term. You couldn't interpret it or sustain the argument long term.
Of course, the fact that Mayor Giuliani seemed to admit that the theory was wrong did not stop him from going before the crowd just a few hours later on January 6th and saying the exact opposite. Here's Mayor Giuliani's speech at the Ellipse rally on January 6th.
We're here just very briefly to make a very important 2 points. Number one, every single thing that has been outlined as the plan for today is perfectly legal. I have Professor Eastman here with me to say a few words about that. He's one of the preeminent constitutional scholars in the United States.
As we come up at the top of the hour, we're going to have to end our coverage of this January 6th hearing on
Election.
I will continue our coverage on the hearings.
The president can cast it aside, and he can do what a president called Jefferson did when he was vice president. He can decide on the validity of these crooked ballots, or he can send it back to the legislatures, give them 5 to 10 days to finally finish the work.
And here's what Dr. Eastman said in his speech at the Ellipse on January 6th.
And all we are demanding of Vice President Pence is this afternoon at 1 o'clock, he let the legislatures of the state look into this so we get to the bottom of it and the American people know whether we have control of the direction of our government or not.
Even Dr. Eastman knew his theory didn't hold water. Mr. Jacob, you discussed and even debated this theory at length with Dr. Eastman. Did Dr. Eastman ever tell you what he thought the U.S. Supreme Court would do if it had to decide this issue?
Yes. We had an extended discussion, an hour and a half to 2 hours on January 5th. And when I pressed him on the point, I said, John, if the vice president did what you were asking him to do, we would lose 9-0 in the Supreme Court, wouldn't we? And he initially started it, well, I think maybe you would lose only 7-2. And after some further discussion, acknowledged, well, yeah, you're right, we would lose 9-0.
I appreciate that. In our investigation, the Select Committee has obtained evidence suggesting that Dr. Eastman never really believed his own theory. Let me explain. On the screen, you can see a draft letter to the president from October 2020. In this letter, an idea was proposed that the vice president could determine which electors to count at the joint session of Congress. But the person writing in blue eviscerates that argument. The person who wrote the comments in blue wrote, quote, the 12th Amendment only says that the President of the Senate opens the ballots in the joint session and then, in the passive voice, that the votes shall then be counted. The comments in blue further state, nowhere does it suggest that the President of the Senate gets to make the determination on his own. Judge Ludig, does it surprise you that the author of those comments in blue was in fact John Eastman?
Yes, it does, Congressman. But let me, watching this unfold, let me try to unpack what was at the root of what I have called the blueprint to overturn the 2020 election. And I had foreshadowed this answer in my earlier testimony to Congresswoman Cheney. Mr. Eastman, from the beginning, said to the President that there was both legal as well as historical precedent for the Vice President to overturn the election. And what we've heard today, I believe, is what happened within the White House and elsewhere as all the players led by Mr. Eastman got wrapped around the axle by the historical evidence claim by Mr. Eastman. Let me explain very simply. This is what I said would require a digression that I would be glad to undertake if you wished. In short, if I had been advising the Vice President of the United States on January 6th, and even if then Vice President Jefferson and even then Vice President John Adams and even then Vice President Richard Nixon had done exactly what the President of the United States wanted his Vice President to do. I would have laid my body across the road before I would have let the Vice President overturn the 2020 election historical precedent. But what this body needs to know, and now America needs to know, is that that was the centerpiece of the plan to overturn the 2020 election. It was the historical precedent in the years and with the vice presidents that I named, as Congressman Raskin understands well. And the effort by Mr. Eastman and others was to drive that historical precedent up to and under that single sentence, single pristine sentence in the 12th Amendment to the United States Constitution, taking advantage of, if you will, what many have said is the inartful wording of that sentence in the 12th Amendment. Scholars before 2020 would have used that historical precedent to argue not that Vice President Pence could overturn the 2020 election by accepting non-certified state electoral votes, but they would have made arguments as to some substantive, not merely procedural, authority possessed by the Vice President of the United States on the statutorily prescribed day for counting the Electoral College votes. This is constitutional mischief.
Judge, I think that's a good point, and I think it kind of begs the question that if the vice president had this power to determine the outcome of a presidential election, why hasn't it ever been used before? Why hasn't that ever happened? Why hasn't the outcome of an election and declared someone else the winner? And instead, as the chairman mentioned in his opening, for over 2 centuries, vice presidents have presided over the joint sessions of Congress in a purely ceremonial role. This even includes, as Mr. Jacob mentioned, Vice President Al Gore. For those of us who are old enough to remember, the 2000 election came down to one state, Florida. There were weeks of recounts and litigation after the election, and Al Gore conceded. Of course, Al Gore was vice president at the time, but he never suggested that he could simply declare himself the winner of the 2000 election when he presided over the counting of the electoral votes. Let's hear what Vice President Gore said when he described the situation he faced in 2000.
Importance of the United States of America in all of human history. In Lincoln's phrase, we still are the last best hope of humankind. And the choice between one's own disappointment in your personal career and upholding the noble traditions of America's democracy is a pretty easy choice when it comes down to it.
Mr. Jacob, did Dr. Eastman say whether he would want other vice presidents such as Al Gore after the 2000 election or Kamala Harris after the 2024 election to have the power to decide the outcome of the election?
So this was one of the many points that we discussed on January 5th. He had come into that meeting trying to persuade us that there was some validity to his theory. I viewed it as my objective to persuade him to acknowledge he was just wrong. And I thought this had to be one of the most powerful arguments. I mean, John, back in 2000, you weren't jumping up and saying Al Gore had this authority to do that. You would not want Kamala Harris to be able to exercise that kind of authority in 2024 when I hope Republicans will win the election, and I know you hope that too, John. And he said, absolutely. Al Gore did not have a basis to do it in 2000. Kamala Harris shouldn't be able to do it in 2024, but I think you should do it today.
Mark Short told the Select Committee that Vice President Pence consulted with one of his predecessors, Vice President Dan Quayle, regarding the role of the Vice President. Vice President Quayle confirmed Pence's view that the role was purely ceremonial. Mr. Short also told the committee that he, Mr. Short, received a call from former House Speaker Paul Ryan. Here's Mr. Short's description of his conversation with Speaker Ryan.
Speaker Ryan wanted to call and say, you know, you don't have any greater authority. And I said to him, Mr. Speaker, you know, Mike, you know he doesn't, you know he recognizes that. And we sort of laughed about it, and he said, I get it. And he later spoke to the vice president, too, to, I think, have the same conversation.
Fortunately for the fate of our republic, Vice President Pence refused to go along with President Trump's demands that he determine the outcome of the presidential election. Mr. Jacob, what was the vice president's reaction when you discussed with him the theory that the vice president could decide the outcome of the election?
Congressman, as I've testified, the vice president's first instinct was that there was no way that any one person, particularly the vice president who is on the ticket and has a vested outcome in the election, could possibly have the authority to decide it by rejecting electors or to decisively alter the outcome by suspending the joint session for the first time in history in order to try to get a different outcome from state legislatures.
Despite the fact that the vice president had a strongly held and correct view that he could not decide the outcome of the election, President Trump launched a multi-week campaign of both public and private pressure to get the Vice President Mike Pence to violate the Constitution. Here are some examples of the intense pressure the vice president faced from all sides and what his chief of staff thought of it.
I hope Mike Pence Pence comes through for us, I have to tell you. I hope that our great vice president comes through for us. He's a great guy. Of course, if he doesn't come through, I won't like him quite as much.
Was it your impression that the vice president had directly conveyed his position on these issues to the president, not just to the world through a dear colleague letter, but directly to President Trump?
Many times.
And had been consistent in conveying his position to the president?
Very consistent.
I am aware of the fact that the president was upset with the way Pence acted.
Are we to assume that this is going to be a climactic battle?
Well, I think a lot of that depends on the courage and the spine of the individuals involved.
That would be a nice way to say a guy named Vice President Mike Pence?
Yes.
I think we've been clear as to what the vice president's role was. I think the vice president made clear with the president, and I think I've been clear with Mark Meadows.
I think the vice president is going to throw down tomorrow and do the right thing because, Lou, like I said before, this is a time for choosing. People are going to look back at this moment tomorrow and remember where every single one of their elected officials were. Did they vote for the rule of law and getting these elections right, or did they give it away to the Democrats and the people who cheated and stole their way through this election?
Definitely when I got back into town, as a talk, say, like the 5th and the 6th, the president was, all the attention was on what Mike would do or what Mike wouldn't do.
The vice president really was not wavering in his commitment to what his responsibility was. And so, yeah, was it painful? Sure.
The president's pressure campaign started in December. For example, although the vice president made his views clearly and unmistakably known to the president and others in the White House, on December 23rd, President Trump retweeted a memo from an individual named Ivan Reichlen entitled Operation Pence Card that called on the vice president to refuse the Electoral College votes from certain states that had certified Joe Biden as the winner. President Trump started his pressure campaign in December, but he dialed up the pressure as January 6th approached. Investigation indicates that by the time January 4th arrived, President Trump had already engaged in a, quote, multi-week campaign to pressure the vice president to decide the outcome of the election. This had included private conversations between the two leaders, Trump's tweets, and at least one meeting with members of Congress. We understand that the vice president started his day on January 4th with a rally in Georgia for the Republican candidates in the U.S. Senate runoff. When the vice president returned to Washington, he was summoned to meet with the president regarding the upcoming joint session of Congress. Mr. Jacob, who attended that meeting?
The attendees were the vice president, the president, Mark Short, the chief of staff to the vice president, myself, and John Eastman. There was about a 5-minute period where Mark Meadows came in on a different issue.
Let's show a photo of that meeting. Mr. Jacob, during that meeting between the president and the vice president, what theories did Dr. Eastman present regarding the role of the vice president in counting the electoral votes?
During the meeting on January 4th, Mr. Eastman was opining that there were two legally viable arguments as to authorities that the vice president could exercise 2 days later on January 6th. One of them was that he could reject electoral votes outright. The other was that he could use his capacity as presiding officer to suspend the proceedings and declare essentially a 10-day recess during which states that he deemed to be disputed, there was a list of 5 to 7 states that the exact number changed from conversation to conversation, but that the vice president could sort of issue a demand to the state legislatures in those states to re-examine the election and declare who had won each of those states. So he said that both of those were legally viable options, He said that he did not recommend, upon questioning, he did not recommend what he called the more aggressive option, which was reject outright, because he thought that that would be less politically palatable. The imprimatur of state legislature authority would be necessary to ultimately have public acceptance of an outcome in favor of President Trump, and so he advocated that the preferred course of action would be the procedural route of suspending the joint session and sending the election back to the states.
The Country Club, making it even more.
Mr. Jacob, I know you won't discuss the direct conversations between the president and the vice president, so rather than asking you what the vice president said in that meeting, I'll ask you a more general question. Did the vice president ever waver in his position that he could not unilaterally decide which electors to accept?
The vice president never budged from the position that I have described as his first instinct, which was that it just made no sense from everything that he knew and had studied about our Constitution that one person would have that kind of authority.
And did the vice president ever waver in his position that he could not delay certification and send it back to the states?
No, he did not.
Did Dr. Eastman admit in front of the president that his proposal would violate the Electoral Count Act?
So during that meeting on the 4th, I think I raised the problem that both of Mr. Eastman's proposals would violate several provisions of the Electoral Count Act. Mr. Eastman acknowledged that that was the case, that even what he viewed as the more politically palatable option would violate several provisions, but he thought that we could do so because in his view the Electoral Count Act was unconstitutional. And when I raised concerns that that position would likely lose in court, his view was that the court simply wouldn't get involved. They would invoke the political question doctrine, and therefore we could have some comfort proceeding with that path.
Mr. Wood?
But just to reiterate, he told you, maybe this was in a later conversation, but he told you at some point that if in fact the issue ever got to the Supreme Court, his theory would lose 9-0, correct?
The next morning, starting around 11 or 11:30, we met for an hour and a half to 2 hours. And in that meeting, I've already described the text, structure, history conversation, but we started walking through all of that. And I said, so John, basically what you have is some text that may be a little bit ambiguous, but then nothing else that would support it, including the fact that nobody would ever want that to be the rule. Wouldn't we lose 9-0 in the Supreme Court? And again, he initially started, well, maybe you'd only lose 7-2, but ultimately acknowledged that no, we would lose 9-0. No judge would support his argument.
After his meeting with the vice president, Donald Trump flew to Georgia for a rally in support of the Republican candidates in the United States Senate runoff. Even though the vice president had been steadfast in resisting the president's pressure, President Trump continued to publicly pressure Vice President Pence in his Georgia speech. Rather than focusing exclusively on the Georgia Senate runoff, Trump turned his attention to Mike Pence. Here's what the president said during that rally in Georgia.
Pence comes through for us, I have to tell you. I hope that our great vice president comes through for us. He's a great guy. Of course, if he doesn't come through, I won't like him quite as much.
So the president had been told multiple times that the vice president could not affect the outcome of the election, but he nonetheless publicly pressured Mike Pence to do exactly that by saying, quote, if he doesn't come through, I won't like him as much. Let's turn now to January 5th. Mr. Wood?
Thank you. That morning, meaning January 5th, the president issued a tweet expressly stating that the vice president had the power to reject electors. Let's look at what the president wrote. The president has the power to reject fraudulently chosen electors. Mr. Jacob, you've already told us about your meeting with Dr. Eastman and the president on January 4th. and you briefly made reference to the meeting you had with Dr. Eastman the next day, January 5th. Can you tell us a little bit more about that meeting with Dr. Eastman on January 5th? For example, where was the meeting? Who was there?
So at the conclusion of the meeting on the 4th, the president had asked that that our office meet with Mr. Eastman the next day to hear more about the positions he had expressed at that meeting, and the vice president indicated that sort of offered me up as his counsel to fulfill that duty. So we met in Mark Short's office in the executive office building across the way from the White House. Dr. Eastman had a court hearing by Zoom that morning, so it didn't start first thing, but rather started around 11. And that meeting went for about an hour and a half, 2 hours. Chief of Staff Mark Short was at that meeting most of the time. There were a few times that he left. And essentially it was an extended discussion. What most surprised me about that meeting was that when Mr. Eastman came in, he said, "I'm here to request that you reject the electors." The path that he had said, "I'm not recommending that you do that," but on the 5th, he came in and expressly requested that. And I grabbed a notebook as I was heading into the meeting. I didn't hear much new from him to record, but that was the first thing I recorded in my notes, was request that the VP reject.
And just to be clear, you're saying that Dr. Eastman urged the vice president to adopt the very same approach that Dr. Eastman appeared to abandon in the Oval Office meeting with the president the day before. Is that correct?
He had recommended against it the evening before, and then on the 5th came in, and I think it was probably his first words after introductions and as we sat down were, "I'm here to request that you reject the electors in the disputed states."
And you referenced a moment ago some handwritten notes, which you've provided to the Select Committee. I'd now like to show you those notes. As you can see, you wrote there at the top, the writing's a little bit faint in the copy, but you wrote, "Requesting VP reject." Does that accurately reflect what Dr. Eastman asked of you in your meeting on January 5th?
Yes.
And what was your reaction when Dr. Eastman said on January 5th that he was there to ask the Vice President of the United States to reject electors at the joint session of Congress?
I was surprised because I had viewed it as sort of one of the key concessions that we had secured the night before from Mr. Eastman, that that he was not recommending that we do that.
So what did you say to him?
Well, as I indicated, to some extent it simplified my task because there are more procedural complexities to the send it back to the states point of view, and I actually had spent most of my evening the night before writing a memorandum to the Vice President explaining all of the specific provisions of the Electoral Count Act that plan would violate. So instead, since he was pushing the sort of robust unilateral power theory, I've already walked the committee through the discussions that we had. I started out with our points of commonality, or what I thought were our points of commonality. We're conservatives, we're small government people, we believe in originalism as the means by which we're going to interpret this. And so we walked through the text, we walked through the history, and the committee has shown footage of Mr. Eastman on the stage on the 6th claiming that Jefferson supported his position, and a historical example of Jefferson. In fact, he conceded in that meeting Jefferson did not at all support his position, that in the election of 1800, there had been some small technical defect with the certificate in Georgia. It was absolutely undisputed that Jefferson had won Georgia. Jefferson did not assert that he had any authority to reject electors. He did not assert that he had any authority to resolve any issue during the course of that. And so he acknowledged by the end that there was no historical practice whatsoever that supported his position. He had initially tried to push examples of Jefferson and Adams. He ultimately acknowledged they did not work. As we've covered, he acknowledged it would lose 9-0 in the Supreme Court. 9-0 in the Supreme Court. He again tried to say, but I don't think the courts will get involved in this. They'll invoke the political question doctrine, and so if the courts stay out of it, that will mean that we'll have the 10 days for the states to weigh in and resolve it, and then they'll send back the Trump slates of electors, and the people will be able to accept that. And I expressed my vociferous disagreement with that point. I did not think that this was a political question. Among other things, if the courts did not step in to resolve this, there was nobody else to resolve it. You would be in a situation where you have a standoff between the President of the United States and, counterfactually, the Vice President of the United States, saying that we've exercised authorities that constitutionally we think we have, by which we have deemed ourselves the winners of the election. You would have an opposed House and Senate disagreeing with that. You would have state legislatures that, to that point, I mean, Republican leaders across those legislatures had put out statements, and we collected these for the Vice President as well, that the people had spoken in their states and that they had no intention of reversing the outcome of the election. We did receive some signed letters that Mr. Eastman forwarded us by minorities of leaders in those states, but no state had any legislative house that indicated that it had any interest in it. So you would have had just an unprecedented constitutional jump ball situation with that standoff. And as I expressed to him, that issue might well then have to be decided in the streets. Because if we can't work it out politically, we've already seen how charged up people are about this election. And so it would be a disastrous situation to be in. So I said, I think the courts will intervene. I do not see a commitment in the Constitution of the question whether the Vice President has that authority to some other actor to resolve. There's arguments about whether Congress and the Vice President jointly have a constitutional commitment to generally decide electoral vote issues. I don't think that they have any authority to object or reject them. I don't see it in the 12th Amendment, but nonetheless. And I concluded by saying, John, in light of everything that we've discussed, can't we just both agree that this is a terrible idea? And he couldn't quite bring himself to say yes to that, but he very clearly said, well, yeah, I see we're not going to be able to persuade you to do this. And that was how the meeting concluded.
But you just described a terrifying scenario. Sounds like there could have been chaos under the Eastman approach, and you even described it as it potentially could be decided in the streets. And you described several concessions that Dr. Eastman made throughout that discussion or even debate that you had with him. At some point during that meeting on January 5th, did Dr. Eastman seem to admit that both of the theories that he had presented to the United States the day before? So the theory that the Vice President could reject electors outright and declare Donald Trump the winner, and his less aggressive theory that the Vice President could simply send it back to the states. At some point in that conversation on the 5th, did Dr. Eastman seem to admit that both of these theories suffered from similar legal flaws?
So I had at least one, possibly two other conversations with Dr. Eastman later that day. In the earlier meeting, we really were focused, because his request that he made had been reject the electors outright, on why that theory was wrong and why we certainly would not be doing that. Later that day, he pivoted back to, well, we hear you loud and clear, you're not going to reject But remember last night, I said that there was this more prudent course where you could just send it back to the states. Would you be willing to do that? And during the course of our discussion about his renewed request that we consider that option, he acknowledged to me, he put it, both Mr. Eastman and myself are graduates of the University of Chicago Law School, and he said, look, as graduates of that august institution, you and I will mutually understand that the underlying legal theory of plenary vice presidential authority is what you have to get there. Because this new theory, as I was pointing out to him, or the procedural theory, still violates several provisions of the Electoral Count Act, as he acknowledged. And the only way that you could ever be able to ignore several provisions of statutory law is if it's clear that they were unconstitutional. The plenary authorities that were formed the basis for the reject the votes as well. So he acknowledged in those conversations that the underlying legal theory was the same. He just thought that the send it back to the states option would be more politically palatable, and he hoped more palatable to the vice president for that reason.
And in fact, when Dr. Eastman made this concession during that meeting, according to your earlier deposition, Dr. Eastman said, just between us, University of Chicago chickens, is that right?
I don't think that the University of Chicago is going to start a Chicago Chickens fundraising club, but yes, that is the terminology that he used. He said, you know, just between us Chicago chickens, we will understand as lawyers who have studied the Constitution that the underlying basis really is the same.
I reserve the remainder of my time.
Thank you, Mr. Wood. Mr. Jacob, the president and the vice president meet again on that same topic the next day, January 5th, correct?
So after my extended meeting with Mr. Eastman that morning, during that time, the vice president had been back at his residence working on his statement to the nation that we released the next day. He got down to the White House some point between 1 o'clock and 2 o'clock as my meeting with Mr. Eastman was wrapping up. And when we, Mark Short and I went over to meet with the vice president, and actually we thought maybe we had good news. We felt like we had sort of defeated Mr. Eastman, that he was sort of acknowledging that there was no there. But the vice president was then asked down to the Oval Office, and he went down to the Oval Office while Mark and I stayed back in the vice president's office.
You weren't in that meeting.
I was not.
In the book Peril, journalists Bob Woodward and Robert Costa write that the president said, quote, "If these people say you have the power, wouldn't you want to?" The vice president says, quote, "I wouldn't want any one person to have that authority." The president responds, "But wouldn't it almost be cool to have that power?" Vice President is reported to have said, "No, look, I've read this, and I don't see a way to do it. We've exhausted every option. I've done everything I could and then some to find a way around this. It's simply not possible. My interpretation is no." To which the president says, "No, no, no. You don't understand, Mike. You can do this. I don't want to be your friend anymore if you don't do this." We asked Mark Short about this during his deposition.
An understanding that I would have in other conversations with the vice president, he articulated to me that no, he wouldn't want that power bestowed upon any one person.
Mr. Jacob, did you, Mr. Short, and the vice president have a call later that day again with the president and Dr. Eastman?
So, yes, we did.
And what did Dr. Eastman request on that call?
On that phone call, which I believe was around 5 o'clock that afternoon, Mr. Eastman stated that he had heard us loud and clear that morning. We were not going to be rejecting electors, but would we be open to considering the other course that we had discussed on the 4th, which would be to suspend the joint session and request that state legislatures re-examine certification of the electoral votes?
That same day, January 5th, the New York Times ran a story about the disagreement between the president and the vice president about whether the vice president could determine the outcome of the election. Even though the New York Times story was indisputably correct, Donald Trump denied it. Trump issued a statement claiming that the vice president had agreed that he could determine the outcome of the election, despite the fact that the vice president had consistently rejected that position. Let's look at what the president said in his statement. Quote, "The New York Times report regarding comments Vice President Pence supposedly made to me today is fake news. He never said that. The Vice President and I are in total agreement that the Vice President has the power to act." Mr. Jacob, how did the Vice President's team react to this statement from the President that the Vice President could take an active role in determining the winner of the presidential election?
We were shocked and disappointed because whoever had written and put that statement out, it was categorically untrue.
The Vice President's Chief of Staff, Mark Short, had an angry phone call with Trump campaign senior advisor Jason Miller about this statement. Here's what Mr. Short and Mr. Miller told the committee about that call.
Okay, tell me about the conversation you had with Jason.
It was brief. I was irritated and expressed displeasure that a statement could have gone out that misrepresented the Vice President's viewpoint without consultation.
The statement says the Vice President and I are in full agreement that the Vice President has the power to act. Is that incorrect?
I think the record shows that that's incorrect.
Yeah.
I mean, we've been through many documents that clarify that this is not where the Vice President was.
Right. So essentially, the President is sending out a baldly false statement about being in alignment, purported alignment with the Vice President, despite all of the predicate that you indicated had gone before about their respective positions. Is that effectively what happened?
I interpret the statement as false. I'll let you figure out who sent it out.
Mark Short contacted you. He was upset. Is that what you said?
He clearly was not pleased.
Tell us what he said.
What's the process for putting out a statement for a meeting where only 2 people were in the room?
Did he ask you to retract the statement?
No, I think it went right to what's the process for putting out a statement for a meeting when only 2 people were in the room.
And he clearly disagreed with the substance, though, right? Because he said the Vice President doesn't agree with this.
Trying to think what exactly he said. I mean, the tone was very clearly that he used some language to strongly infer that the Vice President disagreed with that take, but I don't remember what that language was.
Did he dictate this statement?
He dictated most of it. I mean, typically on these, I might have a couple of wording suggestions, or maybe I, have a sentence or a rough framework or something of that. But I know with specificity on this one that it was me and him on the phone talking through it, and ultimately the way this came out was the way that he wanted to.
The dispute between the President and the Vice President had grown to the point where the Vice President's Chief of Staff, Mark Short, was concerned that the President could, in Mr. Short's words, quote, lash out at the Vice President on January 6th. In fact, Mr. Short was so concerned about it that he talked with the head of the Vice President's Secret Service detail on January 5th. Here is Mr. Short. Here is Mr. Short.
Concern was for the Vice President's security, and so I wanted to make sure the head of the Vice President's Secret Service was aware that that likely, as these disagreements became more public, that the President would lash out in some way.
After the recess, we will hear that Mark Short's concerns were justified. The Vice President was in danger. Mr. Chairman, I reserve.
Pursuant to the order of the committee of today, the chair declares the committee in recess for a period of approximately 10 minutes.
An extraordinary window into the efforts leading up to January 6th from the January 6th committee today, the efforts to put pressure on former Vice President Mike Pence. There were two options that former President Trump and Dr. John Eastman, this lawyer who the former president had brought in to help make this case, two options that they were hoping the vice president might take. One of which would be the theory that they believed the vice president could reject the electors outright and declare Donald Trump the victor in the election, or perhaps that he would delay and send this back to the states so that legislatures could then decide on their own how to proceed in this election. We heard today from two key witnesses, Greg Jacob, a White House counsel who served the former Vice President Mike Pence during their time in office, and from federal judge Michael Ludig. He was a former federal judge appointed by former President George H.W. Bush. A couple of key things that came out of the testimony from both of them. I'm going to begin with Judge Ludig, who said had Vice President Pence obeyed the orders of former President Trump on January 6th, that declaration of Donald Trump as the next president would have plunged America into what I believe would have been tantamount to a revolution within a constitutional crisis in America. And he went on to say, which in my view would have been the first constitutional crisis since the founding of the Republic.
John Eastman, and Eastman didn't even really seem to believe it a whole lot.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And when we saw the beginning of this hearing, we saw the chairwoman, Liz Cheney, say that she was going to lay out that the president's actions were illegal and unconstitutional, which really would be where the meat of this whole hearing process would lie. Because a lot of people watch this and they say, we're not sure a lot of new ground is being tread here. But she is efforting today with these two guests testifying today, who lay out from the Pence team's perspective, the attorney and the former Judge Michael Lustig, laying out from their perspective why they feel that they were of the mind from the very beginning that the vice president did not have the authority to stop the count of the electoral votes on January the 6th, and that they went back and forth again and again and again. And it seems as though what we've seen in the course of these hearings is an ever-shrinking circle of people who supported President Trump's wishes to do whatever it would take to halt this process, send it back to the states in order to get this thing drawn out in hopes that they could, find the votes, as he said on that phone call in Georgia, to turn this thing around. And John Eastman, it became a circle of two, essentially. John Eastman, the lawyer who had gone to the University of Chicago with the lawyer who was just speaking, who was the close associate of Vice President Pence. And really, at many turns, John Eastman basically says, I get it. I know that the Supreme Court wouldn't stand up for this. I know that it wouldn't really hold water, but we're going to pursue it anyway, John. And that's really the course that they've laid out here.
To Jonathan Turley now. Jonathan, what have you heard today, or what struck you?
Well, it is astonishing to see what was going on behind the scenes. We knew about these objections being made by White House lawyers, and quite frankly, they performed ethically and they performed above the call of duty in holding the ground on this. I thought that the most powerful moment for Mr. Jacob and the most relevant question is when he turned to Eastman and said, putting aside these theories, isn't this a really bad idea? And, it's funny, but it's not, right? I mean, he was basically saying, look, we can debate this until the cows come home. But at the end of the day, this would be a really destructive thing for the country. And that was perhaps the most poignant question. The 12th Amendment is very short. It just talks about the vice president opening up these votes. What Eastman was suggesting was not his theory. Other people had put forward this theory, including some liberal academics. But I thought Jacob's question was really the right one. During this rally speech, I was doing that coverage as well and said that I disagreed with the president. I disagreed that the vice president has this authority, and I thought that Vice President Pence was was doing the right thing. The question is going to be how the committee ties that dispute to an actual criminal conspiracy, which is what they said they are building towards.
You know, Andy, when we take a look at this, we obviously knew that from the day of the election, President Trump didn't accept the results of the election and was going to do whatever he could to try to overturn the results of the election. But we're getting a tremendous amount of granularity here as to exactly what was said and who said it and what meetings were held. And I think it's fascinating that on January the 4th, there was that Oval Office meeting at which John Eastman said, look, there's two potential courses of action here. The vice president, we believe, has got the constitutional authority to reject slates of electors that we believe were fraudulently chosen. But that's the more difficult political case to make. The easier case might be this idea of a 10-day delay. And then the next day he says, no, forget the 10-day delay. We want him to reject the electors. And then later that day says, well, no, if you're not going to reject the electors, let's go with the 10-day delay. And then Greg Jacob added on top of that Eastman thought the courts wouldn't take this up. And Jacob said, well, if the courts don't take it up, then maybe it would be decided in the streets. And we kind of saw that on January the 6th.
Well, yeah, I think there's a step missing there, though, and I don't mean to diminish what they said, but, you know, it's not only a question of if the courts wouldn't take it up. What they were talking about was send it back to the states. Mm-hmm. If everybody really thinks that the Democrats in the states were going to roll over and allow this to happen, or that the Republicans in the states were going to countermand the popular vote in their state and change it so that Trump won, I'd be stunned if people really thought that would happen. So I think this was very serious, obviously. The likelihood of it's happening, even with the somber tone that we're looking at it in, to me, is very, very remote. And I'm not saying that the concerns raised are frivolous. I just think we need to be more realistic about what actually would have happened here. And I do think, John, yes, we're getting granularity. Mm-hmm. I don't think the basic story has changed. And to pick up on the point that I think John was just leading to, that Jonathan was, mm-hmm. This idea of how do you make this into a criminal case? I think, you know, if you think about legislative purposes for hearings, if you were sitting here and thinking that what the idea they were trying to accomplish here was how do we fix things so this never happens again, and the objective here was to amend the Electoral Count Act to make it crystal clear that the vice president didn't have the authority that Eastman and Trump claimed he had, I think what we would have seen was a very, very compelling hearing. But I think where they're really going is this very gray area between when does a frivolous legal theory become so frivolous that you impute to the people who were positing the theory criminal intent. In other words, they weren't believing a frivolous legal theory in good faith. They had actually crossed the line into fraud because they knew that what they were positing was total nonsense. And I think that's a very tough case to make. You know, we're hearing very compelling testimony about it today, but what we haven't heard is, for example, John Eastman's written, I think, about a 4,000 or 5,000 word defense of what he was doing here, which is chock-a-block with a lot of scholarship about the constitutionality of the Electoral Count Act and the times that it has, that it hasn't been perfectly complied with, et cetera. I think it'd be very tough to make a criminal case on him. We're not getting that side of it. And I don't want to be misunderstood. I think his theory was frivolous, but I think trying to make him a criminal as opposed to somebody who just had a bad legal theory would be very tough for a prosecutor.
Well, we are in.
Chuck Rosenberg, that's important analysis. You talk about how you think it would be a mistake for the Select Committee not to share. Presumably, there's not a reason why they wouldn't do that. I want to go to somebody else here. We are probably under 30 seconds, if the committee is on time, to when they're going to be coming back in the room. And I want to share another bit of breaking news that we got while we were in that hearing, which relates to Ginny Thomas, who, if you were with us in the tee-up, we talked about in these discussions that she was apparently having with John Eastman. She says, and this is, of course, after the committee chair, Benny Thompson, said that they would certainly want to invite her to speak. She now says, telling the Daily Caller, she would be willing to do that. She says she cannot wait to clear up misconceptions. Michael Steele, I think you're with us. Let me turn over these last maybe 20 to 30 seconds that we have, and I know you're very good at being brief when you need to be for your takeaways here.
Yeah, no, that's interesting. But I do recall Donald Trump said that he was, very happy to talk to the Mueller Commission and anyone else you needed him to talk to. So let's just wait and see the moment she's sitting in front of the committee and having that conversation. I'll believe it when I see it. It's nice to say I'd love to do a lot of things that I know I'm not going to do.
Joyce, legally.
That has come down, correct, right?
So they've been engaged in all of this litigation to get as many emails from John Eastman as possible because, as we're hearing, they're trying to figure out who he was in touch with. And so most recently, they have asked him for another batch. And so, again, this is just a battle that has continued, especially after we saw Eastman plead the Fifth before the committee a couple months back.
Scott McFarlane is with us. Scott, who's read through, dare I say, almost everything that we've been able to get our hands on this. What did you learn today?
That President Trump was fanning the flames when there was already a fire at the U.S. Capitol. You'll recall so many people are accused of chanting, "Hang Mike Pence," amid this mob. But the danger for Mike Pence, as we're about to hear, was proximity. Proximity to the forefront, the tip of the spear of this mob. Let me bring you to the first floor of the Capitol. I've lifted the dome, and I'll show you. This right here is an important image. They're going to refer to this in a few minutes. This is a man named Dominic Pizzola who's pleaded not guilty. He's an accused Proud Boy, smashing open that window with a stolen police riot shield, leading the mob in. In court filings reviewed by CBS News from last year, a witness told the FBI the Proud Boys would have killed Mike Pence if they'd gotten to him. Again, most of the Proud Boys have pleaded not guilty, but the second floor of the Capitol really tells the story. Let's go up a level, show you the Senate chamber. Moments after Mike Pence was evacuated, here comes the mob, some with flags and bullhorns, some going right to Mike Pence's desk. In this case, this defendant, who has been in prison in this case, leaves a note for Mike Pence. The note says it's only a matter of time. Justice is coming. And some didn't just bring pens and paper. They brought zip ties and tactical gear. One final image to show you. You've seen this one before, perhaps, but in the back of the Senate chamber, now we see Mike Pence evacuating with his security detail. That's 2 minutes after President Trump tweets about him, and then 35 minutes later, part of the crowd coming up the same staircase. The danger surrounded Mike Pence, yet former President Trump was still pushing that button, still trying to pressure him.
So had Mike Pence not been evacuated, what might have happened?
Well, you saw what happened in the House chamber. In the House chamber, where members still were inside on the upper level, hiding beneath chairs, they had to barricade the doors. Police had to pull their firearms. They smashed open the window. And of course, a few minutes later, outside the House Speaker's lobby, I'll give you this image too. They smash open the window. That's where Ashley Babbitt was shot, 20 minutes after Trump's tweet.
Committee will be in order.
Wow, Scott, you.
Gentleman from California, Mr. Aguilar, is recognized.
I'd now like to turn to the events of January 6, 2021, which turned out to be a fateful day in our nation's history. Despite the fact that the Vice President consistently told the President that he did not have and would not want the power to decide the outcome of the presidential election, Donald Trump continued to pressure the Vice President, both publicly and privately. As you will hear, things reached a boiling point on January 6th, and the consequences were disastrous. In the middle of the night, on January 5th, into the morning of the 6th, around 1 a.m., President Trump tweeted at the Vice President, meaning that the comments in response to the President's tweet would also show up on the Vice President's Twitter feed. The tweet stated that the Vice President could, quote, come through for us and send it back to the states. Then around 8 a.m. on January 6th, President Trump again tweeted, this time to say that the Vice President could send it back to the states and, quote, we win, and that this is the time for extreme courage. Mr. Short told us during his deposition that the Vice President started a meeting on January 6th in prayer. Here is what Mr. Short said.
You arrived at the Vice President's residence.
As would often be the case, I recall that knowing it would be an important day, we gathered in prayer. And often that would be something the staff member would lead. So it would have just been at that time, I believe, the Vice President, myself, Greg, and Chris. And we would have just asked for guidance and wisdom, knowing that the day was going to be a challenging one.
Mr. Jacob, did you go to the Vice President's residences on the morning of January 6th?
Yes.
Who else was with you?
Mark Short, Devin O'Malley, our communications director, and Chris Hodgson, our legislative affairs director.
And did the Vice President have a call with the President that morning?
He did.
Were you with the Vice President during the call?
So we had been putting the Vice President had finalized his statement overnight. We were in the process of proofing it so that we could get that out. And we were told that a call had come in from the President. The Vice President stepped out of the room to take that call, and no staff went with him.
The President had several family members with him in the Oval that morning for that call. I'd like to show you what they and others told the Select Committee about that call, along with never-before-seen photographs of the President on that call from the National Archives.
When I got in, somebody called me and said that the family and others were in the Oval, and do I want to come up? So I went upstairs.
And who do you recall being in the Oval Office?
Don Jr., Eric, Laura, Kimberly, I believe Meadows was there. At some point, Ivanka came in.
It wasn't a specific, formal discussion. It was very sort of loose and casual.
So then you said at some point there's a telephone conversation between the President and the Vice President, is that correct?
Yes.
When I entered the office the second time, he was on the telephone with who I later found out to be was the Vice President.
Could you hear the Vice President or only hear the President's end?
Only hear the President's end. But at some point it started off as a calmer tone and everything, and then became heated.
The conversation was pretty heated.
I think till it became somewhat, louder tone. I don't think anyone was paying attention to it initially.
Did you hear any part of the phone call, even if just the end that the President was speaking from?
I did, yes.
All right, and what did you hear?
So as I was dropping off the note, my memory, I remember hearing the word wimp. Either he called him a wimp. I don't remember if he said, you are a wimp, you'll be a wimp. Wimp is the word I remember.
It's also been reported that the President said to the Vice President that something to the effect of, you don't have the courage to make a hard decision.
Worse, I don't remember exactly either, but something like that, yeah. You're not tough enough to make the call.
It was a different tone than I'd heard him take with the Vice President before.
Did Ms. Trump share with you any more details about what had happened, or any details about what had happened in the Oval Office that morning?
That her dad had just had an upsetting conversation with the Vice President.
Do you recall anything about her demeanor, either during the meeting or when you encountered her in Dan Scavino's office?
I don't remember specifically. I mean, I think she was uncomfortable over the fact that there was obviously that type of interaction between the two of them.
Something to the effect, the wording's wrong. I made the wrong decision 4 or 5 years ago.
And the word that she relayed to that the President called the Vice President, I apologize for being impolite, but do you remember what she said her father called him?
The P word.
Mr. Jacob, how would you describe the demeanor of the Vice President following that call with the President?
When he came back into the room, I'd say that he was steely, determined, grim.
Of course, the most dangerous part of what Donald Trump did on January 6th was what he did himself. As will be discussed in detail in a future hearing, our investigation found that early drafts of the January 6th ellipse speech prepared for the president included no mention of the vice president. But the president revised it to include criticism of the vice president and then further ad-libbed. Here is what the president said on January 6th after his call with Vice President Pence.
I hope Mike is going to do the right thing. I hope so. I hope so. Because if Mike Pence does the right thing, we win the election. All Vice President Pence has to do is send it back to the states to recertify. And we become president, and you are the happiest people. And I just spoke to Mike. I said, Mike, that doesn't take courage. What takes courage is to do nothing. That takes courage. And then we're stuck with a president who lost the election by a lot, and we have to live with that for 4 more years. We're just not going to let that happen. And Mike Pence is going to have to come through for us. And if he doesn't, that will be a sad day for our country. And they want to recertify their votes. They want to recertify. But the only way that can happen is if Mike Pence agrees to send it back. So I hope Mike has the courage to do what he has to do. And I hope he doesn't listen to the rhinos and the stupid people that he's listening to.
Of course, we all know what happened next. The president's words had an effect. President Trump's supporters became angry. When the vice president issued his public letter, the crowd at the Capitol erupted in anger. The rioters who had erected makeshift gallows began chanting, "Hang Mike Pence." Testimony in our investigation has made clear what the target of the rioters' ire was: Vice President Mike Pence. The rioters breached the Capitol at 2:13 p.m. Now let's take a look at what was going on at the White House at this time. We received testimony that the President's Chief of Staff, Mark Meadows, was notified of the violence at the Capitol by 2 p.m. and likely earlier. The testimony further establishes that Mr. Meadows quickly informed the President and that he did so before the President issued his 2:24 p.m. tweet criticizing Vice President Pence for not having, quote, courage to do what needed to be done. Here is what the President wrote in his 2:24 p.m. tweet while the violence at the Capitol was going on. And here is what the rioters thought.
Nothing but a traitor, and he deserves to burn with the rest of them.
So this all escalated after Pence. What happened to Pence? Pence didn't do what we wanted.
Pence voted against Trump.
Okay, and that's when all this started?
Yep, that's when we marched on the Capitol. We've been shot at with rubber bullets, tear gas.
We just heard that Mike Pence is not going to reject any fraudulent elector vote. That's right. You heard it here first. Mike Pence has betrayed the United States of America. Mike Pence has betrayed this president, and he has betrayed the people of the United States, and we will never, ever forget!
It's real simple. Pence betrayed us, which apparently everybody knew he was going to, and the president mentioned it like 5 times when he talked. You can go back and watch the president's video.
This is our Capitol. Let's be respectful to him. There's 4 million people coming in, so there's a lot of control. We love you guys. We love the cops.
It's only a matter of time. Justice is coming.
Although the President's Chief of Staff, Mark Meadows, has refused to testify before this committee, Mr. Meadows' aide, Ben Williamson, and White House Deputy Press Secretary Sarah Matthews testified that Mr. Meadows went to the dining room near the Oval Office to tell the President about the violence at the Capitol before the President's 2:24 p.m. tweet. In future hearings, you'll hear more about exactly what was happening in the White House at that time. But here is what some White House staff told the Select Committee.
Do you know where he went?
Yes, I followed him down the hallway, and I followed him into the outer Oval corridor, which is the hallway between the Oval Office hallway and the outer Oval section of the Oval Office. I followed him into that little corridor hallway. I saw him walk into outer Oval. I maybe took a step into outer Oval and then left. And I don't know where he went outside of that, but it looked like he was headed in the direction of the Oval Office.
You know, we had all talked about at that point about how it was bad and the, you know, situation was getting out of hand. And I know Ben Williamson and I were conferring, and we thought that the President needed to tweet something and tweet something immediately. And I think when Kaylee gave us that order of don't say anything to the media, I told her that I thought the President needed to tweet something. And then I remember getting a notification on my phone, and I was sitting in a room with Roma and Ben, and we all got a notification. So we knew it was a tweet from the President, and we looked down, and it was a tweet about Mike Pence.
Text saying that we may want to put out some sort of statement because the situation was getting a little hairy over at the Capitol. And then it was common for, after I would text him, I would just go down and see him in person.
You went down to speak with Mark Meadows after this. What was that conversation?
Very brief. I went down and told him the same thing I have in the text that I can recall. And I don't remember anything that was said between us other than I told him that. And to my recollection, he immediately got up and left his office.
Our investigation found that immediately after the President's 2:24 p.m. tweet, the crowds both outside the Capitol and inside the Capitol surged. The crowds inside the Capitol were able to overwhelm the law enforcement presence, and the Vice President was quickly evacuated from his ceremonial Senate office to a secure location within the Capitol complex. By 2:24 p.m., the Secret Service had moved Vice President Pence from the Senate chamber to his office across the hall.
The noise from the rioters became audible, at which point we recognized that maybe they had gotten into the building.
Then, President Trump tweeted, "Mike Pence didn't have the courage to do what should have been done to protect our country and our Constitution, giving states a chance to certify a corrected set of facts, not the fraudulent or inaccurate ones which they were asked to previously certify. USA demands the truth."
It was clear that it was escalating and escalating quickly. So then when that tweet, the Mike Pence tweet, was sent out, I remember us saying that that was the last thing that needed to be tweeted at that moment. The situation was already bad, and so it felt like he was pouring gasoline on the fire by tweeting that.
30 seconds later, rioters already inside the Capitol opened the East Rotunda door just down the hall. And just 30 seconds after that, rioters breached the crypt, one floor below the Vice President.
The Secret Service couldn't control the situation and do their job of keeping him safe.
At 2:26 p.m., Secret Service rushed Vice President Pence down the stairs.
I think they've been trying to figure out whether they had a clear route to get us to wherever it was that they wanted to move us to.
We moved pretty quickly down the stairs and through various hallways and tunnels to the secure location. Upon arriving there was further discussion as to whether or not we were going to leave the Capitol complex or stay where we were.
Vice President Pence and his team ultimately were led to a secure location where they were missing rioters a few feet away. Approximately 40 feet. That's all there was. 40 feet between the vice president and the mob. Mr. Jacob, you were there, seeing that for the first time. Does it surprise you to see how close the mob was to the evacuation route that you took? The 40 feet is the distance from me to you, roughly.
I could hear the din of the rioters in the building while we moved, but I don't think I was aware that they were as close as that.
Make no mistake about the fact that the vice president's life was in danger. A recent court filing by the Department of Justice explains that a confidential informant from the Proud Boys told the FBI that the Proud Boys would have killed Mike Pence if given a chance. This witness, whom the FBI affidavit refers to as W1, stated that other members of the group talked about things they did that day, and they said that anyone they got their hands on, they would have killed, including Nancy Pelosi. W1 further stated that members of the Proud Boys said that they would have killed Mike Pence if given a chance. We understand that congressional leaders and others were evacuated from the Capitol complex during the attack. We'd like to show you what happened after the vice president was evacuated from the Senate. Select Committee has obtained never-before-seen photos from the National Archives that show Vice President Pence sheltering in a secure underground location as rioters overwhelmed the Capitol. At 4:19 p.m., Vice President Pence is seen looking at a tweet the president had just sent, a tweet asking the rioters to leave the Capitol. After 4.5 hours spent on working to restore order, the Vice President returned to the Senate floor to continue the certification of electors. So Vice President Pence was a focus of the violent attack. Mr. Jacob, did the Vice President leave the Capitol complex during the attack?
He did not.
Can you please explain why the Vice President refused to leave the Capitol complex?
When we got down to the secure location, Secret Service directed us to get into the cars, which I did. And then I noticed that the vice president had not. So I got out of the car that I had gotten into, and I understood that the vice president had refused to get into the car. The head of his Secret Service detail, Tim, had said, "I assure you we're not going to drive out of the building without your permission." And the vice president had said something to the effect of, "Tim, I know you, I trust you, but you're not the one behind the wheel." And the vice president did not want to take any chance that the world would see the vice president of the United States fleeing the United States Capitol. He was determined that we would complete the work that we had set out to do that day, that it was his constitutional duty to see through, and that the rioters who had breached the Capitol would not have the satisfaction of disrupting the proceedings beyond the day on which they were supposed to be completed.
Let me see if I understand. Get in the cars, and how many of the vice president's staff got in the cars while he did not?
Most of us.
During our investigation, we received testimony that while the vice president was in a secure location within the Capitol complex, he continued the business of government. We understand that the vice president reached out to congressional leaders, like the acting Secretary of Defense and others, to check on their safety and to address the growing crisis. In addition, the vice president's chief of staff, Mark Short, made several calls to senior government officials. Here's Mr. Short's testimony regarding his call with Representative Kevin McCarthy.
He indicated that he had had some conversation. I don't recall whether it was with the president or with somebody at the White House, but I think he'd expressed frustration that not taking the circumstance as seriously as they should at that moment.
All right, so Mr. McCarthy indicated he was in touch with someone at the White House, and he conveyed to you that they weren't taking this as seriously as they should. You have to answer yes or no.
Yes.
Okay.
While the Vice President made several calls to check on the safety of others, it was his own life that was in great danger. Mr. Jacob, did Donald Trump ever call the Vice President to check on his safety?
He did not.
Mr. Jacob, how did Vice President Pence and Mrs. Pence react to that?
With frustration.
Mr. Jacob, immediately before you and the Vice President were evacuated to a secure location within the Capitol, you hit send on an email to John Eastman explaining why his legal theory about the Vice President's role was wrong. You ended your email by stating that, quote, "Thanks to your bullshit, we are now under siege." We'll take a look at that email. Now, Dr. Eastman replied, and this is hard to believe, but his reply back to you was, "The siege is because you and your boss," presumably referring to the Vice President of the United States, "did not do what was necessary to allow this to be aired in a public way so the American people can see for themselves what happened." Mr. Jacob, later that day you wrote again to Dr. Eastman. Let's show that email on the screen. In that email, you wrote, and I quote, "Did you advise the President that in your professional judgment, the Vice President does not have the power to decide things unilaterally?" And you ended that email saying, "It does not appear that the President ever got the memo." Dr. Eastman then replied, "He's been so advised." And he ends his email with, quote, "But you know him. Once he gets something in his head, it's hard to get him to change course," close quote. Mr. Jacob, when Dr. Eastman wrote, "Once he gets something in his head, it's hard to get him to change course," did you understand the he in that email to refer to the President of the United States?
I did.
And Mr. Jacob, did you hear from Dr. Eastman further after the riot had been quelled? And if so, what did he ask?
Late that evening, after the joint session had been reconvened, the Vice President had given a statement to the nation saying that violence was not going to win, freedom wins, and that the people were going to get back to doing their work. Later that evening, Mr. Eastman emailed me to point out that, in his view, the Vice President's speech to the nation violated the Electoral Count Act, that the Electoral Count Act had been violated because the debate on Arizona had not been completed in 2 hours. Of course, it couldn't be since there was an intervening riot of several hours. And that the speeches that the majority and minority leaders had been allowed to make also violated the Electoral Count Act because they hadn't been counted against the debate time. And then he implored me, now that we have established that the Electoral Count Act isn't so sacrosanct as you have made it out to be, I implore you one last time, can the Vice President please do what we've been asking him to do these last 2 days? Suspend the joint session, send it back to the states.
And we'll show you the text of that email, which
Scotty Scheffler's next to play even.
Which Dr. Eastman wrote at 11:44 p.m. on January 6th. So after the attack on the Capitol and after law enforcement had secured the Capitol, he still wrote, as you described, quote, "So now that the precedent has been set that the Electoral Count Act is not quite so sacrosanct as was previously claimed, I implore you to consider one more relatively minor violation and adjourn for 10 days to allow the legislatures to finish their investigations. So even after the attack on the Capitol had been quelled, Dr. Eastman requested, in writing no less, that the Vice President violate the law by delaying the certification and sending the question back to the states. Is that correct, Mr. Jacob?
It is.
Did you eventually share Dr. Eastman's proposal with Vice President Pence?
Not right at that time, because the Vice President was completing the work that it was his duty to do. But a day or two later, back at the White House, I did show him that final email from Mr. Eastman.
And what was Vice President Pence's reaction when you showed him the email where Dr. Eastman, after the attack on the Capitol, still asked that the Vice President delay certification and send it back to the states?
He said, that's rubber room stuff.
I'm sorry, Mr. Wood. He said it's rubber room stuff?
Yes, Congressman.
What did you interpret that to mean?
I understood it to mean that after having seen play out what happens when you convince people that there is a decision to be made in the Capitol legitimately about who is to be the president and the consequences of that, that he was still pushing us to do what he had been asking us to do for the previous 2 days, that was certifiably crazy.
We know that the Vice President did not do what Dr. Eastman requested because he presided over the completion of the counting of electoral votes late in that evening.
The number of electors appointed to vote for President of the United States is 538. Within that whole number, a majority is 270. The votes for President of the United States are as follows. Joseph R. Biden, Jr. of the state of Delaware has received 306 votes. Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida has received 232 votes. The whole number of electors appointed to vote for Vice President of the United States is 538. Within that whole number, a majority is 270. The votes for Vice President of the United States are as follows. Kamala D. Harris of the state of California has received 306 votes. Michael R. Pence of the state of Indiana has received 232 votes. The announcement of the state of the vote by the President of the Senate deemed a sufficient declaration of the persons elected President and Vice President of the United States, each for the term beginning on the 20th day of January, 2021, and shall be entered together with the list of the votes on the journals of the Senate and the House of Representatives.
Mr. Jacob, we heard earlier that you and the Vice President and the team started January 6th with a prayer. You faced a lot of danger that day, and this is a personal question. But how did your faith guide you on January 6th?
My faith really sustained me through it. I, down in the secure location, pulled out my Bible, read through it, and just took great comfort. Daniel 6 was where I went, and in Daniel 6, Daniel has become the second in command of Babylon, a pagan nation, but he completely faithfully serves. He refuses an order from the king that he cannot follow, and he does his duty consistent with his oath to God. And I felt that that's what had played out that day.
It spoke to you?
Yes.
At the end of the day, Mark Short sent the Vice President a text message with a Bible verse. Here's what he told the Select Committee.
We finally adjourned and headed our own ways. I remember, texting the Vice President a passage from 2 Timothy chapter 4, verse 7 about, I've fought the good fight, I've finished the race, I've kept the faith.
He started his day with a prayer and ended his day with a Bible verse. I've fought the good fight. I've finished the race. I've kept the faith. White House attorney Eric Hirschman testified that the next day, January 7th, he received a call from Dr. Eastman. Here is Mr. Hirschman's account of that call.
The day after, Eastman, I don't remember why he called me, and he texted me or called me, wanted to talk with me, and he said he couldn't reach others. And he started to ask me about something dealing with Georgia and preserving something potentially for appeal. And I said to him, "Are you out of your effing mind?" Right? I said, I only want to hear two words coming out of your mouth from now on: orderly transition. And then he screamed and said, "I don't want to hear any other effing words coming out of your mouth, no matter what, other than orderly transition. Repeat those words to me." And I treated that. Eventually he said, "Orderly transition." I said, "Good, John. Now I'm going to give you the best free legal advice you're ever getting in your life. Get a great effing criminal defense lawyer. You're going to need it." And then I hung up on him.
In fact, just a few days later, Dr. Eastman emailed Rudy Giuliani and requested that he be included on a list of potential recipients of a presidential pardon. Dr. Eastman's email stated, quote, "I've decided that I should be on the pardon list, if that is still in the works." Dr. Eastman did not receive his presidential pardon. So let's see what Dr. Eastman did as a result when he was deposed by this committee.
I assert my Fifth Amendment right against being compelled to be a witness against myself.
Did the Trump legal team ask you to prepare a memorandum regarding the Vice President's role in the counting of electoral votes at the joint session of Congress on January 6, 2020? Yeah. Dr. Eastman, did you advise the President of the United States that the Vice President could reject electors from 7 states and declare that the President had been reelected? Yeah. Dr. Eastman, the first sentence of the memo starts off by saying 7 states have transmitted dual slates of electors to the President of the Senate. Is that statement in this memo true?
Yes.
Did President Trump authorize you to discuss publicly your January 4th, 2021 conversation with him?
Yes.
So is it your position that you can discuss in the media direct conversations you had with the President of the United States, but you will not discuss those same conversations with this committee?
Yes.
Dr. Eastman pled the Fifth 100 times. Finally, let's hear from a federal court judge, the only one to date who has opined on whether the President was involved in criminal activity. Page 36 of Judge Carter's ruling says, quote, "Based on the evidence, the court finds it more likely than not that President Trump corruptly attempted to obstruct the joint session of Congress on January 6, 2021. Page 40 of the ruling says, quote, "Based on the evidence, the court finds that it is more likely than not that President Trump and Dr. Eastman dishonestly conspired to obstruct the joint session of Congress on January 6, 2021. And page 44, Dr. Eastman and President Trump launched a campaign to overturn a democratic election, an action unprecedented in American history. Their campaign was not confined to the ivory tower. It was a coup in search of a legal theory." Mr. Jacob, what would have happened to our democracy if Vice President Pence had gone along with this plan and certified Donald Trump as the winner of the 2020 election?
So there would have been short-term and long-term effects. The short-term I previously described, a constitutional jump ball situation, political chaos in Washington, lawsuits, and who knows what happening in the streets. And you would have had the Vice President of the United States having declared that the outcomes of these state elections were incorrect. So for all of those reasons, there would have been significant short-term consequences. But in the long term, we would have established a situation where a vice president would have asserted that one person could have the authority to determine the outcome of an election, which is antithetical to everything in our democracy, is antithetical to the rule of law. And so it would have been significant impacts, both in the short and the long term.
Judge Ludig, in the statement you released earlier today, you wrote that the efforts by President Trump to overturn the 2020 election were, quote, the most reckless, insidious, and calamitous failures in both legal and political judgment in American history. What did you mean by that?
Exactly what I said, Congressman.
Thank you, Judge. Thank you, Mr. Jacob. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentlemen.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman. I want that back. Mr. Chairman, this was an informative hearing, a powerful hearing. I'm grateful for your leadership and the leadership of the distinguished Vice Chair. Donald Trump knew he lost the 2020 election, but he could not bring himself to participate in the peaceful transfer of power. So he latched on to a scheme that, once again, he knew was illegal. And when the Vice President refused to go along with it, he unleashed a violent mob against him. When we began, I asked how we got to this place. And I think the answer to that question starts with the fact that people in positions of power put their political party before their country. It cannot be allowed to continue. I'll yield back now, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Without objection, the chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Wyoming, Ms. Cheney, for a closing statement.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you to my colleague, Representative Aguilar, and thank you very much to our witnesses today, Mr. Jacob and Judge Ludig. Thank you for being here with us. We have seen so far in our hearings that President Trump knew that his claims of a stolen election were false. You have seen that he knew that Mike Pence could not legally refuse to count electoral votes. And you have seen what President Trump did to pressure Mike Pence into taking illegal action. Over the course of our next hearings, you will see information about President Trump's efforts, John Eastman efforts, the Trump legal team's efforts to apply pressure to Republican state legislatures, state officials, and others. Judge Carter has recently written, quote, Dr. Eastman's actions in these few weeks indicate that his and President Trump's pressure campaign to stop the electoral count did not end with Vice President Pence. It targeted every tier of federal and state elected officials. We will examine all of those threats, and we will examine the Trump team's determination to transmit materially false electoral slates from multiple states to officials of the executive and legislative branches of our government. We will examine the pressures put on state legislatures to convene to reverse lawful election results. An honorable man receiving the information and advice that Mr. Trump received from his campaign experts and his staff. A man who loved his country more than himself would have conceded this election. Indeed, we know that a number of President Trump's closest aides urged him to do so. This committee will address all of these issues in greater detail in the coming weeks. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Judge Ludig and Mr. Jacob, our nation owes you a great debt for your knowledge, integrity, and your loyalty to our Constitution. You and Vice President Pence are exactly the people our nation needed at a critical time. You had the courage to do what was right. In the weeks leading up to January 6th, many people failed this test when they had to choose between their oath to the country or the demands of Donald Trump. But there were others who, like you, stood tall in the face of intimidation and put our democracy first. They include the judges who rejected the bogus claims of election fraud, the senior Justice Department officials who stood up to Donald Trump, and the state officials whom we will hear from at our next hearing. We're deeply grateful to your courage and devotion to our country. There are some who think the danger has passed, that even though there were violence and a corrupt attempt to overturn the presidential election, the system worked. I look at it another way. Our system nearly failed and our democratic foundation destroyed, but for people like you. Judge Ludick, I want to give you an opportunity to share your thoughts on the ongoing threat. You've written the clear and present danger to our democracy. Now is that former President Donald Trump and other political allies appear prepared to seize the presidency in 2024 if Mr. Trump or one of his anointed candidates is not elected by the American people. What do you mean by this?
Mr. Chairman, I'm honored beyond words by your words. I was honored on January 6, 2021, then also honored beyond words to have been able to come to the aid of Vice President Mike Pence. I prayed that day, just like the Vice President prayed that day. I believe we may have prayed the same prayer to the same God. I prayed that same prayer with my wife this morning before I came into these hearings. I have written, as you said, Chairman Thompson, that today, almost 2 years after that fateful day in January 2021, that still Donald Trump and his allies and supporters are a clear and present danger to American democracy. That's not because of what happened on January 6th. It's because to this very day, the former president, his allies and supporters pledge that in the presidential election of 2024, if the former president or his anointed successor as the Republican Party presidential candidate were to lose that election, that they would attempt to overturn that 2024 election in the same way that they attempted to overturn the 2020 election, but succeed in 2024 where they failed in 2020. I don't speak those words lightly. I would have never spoken those words ever in my life, except that that's what the former president and his allies are telling us. As I said in that New York Times op-ed, wherein I was speaking about the Electoral Count Act of 1887, the former president and his allies are executing that blueprint for 2024 in open and plain view of the American public. I repeat, I would have never uttered one single one of those words unless the former president and his allies were candidly and proudly speaking those exact words to America. Chairman, thank you for the opportunity to appear here today for these proceedings.
Thank you again, Judge Ludick. As a part of the Select Committee's charge to make recommendations that are informed by other investigative findings, we will be reviewing the views shared by Judge Ludick and other experts on potential improvements to the Electoral Count Act, among a range of other initiatives. I know the information we presented over the last week is shocking. The idea that a president of the United States would orchestrate a scheme to stay in power after the people have voted him out of office. We're able to present this information because so many witnesses have cooperated with our probe. But the fact is, there are more people with direct knowledge, with evidence germane to our investigation. I ask those who might be on the fence about cooperating to reach out to us. The committee's website address is being displayed behind me, january6.house.gov. There you can view the evidence we presented in our hearings and find a tip line to submit any information you might think would be helpful for our investigation. And despite how you might not think it's important, send a link. And I thank those who sent us evidence for their bravery and patriotism. Without objections, members will be permitted 10 business days to submit statements for the record, including opening remarks and additional questions for the witnesses. The chair requests those in the hearing room remain seated until the Capitol Police have escorted members from the room. Without objection, the committee stands adjourned.
And the third presentation of evidence by the January 6th House Select Committee has gavelled to a close today, Thursday, and what a hearing it was, in which members of the Vice President's own team, Mike Pence's own team, detailed just how much they disagreed with what Donald Trump was trying to pressure Mike Pence to do in terms of overturning the election. And members of the committee made it very clear just how close they feel American democracy came to being completely obliterated a year and a half ago, and how close it remains in terms of the peril of a free and fair election. Jamie Gangel, a lot of news made during this hearing, and we really had a clear villain, not only in the presentation of what Donald Trump was telling Mike Pence to do, which was unconstitutional and illegal, but also what Attorney John Eastman was advising Trump to do and Pence to do, up to the point in which he was asking for a presidential pardon because of what the role he had played.
Absolutely. And then we saw him. We know actually that he took the fifth more than 100 times, but we saw for the first time video of his deposition where he took the fifth over and over again. The other thing that I found fascinating was we've known that there was a phone call between Donald Trump and then Vice President Pence the morning of January 6th. It's the last-ditch effort where Trump is trying to pressure Pence to help him overturn the election. And I thought it was extraordinary because we see recordings. These are all Trump insiders.
Yep.
These are young aides and staffers. Nick Luna, the body man, Sarah Matthews, who I believe worked in the press office, describing what it was like. Nick Luna, I remember hearing the word wimp. Keith Kellogg, who's a Trump loyalist, saying it was a different tone. Ivanka tells her chief of staff, Julie Radford, that her dad just had an upsetting conversation with the vice president.
Why don't we just run that video, because we do have that excerpt of them talking about
in favor of their chosen candidate. And what we've already seen in this election season is that a few of these individuals have already won their Republican primaries. They are going to the general election. It happened just this week in Nevada in the primary for the Secretary of State race. It happened just last month in Pennsylvania in the race for governor. State Senator Doug Mastriano won his primary. He is someone who tried very intensely to get Biden's victory overthrown in his state. And in that state of Pennsylvania, Nora, it is the governor who appoints the Secretary of State.
And that's an excellent point, Nancy Cordes. Thank you. Let's bring in our chief Washington correspondent, Major Garrett. And people should know Major has a new book coming out called The Big Truth, Upholding Democracy in the Age of the Big Lie. And Major, I'm still waiting for my advance copy, but I know and I've heard that it is excellent. But what you really detail is the changes in laws that make this an ongoing threat.
But it makes it an ongoing concern for the country, Nora, and here's why. Under the banner, and it's an umbrella term, election integrity, and honestly, who's against that? Republican legislatures have restricted voting access in some significant ways. Now, not every change in every state law is one that subverts democracy or is suppressive of voter turnout. But they create new rules enforced by Republicans who have said publicly, as Nancy indicated, that they have very partisan interpretations of these laws and will enforce them to the letter. Maybe that creates confusion. Maybe that discourages people from showing up, and it puts them in a position of power should they prevail in races for Attorney General, Secretary of State, or Governor to put their thumb on the scale should they choose to do so in the 2024 presidential election. That is the threat that Judge Ludick was referring to.
Major Garrett, thank you. And Margaret Brennan, one of the other pieces of testimony we heard today is about this confrontation between President Trump and his vice president in the Oval Office, where Trump used some choice words, calling him a wimp, other terms to suggest he didn't have the courage, the power, or the cojones, essentially, to move forward with what the president wanted him to do, and even Ivanka Trump witnessing some of it.
Yes, and to hear it in just such stark terms, it kind of lays bare that this just became about bullying that day. But if you look at the calendar, the day prior, the chief of staff for the vice president called the lead Secret Service agent and said there is going to be a security risk to the life of Mike Pence because of the fact he's taking this stand tomorrow. So the people around the vice president knew this wasn't just strong-arming someone. This was actually coming along with a direct threat potentially to the life of the vice president. And it turned out that political instinct was correct because, as we heard in the courts, that in this ongoing case, the Proud Boys had testified that there could actually be an attempt on the vice president's life. And so in that Oval Office phone call on the 6th itself, the intimidation there, the language that is used just kind of symbolizes what was really going on here. And I think, John, one of the things that's interesting to pick up on a thread from you is for Mike Pence himself, he kind of is this personification of these traditional conservative ideas of fidelity to the Constitution above all else. Faith, you heard the references to biblical verses there. That is a real question here. That is the person whose life was threatened. That is the person who took this stand. And it is a challenge in so many ways to the party, or what remains of the traditional Republican Party.
And this has always been one of the challenges with President Trump, is that his supporters and others may say, well, just what Trump says are just words. Right. That's all they are. But in fact, his rhetorical remarks about the vice president, about other things, in fact, were a message. And there were people that heard that message. There were people that acted on that message. January 6th is clearly a case of that. And I want to bring in Scott McFarland on this, because there were right-wing extremist groups that took what he said literally. To be wild.
There's that name again, the Proud Boys. Third time in 3 hearings, this far-right group is of interest to the committee, and it's been of interest to the Justice Department as well. They're the top-line defendants charged with seditious conspiracy. But something else happened during the hearing, Nora. As we were watching the hearing at the federal courthouse down the road in Washington, D.C., the U.S. Justice Department submitted a court filing saying they would like copies of all the transcripts from the January 6th committee. They have prosecuted 840 defendants, but there are hundreds more to come. They want the paperwork from this January 6th committee. Nora, we've asked the committee about this in the past. They say the Justice Department can come look at it, but they're not ready to hand it over yet. The DOJ is taking it to the next level. They want the papers now.
Interesting. And John Dickerson, on that point about violence and these groups, we also learned today the president knew about the violence.
Right. One of the questions here is, what did the president do when the violence started? We heard in testimony on the first night, Mike Pence got on the phone and called the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff because the president wouldn't. But the president wasn't doing nothing. What he was doing was he was told, according to 2 witnesses who testified today, he was told the violence had started. And after that, he sent out a tweet that said Mike Pence didn't have the courage to do what should have been done to protect our country and our Constitution. After the violence had started, he refreshed that target he put on Mike Pence's back, and that's new. And in a time when he should have been doing something else, he was refreshing his target on Mike Pence.
The thing that struck me today was this notion of the word crazy. You heard White House counsel, the counsel for the vice president, talking about that this notion that Pence could somehow stop the certification of Joe Biden as president was crazy. It was crazy. And what the Justice Department, David, is looking at is, was this just a crazy legal theory, or was it in fact a criminal act? And that is a serious part of the Justice investigation, along with the violence that took place, David.
Of course, that is entirely up to the Justice Department, though we did see in testimony today from Dr. John Eastman pleading the fifth on multiple questions about this legal theory that he put forward, of course, fully supported by former President Trump. And using that word crazy, you talk about the former Vice President Mike Pence, who even after the violence at the Capitol, as he's preparing to address the joint session and the country before the certification, Mike Pence getting word that they were once again asking that he not move forward with this. He called it rubber room stuff, according to the testimony today. When asked to explain today, they said what the Vice President meant was that this was certifiably crazy. I want to bring in Chris Christie, former New Jersey Governor Christie, who is an ABC News contributor, as you know. And Governor Christie, when you heard from Judge Luttig at the end, and you could see how difficult this was today coming forward, saying he had prayers with his wife this morning and talking about not only looking back so that history records this moment, but looking forward. He said there's a clear and present danger. Do you agree with that?
David, I'll tell you, the thing that was, I think, most illustrative that people need to think about and remember off of today is, you know, Donald Trump had some very good people around him. But when those people told him something he didn't want to hear, he then moved to the crackpot squad. And you saw the crackpot squad laid out there in full display today, led by John Eastman, but also with people in that squad like Michael Flynn and Steve Bannon and Roger Stone and others who were not ever the first team, but they were always the team that was on call to come in there whenever anybody gave Donald Trump advice that he didn't want to hear. And so today you saw people like Mr. Jacob, who was giving advice and sound advice to the vice president and through the vice president to the president. We know that Pat Cipollone was giving the same type of advice. We know from Attorney General Barr that he was giving the same type of advice. And so, you know, what's disturbing is who the president of the United States, Donald Trump at the time, allowed into the Oval Office and who he was listening to. And now we see what the ramifications for that type of crackpot advice was for the country and was for the actions that had to be taken to defend it.
Governor Chris Christie with us here.
Communities that they said on the left they wanted to protect from police violence, they're the ones who are being victimized and re-victimized. Communities of color are hit the hardest when you go after cops, when you defund police departments, when you decide we're not going to enforce the law. And on top of that, of course, now we have 2 officers who are no longer with us. 2 heroes who put on that uniform every single day, and they went into the community with the intent of helping people, protecting people, only to be let down by the system that they are working with. A prosecutor who refuses to do his job. And this isn't just about what's happening in El Monte, California, or Los Angeles. This is happening across the country, in which we have prosecutors who are simply saying, I do not believe in putting people in jail. I think that they should be going into probation and restorative justice.
I think these prosecutors, you know, it looks like he's about to be ousted. They have a recall effort that has amassed more signatures than they've ever had in California history. I want to bring in Devin Nunes, who we're also lucky to have standing by with us right now, the former
relative to January 6th. And to then, after that, double back, double round, and double down on defending him, excusing it, ignoring it, nothing more than just, you know, some walk through the Congress, some type of, you know, political discourse, a misunderstanding. All of that politically in the face of this very damning evidence, to Ari's last point, is going to have a real political blowback potentially on Republicans. It'll be interesting to see how they dance on that pinhead over the next few weeks.
Joyce, we have about 25 seconds left, and I'm sorry to do that to you, but I want to get you into the conversation here, so let me turn the floor to you.
Well, something powerful that we saw today that we should look for in the future as we turn our attention to whether DOJ will prosecute is the very powerful way that the committee juxtaposed the president's tweets after he'd been told that the plan was illegal and rioters were storming the Capitol. And he continued to target Mike Pence. It's tough to walk that back. You've got the tweets and then the videotape of the rioters talking about their desire to hang Mike Pence. That becomes powerful indication that Trump was willing to use force. Force is the key element in proving insurrection or seditious conspiracy. Where this leads, we don't know for sure yet, but it's a hint of what the evidence could look like.
Thanks to Joyce, thanks to Michael Steele, of course, to Frank, Chuck, and all of our guests today. That wraps up our coverage for this afternoon. Stick with MSNBC for a 2-hour recap special beginning at 8 o'clock Eastern tonight. We'll have expert analysis on the hearing from Rachel Maddow, Joy Reid, Nicole Wallace, Chris Hayes, Lawrence O'Donnell, and Ari Melber. January 6th hearing coverage from MSNBC is also available on Peacock.
Have ended there, which is why they didn't want the Republicans to actually be part of this charade.
All right, more to come on all of this. Devin Nunes, thank you very much. We had a very short story to tell you today. Jason Rance, thank you. Pete Hegseth, always great to have you with us.
KELOLAND, your home.
Today. Go ahead and do certain illegal acts, violate the U.S. Constitution, undermine democracy, and he suspected he himself may be committing a crime, Eastman, and as a result, when he was questioned by the committee, he went through more than 100 times pleading the Fifth Amendment. Listen to this.
I assert my Fifth Amendment right against being compelled to be a witness against myself. Fifth.
Dr. Eastman pled the Fifth 100 times.
What do you think?
Well, he put Mike Pence in tremendous danger. I got to say, this was more like a Harrison Ford movie than a congressional hearing. I mean, the idea of Mike Pence as his staff gets into cars, Pence says, we're not leaving here. We are going to stay, and I'm going to do my constitutional duty as Vice President of the United States. Get out of the cars, get back into the Capitol. I mean, that's a very moving scene, and good for Mike Pence. I mean, you know, and to see those pictures of him at this loading dock, wherever that was, I mean, this was a moment in American history that could have gone either way. I mean, I think that's, you know, so reinforced. I mean, there could have been a lot more deaths. There could have been a constitutional crisis. It was bad enough as it was, but it could have been a lot worse. And Mike Pence deserves a lot of credit for the resolution was as good, if that's the word, as it turned out to be.
I was a little surprised. Remember, and I think it was the first hearing, that the evidence came out, or that from members of the committee, that I think it was Liz Cheney said that when this question of hang Mike Pence got back to Trump, that Trump supposedly said, you know, I understand what maybe they have the right idea, and suggested he had some sympathy with the idea of hang Mike Pence. And I was a little surprised that whatever evidence they have of that was not brought forward by the committee today. I suspect it'll come out when they do what was going on in the White House during the 187 minutes. But, you know, it seemed when you're talking about Mike Pence and his jeopardy, and you're seeing the gallows, and you're seeing the crowd, I was a little surprised at whatever evidence they had of that. You know, you talk about willful ignorance or criminal ignorance. I also thought it was very interesting when Greg Jacob, the chief counsel to the vice president, was talking about this long, somewhat academic conversation that he's having with John Eastman on the morning of January 5th. And he's saying, remember, there were two possibilities. Either you send it back to the states, or you just reject the electors. And Eastman had said, well, you know, reject the electors may be going too far. It might be more politically palatable to say 10-day recess, send it back to the states. But then he comes in the next day and says, no, we want to go with the plan A, reject the electors, which is even more outrageous, that the vice president is summarily going to say those states don't count. And there's a discussion about how that would stand up in the courts. And Eastman and Jacob discuss. Jacob says, well, you know, you're going to lose in the court. And he goes, well, maybe 7-2. And then after some discussion, it's, well, no, it would be 9-0. So you realize, I mean, Eastman, the man who is advancing this day after day with the approval of the president and very much to the distress of the vice president, is admitting if this goes to the Supreme Court, we would lose in a unanimous ruling.
And yet to the distress, not just to the distress of the vice, but to the threat that the vice president was facing, potentially life-threatening developments unfolding. And the president, and they made a big point during the course of this hearing, of showing all the times that the president at that time was further reinforcing this notion that Pence might be a traitor, and it's time to do something about it.
Right there, and you had those images of Pence down in the Capitol basement looking at his own phone, looking at the president's Twitter feed, trying to get a sense of when he might say something. I mean, I want to step back for a minute and say that, number one, this is a hearing that's built for the TikTok age. This is not a Watergate-era hearing. Everything we're seeing is produced in these just small enough bites. And I know that there's a lot of conservatives and Republicans who are saying, look at all this that's being taken out of context, look at all these snips. I also see it in the context of people who see these things online, that you could cut any of those clips and put them out in 15 seconds or less, and you're in someone's Instagram stories. And I feel like this is designed to counter a narrative that Trump and his allies have built consistently, not just through the president, but through their own documentaries, their own films, their own rallies. And this is also about getting something on the record with the public in a way the public can understand. Not necessarily are they going to watch every single bite of this.
Can I just pick up on this question of the threat? Because I think it's so...
The threat to Pence.
To Pence, yes. I think it is so chilling, the fact that after the events of January 5th and the back and forth between Pence and Trump, that Mark Short, Pence's chief of staff, is sufficiently concerned that this is going to become public, and that instead of this happening privately, quietly in the Oval Office, that Trump is going to, as in fact he did, go after Pence in public on January 6th with the crowd there,
But
that
Chris,
he,
can I ask
that
you,
he,
what
let me
does-
just
yeah.
finish, that he informs the head of the Secret Service detail for Pence, there's a new threat to the security of the Vice President of the United States because this is about to become very public.
His life is endangered because of what the president at that time was saying.
Yes, but just hold on one second. Given all that you just said, how does that make you think of Pence's lack of participation here, right? I mean, we're seeing every one of his aides say this, that, and the other thing. How do you read what's going on with Pence himself in this moment in time?
Well, are you talking about the fact that
There's no other, sort of close, like he could be saying something right now, right? Like there could be some interaction with the hearing. We're not seeing that.
Oh, you mean now?
Yeah.
Now.
Yeah, right this moment.
Yeah,
it's like,
no,
is it
Well,
because
look,
he still has
just
fears?
clear. Pence is walking a tightrope. Because on the one hand, he did speak to the Federalist Society, and they ran those clips where he said the idea that a single man could overturn the election would be un-American. So that's pretty strong. On the other hand, you're exactly right, Audi, that he is not willing to completely break with Trump, and more importantly, from his point of view, as a potential 24 candidate, with Trump's supporters, with the base.
And I bring that up because through May, I think the Washington Post found that more than 100 candidates were running on an election denial platform around the country. So this is a live and active discussion for voters right now at home. You are going to see a candidate who uses a similar style or who very much is in line with the former president's election line.
And that's the point that Ludwig closed with.
Right,
Exactly
about the future.
The clear and present danger.
But also, speaking of clear and present danger, one of the things that I think has come out today, but also earlier.
It says this, specific to refining capacity in the U.S., we've been investing through the downturn to increase refining capacity to process U.S. light crude by about 250,000 barrels per day, the equivalent of adding a new medium-sized refinery. We kept investing even during the pandemic.
Lower the temperature. And what is the president?
Care. Preserve your portfolio and
Pence tweet at 2:24.
Time standpoint, he certainly did that.
This is life even more. That tweet is such a malevolent act and such a incitement to violence.
Not the only
which it
malevolent
did.
act,
Well,
because
perhaps not the only one, but
the
it is
earlier,
one.
just as malevolent was the flat-out lie that he dictated to be tweeted about how he and Pence were on the same page. That was about as malicious as
Can
he
I
could
pick
get.
up on what you just said
Yeah,
about
sure.
the continuing threat? Because that's exactly right. I mean, obviously, we're very concerned here with January 6th, 2021, but there's also the question of 2022 and 2024. Let's look back to the primary results of 2 days ago. Of Tuesday, you had Tom Rice, congressman from South Carolina, 5-term congressman, one of 10 Republicans who voted to impeach Donald Trump, running in a Republican primary. He gets 25% of the vote, and an election denier gets 50% of the vote. In in Nevada, a swing state, you have election deniers winning for Secretary of State in that state, and for Senate and governor in that state. So this is not a history lesson.
Not at all.
And that point was made repeatedly over and over again by Judge Michael Ludwig in his prepared statement. He wrote, over a year and a half later, after January 6th, in continued defiance of our democracy, both the former president and his political party allies still maintain that the 2020 presidential election was stolen from him, despite all evidence now that is simply false. So we keep hearing that over and over again. Jake, back to you.
Thanks, Wolf. And you're watching The Lead after this hearing. We're joined now by a member of the House Select Committee who played a leading role in today's hearing, California Democratic Representative Pete Aguilar. Congressman, thanks so much for joining us today. We heard numerous Trump insiders admit that John Eastman's legal theory didn't hold water in any way. One of them, Eric Hirschman, even said to Eastman, "Are you out of your effing mind?" John Eastman, according to testimony, himself admitted that such an argument would lose 9-0 at the Supreme Court, although originally he said 7-2. Why is it important for the committee to establish for the public that they all understood, including Trump and Eastman, that this was not legal, this was not constitutional?
Well, it's important to build off of the second hearing. And in the second hearing, we heard very clearly that the president knew he lost the election. And so what we wanted to establish in this third hearing was that not only did he know he lost the election, but he knew that these theories, these purported legal theories, had no basis in law. We needed to establish that because it's so important that as the campaign, as the pressure cooker of a campaign on Mike Pence gets closer to January 6th, it's only because every possible remedy has been extinguished. He loses 62 cases in state and federal court. The timeline and the calendar is not helpful. And so he gravitates to this crazy theory. And so that's what's important to underscore here. And then obviously how that led to the violence and that he was willing to put his own vice president in physical danger just to stay in power.
On December 1st, 2020, Gabe Sterling, who was an elections official, a Republican down in Georgia, made a public plea to President Trump to stop the lies because somebody was going to get killed. We heard a similar comment today relayed by White House attorney Eric Hirschman, who told John Eastman that his crazy legal theory would cause riots in the streets. And Hirschman says that Eastman responded with something to the effect of, "There's been violence in the history of our country to protect democracy." What was your response when you heard Eastman kind of brush off the idea that all of this was going to cause violence and riots?
It's absolutely scary. Look, as someone who was in the Capitol and on the House floor that day, it's scary hearing that because they were clearly willing to sacrifice the safety of members of Congress and the vice president just to stay in power. And clearly this was something that even in the days leading up to January 6th, his advisors knew was going to be dangerous and knew that there could be concerns about individual safety.
We're just learning that the committee sent a letter to Ginny Thomas, who is a conservative activist and obviously also the wife of Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas. What can you tell us about this letter? What are you asking for? What do you want to know more about?
I'm not going to talk about specific interactions that we have with potential witnesses, but what I can tell you is that our threshold test has and will always be whether someone can provide information that is relevant to the January 6th committee. We're talking about protecting democracy and the threat we faced leading up to January 6th. And it wasn't just about one day. It was about this concerted effort that we have continued to talk about building up to January 6th. And so individuals who have knowledge should come forward, whether that's Kevin McCarthy or Barry Loudermilk or Ginny Thomas. But what I can tell you also is that there were a lot of conspiracy theories that were thrown around in those times that the president gravitated to. There's nothing unique about the crazy theories that were floating around the White House at the time.
We're also hearing that your committee has not completely closed the door.
Medical conditions and all your medicine.
Is that true?
We're focused on these hearings. This hearing was titled Hang Mike Pence, and we feel that we heard from his chief counsel who had those experiences. We're not going to close the door to hearing from anyone, but what I can tell you is that we're going to have a specific set of hearings in the next few weeks. Our focus is on making sure that those hearings help convey just how fragile our democracy is and how close we came to a democracy having serious concerns that day. And so we're gonna help tell that story. And we're going to do it in a truthful and honest way. But if there is still room to have conversations with anybody after that, we're not going to shy away from it. Our work will continue.
Obviously, I'm sure you would accept a live testimony or recorded testimony from former Vice President Pence. Is there any indication that he hasn't shut the door?
I'm not going to get into any interactions with potential witnesses, but what I can tell you is that look, we're not closing the door on talking to anyone who can provide relevant testimony. But we felt that we made a clear and compelling case that the vice president's safety was in danger, that he was 40 feet away from the mob as he was being evacuated. And I think that's just absolutely stunning, and that the president's own tweet became such a focal point at 2:24 p.m. Toward the violence within the crypt and within the Capitol.
Former President Trump is apparently on his social media app, Truth Social, saying he demands equal time. Would you invite him? It sounds like he wants to get something off his chest.
You know, I'll let the chairman speak to that offer if it is a real offer. I think that clearly what we also conveyed is that the former president only has a passing relationship with the truth. And so we want to make sure that we protect the integrity of the committee if we took any of those steps. But look, like I've said, you know, any potential witness, no matter who it is, if someone has things to offer, you know, we want to be in a position to have those conversations.
The committee referred to an indictment, I believe, from last year, where an informant from the Proud Boys said that there were Proud Boys he had heard from. Specifically, one of them was nicknamed Spaz. I apologize for repeating that nickname. But saying that he actually had a desire to kill, I believe Spaz was going to kill Pence. I believe somebody else was willing to kill Pelosi. In any case, how serious do you think those threats were as opposed to bluster from these types of individuals? Obviously, they were violent individuals if they breached the Capitol, but beyond that.
Well, you know, my default, Jake, is going to be that if it ends up in a Department of Justice filing, it's a pretty serious allegation. And so, you know, with that as my base, I'm going to say that this is very real. We also know from court filings very recently that buildings within the Capitol complex could have also been targets. And so what I would say is that, you know, this concerted effort that individuals undertook to threaten the safety of members of Congress who are exercising their constitutional obligations, in addition to senators and the vice president, is very shocking, and we shouldn't take it lightly at all.
One of the people that you shared questioning duties with today was former U.S. Attorney John Wood, I believe from Missouri, who was a Republican-appointed U.S. attorney. Was that, at least in part, an attempt to take the partisanship or the appearance of partisanship out of the hearings, which obviously Republican leader McCarthy and others have not made easy given their boycott of the hearings? Was that why Wood participated?
John Wood participated in those hearings, and I asked him to offer questions with me because he's the senior investigative counsel for the committee. He was in many of these depositions that we played. He's an amazing attorney. I don't care who appointed him as a U.S. attorney. And his work product, that and his counterpart Tim Heaphy, who was an Obama assistant or U.S. attorney, full U.S. attorney. They're just amazing individuals who have helped to guide our efforts, and I learned from them the entire time. But you know, I'm not going to accept the premise because that means that there is politics that's we're not taking politics out, because there's never been any politics within the January 6th committee. Everything we do is in an apolitical way, and that's why it's been such an honor to serve with the 8 colleagues that I serve with on this committee and an amazing staff who has helped guide our efforts.
All right, Congressman Pete Aguilar, Democrat of California and a member of the January 6th committee. Thank you so much. Appreciate your time, sir.
Thanks,
Coming
Dave.
up next, new CNN reporting about a disconnect between the January 6th committee and the Biden Justice Department. Stay with us.
Meet a future.
Because Saudi's economy is growing really fast because of the rise in oil prices. They have really raised production a lot from where they were a year ago. But if they push too hard with oil at this price, it could help tip into a world recession, which we see so many potential indicators anyway. And that then would, for Saudi Arabia, lead to exactly what they don't want, which is, again, another drop in demand for oil. So I think they have to be very careful. You're right that OPEC is really all about mutual self-interest for its members and their buddy Russia that follows along with them.
And speaking of Russia, it's still making a lot of money off the oil that it still trades on the market. And that's really been the currency for the war in Ukraine. I don't see that changing anytime soon, do you?
Because Russia is, unfortunately, just a really big oil exporter. And Neil, don't forget, China is buying a lot of this oil as well. So while the European Union has weaned themselves off of oil, they haven't weaned themselves off of natural gas. And China has basically promised to make up all the difference like they're doing with Iran. China buys a lot of Iran's oil to get around the sanctions as well. So don't forget, China has a huge hand in this as well.
What a murky picture. Rebecca Grant, thank you for explaining it to us. Oil did move up today in the world markets. Again, that it overshot on the south side here, and the belief that oil prices will go down if the economy goes down. It's very confusing. The bottom line is energy prices continue to move up and stay stubbornly high. So we'll keep an eye on that. Also keeping an eye on a pretty riveting day of the January 6th committee's work on trying to prove the point that Donald Trump knew what he was doing and knew the dangers of what he was inflicting. By today, not so much focusing on the former president, but his vice president. After this.
I'm not in perfect health, but I want to stay in my home. I can do it with help.
If you could just quantify how many and how much testimony you have from inside the West Wing on that day.
We have a lot of testimony from inside the West Wing, and you will continue to see it during these hearings. We have been able to lay out enough information to give you kind of an inside the White House perspective of what happened on January 6th. And I think it's an important part of our investigation. You'll continue to see the evidence as it's relevant to the topics of the hearings.
What was perhaps this sort of dramatic climax today was the evidence of John Eastman seeking a pardon, saying, I decided I should be on that pardon list after all. What is, in your analysis, the significance of John Eastman thinking he'd done enough bad deeds to need a pardon?
I think the fact that he sought a pardon underscores what he knew all along, which was what he was proposing was illegal, that it didn't have any legal basis, and he was trying to cover himself after the fact.
Are we still to be braced for new revelations about not just the White House, but the president's knowledge of violence as it was being planned and as it was taking place on January 6th?
I think you'll continue to receive new information that we have collected. But I think the thing that's really important to point out is that in the last hearing, you saw repeatedly that the president had been told by his advisors that he had lost the election. So it was clear he knew he had lost the election. He was told repeatedly that there were no fraud claims that were legitimate. He understood that there was no fraud. And in this hearing, you heard that he understood that the legal theory that Eastman was pressing was not legal. He understood that. So he knew all of these things, and yet he went out to his supporters and said the opposite in each case. He said he had won. He said there was fraud. He said that there was a path for the vice president to move forward. He is lying to his supporters.
So, I mean, that's a really effective sort of signpost, I think, for us. The first hearing established that he knew he'd lost. His advisors knew he lost. They told him that he lost. No denying that both he knew the fact of it and he'd been informed of the fact of it. On the Eastman memo, he was told repeatedly by his own advisors and Pence's advisors that it was an illegal scheme, that the Constitution did not allow for one man to change the results of the election, and he pursued it. And the third one is that he was aware of violence. He was aware of violence and a threat to the vice president as he's continuing to stoke anger and hatred toward the vice president. Do you, in your view, having just examined the evidence as a member of the committee, I mean, does this render moot what we cover as a debate amongst all of you in terms of whether or not there'll be a criminal referral? It seems that criminal conduct, that question has been asked and answered.
You know, the case that I think we're making to the American people as we lay out these facts and through these hearings is that we came perilously close to losing our democracy, and it was because there was a man in power who cared more about his personal gain than he did about his commitment to the Constitution and to this country. And I think the other thing that's important to note is that, you know, our charge is a legislative charge. Lay out the facts, provide legislative recommendations, and the Department of Justice will have the ability to investigate if necessary. And they have been investigating. They have prosecuted quite a number of people who were involved in the attack on the Capitol on January 6th. So they're doing their job. I imagine it just will be a matter of time.
But I mean, what we know in terms of their investigation is it focuses on the insurrectionists, and then they feature prominently in today's evidence. There's no evidence that that has extended into Donald Trump's conduct that day. Do you think it should?
You know, it's what the Department of Justice is looking at is often under close hold and under wraps. So I don't know that you can say definitively that they're not investigating one way or the other. What I would say is that the big takeaway is that President Trump was not morally fit for office, and that as Americans, we have a responsibility to secure our democracy by electing people with the kind of good moral character to execute on their duties and to commit to the rule of law and to commit to a peaceful transfer of power.
Congresswoman Stephanie Murphy, thank you for spending some time with us on another extraordinary day of public testimony. We're grateful to you.
Good to be with you.
Let me bring back into our conversation our panelists. And Harry, let me come to you on this. I mean, these signposts she laid out, it's like check, check, check. Donald Trump lost and knew he lost because they told him, and we have 7 people that did so. Donald Trump knew the Eastman memo was illegal and was told it was illegal. We have 5 people that told him. Donald Trump knew that there was violence at the Capitol. Here are all the people who told him. I mean, it seems that in terms of what the committee is presenting and the evidence and the testimony to back it up, they are indeed batting 1,000.
There's no doubt about it. The boxes have long since been checked that the prosecution will be looking at to decide whether or not to bring charges. And there's very good evidence that they are already launched on investigations of other than the marauders. And that investigative path has to end with a close scrutiny of Trump himself. Doesn't have to end with charges, but there's no way that the DOJ could do a full-bodied investigation of this sort of the Eastman, Meadows, those characters, without looking at Trump. Now, at the end of the day, with Trump maybe uniquely, whether to prosecute would involve these other questions of what's in the best interest of the country. But I think they're not only going to do it, they are already on that path. And as you say, on the critical questions of intent, there's a few different crimes here, and when you get to conspiracy, it gets tricky. But on other crimes that are in play, on the questions of intent, it's been now established in 3 or 4 different ways. It's really not a challenge to prosecutors anymore.
Well,
and one more quick thing.
Ahead.
I'm sorry. It's the DOJ. We found out today that the DOJ had a confidential informant who actually said that a Proud Boys guy who said we'd have killed Pence if we saw him. That's from the DOJ's investigation.
So, you know, as a viewer, that feels like being a sociopath. But as a lawyer, Harry, what crime is that?
Oh, that would have been murder.
But I mean the knowledge. I mean the knowledge of all this violence. And we know that Cassidy Hutchinson testified that Mark Meadows was well aware of the probability for violence. We also know from this testimony that 2 of those mid-level White House aides marched into the outer Oval Office, which is steps away from the Oval itself, to tell Mark Meadows to do something because of what you're describing. What is the criminal exposure for knowledge of all that and doing nothing?
I tweeted this on the fly. I think Frank would agree with me. It's what we already have. They're certainly trying in many
Trump was symbiotic with those extremists, not just on that day, but every day since.
Yeah, and it sure seems that we're even going to go beyond call and response here. I think that's where this committee is headed. And, you know, that meeting, and we've talked about that, the documentarian who captured Stuart Rhodes and Enrique Tarrio, Proud Boys and Oath Keepers, meeting together in that parking garage. That is startling stuff. I don't believe that they just bumped into each other. You don't just bump into somebody in the parking garage before the insurrection. So there's significance to this, and I know the January 6th committee is exploring whether or not, you know, the likelihood that these extremist groups did not operate in a vacuum, but rather there was knowledge, even direction and guidance coming from somewhere. And what news broke in the last, hour or two? I've lost track of time, but that DOJ has said to the committee in writing, again, we need your transcripts now. If you look at the fine print of that, where did that come from? Why do they need the transcripts now? It came from a Proud Boys prosecution that's ongoing right now, that's saying where the prosecutor and the defense in the Proud Boys case are saying, we need transcripts, we need the transcripts from the committee. And DOJ's going, yeah, we do. And then, and it says for ongoing prosecutions, plural. And who signed off on the DOJ letter? Matt Olson, the head of national security for DOJ. And yes, that makes sense to me. That's the Proud Boys trial. I get it. That would be under his purview. But also the head of criminal division at DOJ signed off on it, saying, yeah, we have ongoing prosecutions too, and we need the transcripts. This isn't over yet.
I want to do two things. I have a mash from the testimony of the Trump end of the call to Pence on this morning. I want to play that for Ben and Michael Steele because there is history being made in terms of what we're seeing and what we're learning about what was for Mike Pence in some of the same ways that the coup was for Bill Barr, a bridge too far for Trump's most loyal aide. Everyone's sticking around. When we come back, we'll get to that. Don't go anywhere.
Bipolar depression. It made me feel trapped in a fog.
This is art inspired by real stories of bipolar depression.
I just couldn't find my way out of it.
The lows of bipolar depression can take you to a dark place. Latuda can make a real difference in your symptoms. Latuda was proven to significantly reduce bipolar depression symptoms, and in clinical studies had no substantial impact on weight.
This is where I want to be.
Call your doctor about sudden behavior changes or suicidal thoughts. Antidepressants can increase these in children and young adults. Elderly dementia patients have increased risk of death or stroke. Report fever, confusion, stiff or uncontrollable muscle movements, which may be life-threatening or permanent. These aren't all the serious side effects.
Now, I'm back.
Ask your doctor if Latuda is right for you. Pay as little as $0 for your first prescription.
Dad and I finally had that talk.
No, not that talk.
About what the future looks like.
For me, I may have trouble getting around, but I want to live in my home, where I'm comfortable, and my friends are nearby. I can do it with the help of a barber, personal shopper, an exercise buddy, someone who can help me live right at home.
Life's good
when you have a plan.
You have an alarming number of puppets.
I sell them online.
Let's make this puppet biz legit.
Deep hole, and I don't know how we'll climb out of it.
Want to do more for your brain?
My minions will save me.
You see the
an important work.
It's still a hot one out there.
But here comes.
Your spirit is stronger than your highs and lows.
You worked hard to save for my future. So now, I want to thank you. I started investing with Vanguard to help take care of you, like you took care of me. Te quiero, Mama.
Only at Vanguard, you're more than just an investor. You're an owner, helping you take care of the ones you love. That's the value of ownership.
Right now, we're all feeling the squeeze.
you're having to get creative. Find a new way. But birthdays still happen. Fridays still call for s'mores. You have to make magic, and you're figuring out how to do that. What you don't have to figure out is where to shop, because while you're getting creative, Walmart is doing what we always do, keeping prices low for you every day, so you can save money and live better.
What if you were a global energy company with operations in Scotland, technologists in India, and customers all on different systems? You need to pull it together. So you call in IBM and Red Hat to create an open hybrid cloud platform. Now data is available anywhere securely. And your digital transformation is helping find new ways to unlock energy around the world. Let's create a hybrid cloud that can change an industry. IBM, let's create.
Ace now offers free assembly and delivery, so it's never been easier to get a great grill for your family, like a Traeger wood pellet grill, Weber.
He unleashed a violent mob against him. When we began, I asked how we got to this place. And I think the answer to that question starts with the fact that people in positions of power put their political party before their country. It cannot be allowed to continue. I'll yield back now, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Without objection, the chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Wyoming, Ms. Cheney, for a closing statement.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you to my colleague, Representative Aguilar, and thank you very much to our witnesses today, Mr. Jacob and Judge Ludick. Thank you for being here with us. We have seen so far in our hearings that President Trump knew that his claims of a stolen election were false. You have seen that he knew that Mike Pence could not legally refuse to count electoral votes. And you have seen what President Trump did to pressure Mike Pence into taking illegal action. Over the course of our next hearings, you will see information about President Trump's efforts, John Eastman efforts, the Trump legal team's efforts to apply pressure to Republican state legislatures, state officials, and others. Judge Carter has recently written, quote, Dr. Eastman's actions in these few weeks indicate that his and President Trump's pressure campaign to stop the electoral count did not end with Vice President Pence. It targeted every tier of federal and state elected officials. We will examine all of those threats, and we will examine the Trump team's determination to transmit materially false electoral slates from multiple states to officials of the executive and legislative branches of our government. We will examine the pressures put on state legislatures to convene to reverse lawful election results. An honorable man receiving the information and advice that Mr. Trump received from his campaign experts and his staff, a man who loved his country more than himself, would have conceded this election. Indeed, we know that a number of President Trump's closest aides urged him to do so. This committee will address all of these issues in greater detail in the coming weeks. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Judge Ludick and Mr. Jacob, our nation owes you a great debt for your knowledge, integrity, and your loyalty to our Constitution. You and Vice President Pence are exactly the people our nation needed at a critical time. You had the courage to do what was right. In the weeks leading up to January 6th, many people failed this test when they had to choose between their oath to the country or the demands of Donald Trump. But there were others who, like you, stood tall in the face of intimidation and put our democracy first. They include the judges who rejected the bogus claims of election fraud, the senior Justice Department officials who stood up to Donald Trump, and the state officials whom we will hear from at our next hearing. We are deeply grateful to your courage and devotion to our country. There are some who think the danger has passed, that even though there were violence and a corrupt attempt to overturn the presidential election, the system worked. I look at it another way. Our system nearly failed and our democratic foundation destroyed, but for people like you. Judge Ludick, I want to give you an opportunity to share your thoughts on the ongoing threat. You've written the clear and present danger to our democracy. Now is that former President Donald Trump and other political allies appear prepared to seize the presidency in 2024 if Mr. Trump or one of his anointed candidates is not elected by the American people. What do you mean by this?
Mr. Chairman, I'm honored beyond words by your words. I was honored on January 6, 2021, then also honored beyond words to have been able to come to the aid of Vice President Mike Pence. I prayed that day, just like the Vice President prayed that day. I believe we may have prayed the same prayer to the same God. I prayed that same prayer with my wife this morning before I came into these hearings. I have written, as you said, Chairman Thompson, that today, almost 2 years after that fateful day in January 2021, that still Donald Trump and his allies and supporters are a clear and present danger to American democracy. That's not because of what happened on January 6th. It's because to this very day, the former president, his allies and supporters pledge that in the presidential election of 2024, if the former president or his anointed successor as the Republican Party presidential candidate were to lose that election, that they would attempt to overturn that 2024 election in the same way that they attempted to overturn the 2020 election, but succeed in 2024 where they failed in 2020. I don't speak those words lightly. I would have never spoken those words ever in my life, except that that's what the former president and his allies are telling us as I said in that New York Times op-ed, wherein I was speaking about the Electoral Count Act of 1887, the former president and his allies are executing that blueprint for 2024 in open and plain view of the American public. I repeat, I would have never uttered one single one of those words unless the former president and his allies were candidly and proudly speaking those exact words to America. Chairman, thank you for the opportunity to appear here today for these proceedings.
Thank you again, Judge Ludick. As a part of the Select Committee's charge to make recommendations that are informed by other investigative findings, we will be reviewing the views shared by Judge Ludick and other experts on potential improvements to the Electoral Count Act, among a range of other initiatives. I know the information we presented over the last week is shocking. The idea that a president of the United States would orchestrate a scheme to stay in power after the people have voted him out of office. We're able to present this information because so many witnesses have cooperated with our probe. But the fact is, there are more people with direct knowledge, with evidence germane to our investigation. I ask those who might be on the fence about cooperating to reach out to us. The committee's website address is being displayed behind me, january6.house.gov. There you can view the evidence we presented in our hearings and find a tip line to submit any information you might think would be helpful for our investigation. And despite how you might not think it's important, send us what you think. And I thank those who sent us evidence for their bravery and patriotism. Without objections, members will be permitted 10 business days to submit statements for the record, including opening remarks and additional questions for the witnesses. The chair requests those in the hearing room remain seated until the Capitol Police have escorted members from the room. Without objection, the committee stands adjourned.
More than 40 million people are using Facebook.
Chilling.
Right.
Yeah. Okay.
You know, and that's what, I mean, that's my reaction to it.
Did Donald Trump lose the election?
Look, Joe Biden is the president of the United States.
That's not what I asked.
He lost the election.
I know who's president.
Right. He lost
I'm
the
just asking. No, let's
play it on the table.
You sounded very reasonable up to this point. The question is, did Donald Trump lose the election?
The answer is that Joe Biden was elected president of the United States. And
is that a yes? Donald Trump lost the election? When did this become so hard? I mean, you're a very serious person.
It's not hard. I have serious concerns about what happened during the course of that election that I think should be corrected for the next time.
That's great.
I'm not interested in rehashing the old thing.
Did Donald Trump lose the election?
We're done with that. Joe Biden had an electoral college majority and was elected president of the United States. Simple.
So Donald Trump lost because Joe Biden won.
Yeah, there's a winner and there's a loser.
Okay.
There's a winner and a loser.
Did Donald Trump
live to fight another day?
Did Donald Trump, according to this evidence, know he lost?
I think that I think he had a legitimate question in his mind about whether or not there was a fair election, which he's a view that he's entitled to have. I think he's entitled to seek legal advice about whether or not there's any recourse about that. But at the end of the day, he left office voluntarily, and Joe Biden was elected and was inaugurated president of the United States. That's the end. That's our system working.
Okay, let's look at the evidence, because this is also interesting. And you, of course, are one of the few people who's been a recent legal counsel in some capacity to Donald Trump, as mentioned in the impeachment. They did show a lot of evidence that other people in those kind of posts, right, aides, advisors, lawyers, repeatedly told him they're loyal to him, they like him, they wish he won, but they told him he lost. Take a look.
I essentially said, look, we looked at that allegation. That allegation was not supported by the evidence.
Eric and Pat didn't, told the group, the president included, that none of those allegations had been substantiated.
I said, okay, well, with regard to Georgia, we looked at the tape, we interviewed the witnesses. There is no suitcase.
I told him that the stuff that his people were shoveling out to the public was bull.
From Bill Barr on down, we see these Trump lawyers, appointees, and staff say, you lost. This plan for the 6th is illegal. Are they all lying? Are they all wrong?
I don't know about the plan for the 6th being illegal, but, did he get advice from people that were close to him, who were lawyers, who were telling him that you didn't have the evidence to be able for us to do anything about it? Sure, he got that advice. He got advice from other people, whether you think it is well or ill-founded, that he might have recourse. And he's entitled to decide that he doesn't want to accept the advice of his lawyers, which clients do all the time. I'm well familiar with that little problem. So, I understand why the committee is doing what it is doing to try to set up the notion that essentially he's proceeding on a notion that he knows that his efforts to try to overturn the election are ill-founded and illegal. Look, I think one of the things that's come out of this thing that nobody really wants to pay too much attention to is that there are problems with the 12th Amendment and the Electoral College Act that need to be addressed. Donald Trump happened to make an effort to try to exploit them, and including through John Eastman. That only goes to serve, it seems to me, for the future, that we need to tighten up at least the Electoral College Act.
And that's a policy discussion.
And I think that's going to happen, by the way, and I think it's going to happen on a bipartisan basis, and that's useful. And by the way, that was not something that was recognized as a problem exclusively post-January 6, 2020. That was something that people have recognized for some time. Well, and it needs correction. And it will be corrected.
And apparently it took a violent insurrection to get people focused on that. But final question here, just doubling back to it. Are those people right and telling the truth? Because that's considerable evidence marshaled now in public that they told Trump. They did tell him he lost, and they did tell him the plan was illegal. You just questioned that in your answer, but Eastman himself concedes that, and Giuliani, by the morning of the 6th, conceded that, then went out and publicly said the opposite to the people who risked themselves and their lives in some ways on the Capitol steps. I hear you, but I'm not quite sure it's that absolute. I mean, I listened to Eric Hirschman's testimony carefully. I don't think in his mind that he was certain that Eastman concluded that that advice was illegal. I don't think he would have offered it if he thought it was decidedly illegal. I think he recognized that there were problems with it. I think he recognized that if they pushed it, they would lose in the Supreme Court 9-0 or 7-2, whatever you said. By the way, briefly, because I'm running over on time, and I'll give you the last word as is courtesy.
And the heat will continue through the weekend.
Thank you for joining us.
Have a great evening.
Tonight, we have several top headlines as we come on the air. The captivating evidence in the January 6th hearing, including the danger to then Vice President Pence. Plus, what President Biden is saying tonight about the possibility of a recession. The bombshell testimony and the new pictures from January 6th of Mike Pence. Why his closest aides were so concerned about what the violent mob would do to the vice president.
The Proud Boys would have killed Mike Pence if given a chance.
Plus, the justice's wife. What we're learning about Ginny Thomas and her alleged involvement in trying to overturn the 2020 election. Breaking news, the new interview with President Biden. Why he says inflation isn't his fault. Tonight, as Wall Street panics, mortgage rates skyrocket. How much more will a new loan cost you? Tonight, the massive flood and new video from Yellowstone National Park. And the questions about why the governor is nowhere to be found. Plus, the major flight cancellations and delays due to severe weather nationwide. Tonight's other top headlines. A third American reportedly missing in Ukraine. Revlon files for bankruptcy. And finally, ahead of Father's Day, how a father-daughter bond led to a possible life-saving discovery.
This is the CBS Evening News with Norah O'Donnell, reporting from the nation's capital.
Good evening, and thank you for joining us on this Thursday night. Today, we witnessed what some consider to be the most important January 6th hearing to date. There was powerful testimony from one of the most respected conservative lawyers in the Republican Party, warning ominously that the threat to democracy isn't over and that former President Donald Trump and his allies present, quote, a clear and present danger in 2024. Former federal judge Michael Luttig said Vice President Mike Pence prevented what would have been a revolution within a constitutional crisis. Strong words. And we learned today that rioters came within 40 feet of Mike Pence. And we saw new pictures today of the former vice president huddled in a secure location under the Capitol, reading Trump's tweets. In the words of one of the committee witnesses, if the violent mob had found Mike Pence, they probably would have killed him. And we have some new reporting. CBS News has learned that former President Trump is following these hearings, and he is reportedly furious. We have team coverage tonight, starting with CBS's Scott MacFarlane on Capitol Hill. Scott, good evening.
Hey, Nora, the committee detailed an unprecedented pressure campaign against Mike Pence, which ignited the crowd, some of whom, the committee says, were willing to kill Pence. The riotous mob got within 40 feet of an evacuating Mike Pence on January 6th. Pence's lawyer, Greg Jacob, was with him.
I don't think I was aware that they were as close as that.
At least some willing to murder, according to the committee and an FBI informant.
The Proud Boys would have killed Mike Pence if given a chance.
The committee contended the mob was egged on by a tweet from Donald Trump saying Pence lacked courage.
The situation was already bad, and so it felt like he was pouring gasoline on the fire by tweeting that.
New images showed Pence hiding in an underground safe room. The committee also showed Trump in the Oval Office on the morning of January 6th when he put final pressure on Pence to block certification of the election in an explosive phone call.
The conversation was pretty heated. It was a different tone than I'd heard him take with the vice president before.
Ivanka Trump telling an aide what vulgarity he called the vice president.
Do you remember what she said her father called him?
The P word.
His aides say Pence never considered the scheme devised by California lawyer John Eastman to have the former vice president reject the electors and throw the election to Trump.
There is no justifiable basis to conclude that the vice president has that kind of authority.
The committee said even Trump's chief of staff and Eastman himself knew the plan was bogus and dangerous. Former White House lawyer Eric Hirschman said he warned Eastman.
You're saying that you believe the vice president, acting as president of the Senate, can be the sole decision maker as to, under your theory, who becomes the next president of the United States? And you said yes. And I said, are you out of your effing mind? I said, you're going to cause riots in the streets.
After the attack, Eastman emailed Rudy Giuliani asking to be considered for a pardon.
I assert my Fifth Amendment right against being compelled to be a witness against myself.
And when deposed by the committee this past December, Eastman took the fifth more than 140 times. Conservative Judge Michael Luttig, an outside advisor to Pence, said the threat to democracy remains to this day.
Donald Trump and his allies and supporters are a clear and present danger.
During the hearing, there was a letter release sent by the Justice Department to the January 6th committee asking the committee for copies of all the transcripts from all their interviews. The committee won't comment, but in the letter, the Justice Department says it needs those transcripts, Nora, to prosecute more January 6 criminals.
Scott MacFarlane, thank you. Also new tonight, we learned the committee now wants to interview Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas's wife, Ginny, after new emails were revealed from the conservative activist. CBS's Robert Costa is here. So Wow, this is a new step forward. I mean, how soon could this happen?
Very soon. Nora, for months after CBS News and the Washington Post broke the news on this program that there were text messages between the White House Chief of Staff and Ginny Thomas, we have sought comment. Now Ms. Thomas has told a conservative media outlet, the Daily Caller, that she's willing to cooperate with the committee, and the committee this afternoon issued an invitation for her to appear. They will ask about those text messages as well as emails between her and John Eastman, who played such a prominent role in the story of today's hearing.
Right. What were they talking about, and what do we know about Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas's role, if any?
That is the lingering question, and the committee will certainly probe it. They have held off on a subpoena until now, but they want to know, did the justice who oversees cases on the election have any kind of discussions with his spouse or perhaps John Eastman, his former clerk, about those cases?
Feels like there's still so much more to learn.
This story is still unfolding.
Robert Costa, thank you. Well, tonight, President Biden in a new interview arguing that a recession is not inevitable as he tries to calm the markets as the Federal Reserve works to bring inflation under control. But it was a brutal day on Wall Street. The Dow sank below 30,000 for the first time in over a year, and the S&P dropped deeper into a bear market. And with stocks down, mortgage rates are up, hitting their highest level since 2008. The average 30-year loan rose to 5.78%. That's up more than 2.5 points since January. Here's CBS's Lana Zak.
Across America tonight, housing anxiety.
Our family is getting really big, and we really need a house. You would have to put more money into...
Christina Hargrove, a real estate agent herself, has been crammed into a 2-bedroom condo with her family house hunting for the last 6 months.
That needed to be tweeted at that moment. The situation was already bad, and so it felt like he was pouring gasoline on the fire by tweeting that.
Nothing but a traitor, and he deserves to burn with the rest of them.
We just heard that Mike Pence is not going to reject any fraudulent elector vote. That's right. You heard it here first. Mike Pence has betrayed the United States of America.
As the mob broke into the Capitol, Pence was evacuated from the Senate floor to a nearby office, huddling with his family, his wife pulling the curtains so the mob wouldn't see them. Then, with the rioters just 40 feet away, the Secret Service rushed the vice president, his family, and top aides to a secure underground location. Pence Chief of Staff Greg Jacob was there with him.
Approximately 40 feet. That's all there was. 40 feet between the vice president and the mob. Mr. Jacob, you were there, seeing that for the first time.
I could hear the din of the rioters in the building while we moved, but I don't think I was aware that they were as close as that.
The Secret Service had cars in that underground parking garage, waiting to take Pence safely away from the Capitol.
Secret Service directed us to get into the cars, which I did. And then I noticed that the vice president had not. Head of his Secret Service detail, Tim, had said, I assure you we're not going to drive out of the building without your permission. And the vice president had said something to the effect of, Tim, I know you, I trust you, but you're not the one behind the wheel. And the vice president did not want to take any chance that the world would see the vice president of the United States fleeing the United States Capitol.
The January 6th committee showed these never-before-seen photos, the vice president working the phones in that concrete garage for some 3 hours without even a chair to sit in.
Mr. Jacob, did Donald Trump ever call the vice president to check on his safety?
He did not.
Mr. Jacob, how did Vice President Pence and Mrs. Pence react to that?
With frustration.
Even after the attack, after the mob was cleared from the Capitol, Trump and his allies kept the pressure on Pence. Shortly before he was to certify the election, John Eastman, a lawyer advising Trump, emailed the vice president's counsel, saying it wasn't too late for Pence to change his mind.
What was Vice President Pence's reaction when you showed him the email where Dr. Eastman, after the attack on the Capitol, still asked that the vice president delay certification and send it back to the states?
He said, that's rubber room stuff.
What did you interpret that to mean?
That was certifiably crazy.
Mr. Jacob testified that the vice president was never going to go along with Trump's scheme.
The vice president's first instinct when he heard this theory was that there was no way that our framers, who abhorred concentrated power, who had broken away from the tyranny of George III, would ever have put one person in a role to have decisive impact on the outcome of the election.
Pence knew that Trump was asking him to do something illegal and something that no other vice president had ever attempted.
No vice president in 230 years of history had ever claimed to have that kind of authority.
For guidance, Pence turned to former Judge Michael Luttig, a widely respected conservative appointed by George H.W. Bush. Luttig today declared if Pence had done what Trump wanted him to do, the consequences would have been dire.
That declaration of Donald Trump as the next president would have plunged America into what I believe would have been tantamount to a revolution within a constitutional crisis in America.
John Carl with us live from Capitol Hill tonight. John, you were on the air with us today all day long, and I know ABC News has learned that Donald Trump and Mike Pence haven't talked since last summer.
It's been a year, almost a year since they last talked, but Pence has said publicly and bluntly he believes Donald Trump was wrong, and, quote, there's almost no idea more un-American than the notion that any one person could choose the president.
And John, one more question for you tonight. We learned today that after it became clear that the election would not be overturned the night of January 6th, that lawyer that President Trump had teamed up with on this scheme to halt the certification, John Eastman, that lawyer asked to be then included on the list of possible pardons?
He was looking for a pardon, and when he testified before this committee on video, David, that's him on the left, he took the Fifth Amendment more than 100 times, refusing to answer his questions.
John Carl with us tonight on this again. John, our thanks to you. We turn next tonight to the severe storms in the east as we're on the air tonight. A tornado watch now in effect for
Fitz, Bath Fitter.
Of this damage, she now believes it could take longer than October before the entire park reopens. Nora.
Jonathan Vigliotti, thank you so much.
Was just surprised and happy that this finally got across the finish line, because it is so rare to see such a massive bipartisan showing and so rare to get something done here on Capitol Hill. So monumental after these veterans have been fighting here, some in wheelchairs, some carrying their oxygen for decades, as we said. And for them to see this get done, they tell me it's just hard to believe, but they are so happy to see it happen.
Yeah, it's certainly been a long time coming. All right, Kelly Meyer, thank you for that. Well, this new bill aiming to bring hope to many of the victims and their families. Susan Zier joins us now. Her son-in-law is who this burn pit bill is named after. Her son-in-law, Sergeant First Class Heath Robinson. He was an Ohio National Guard soldier who was deployed to Kosovo and Iraq. He died in 2020. Susan, we are so sorry for your loss. Thank you for being here.
Thank you for having me.
Well, Susan, hearing this news, how do you feel about finally seeing some movement on this legislation? One vote left.
Yeah, it's been a long time coming, and a lot of frustration and anger over the last 5 years. But knowing that this bill is just one more step away from being signed by President Biden it means the world to me and to thousands of other veterans and surviving loved ones across the country.
And Susan, we know Heath died, sadly, back in 2020. Do you think this bill goes far enough to address these real problems?
I think this bill is a great start. There needs to be more illnesses added eventually, because the list of presumptions in this legislation really doesn't cover all of them. In fact, Heath had an autoimmune disease aside from his lung cancer of the mucous membranes, and you know, there's not, I don't think there's very many, if any, autoimmune diseases included. So we have more work to do, but this is like a battering ram. We broke down the door and we got in and put the fire out, and now we're going to have to keep going and you know, take care of the rest of the burning room, I guess.
Right. No, absolutely. Susan Zier, we thank you so much for being here, and hopefully we will see this legislation pass, because I know there's a lot of families who need the help. Thank you, Susan.
Yep. Thank you.
Well, nearly 3,000 people died during the September 11th terror attacks. Each
January 6th committee, gas is over $5 per gallon. Katie, is this resonating with conservative America or just the progressive side?
Certainly with the progressive side, which have used the January 6th committee hearings to raise money and to attack Republicans ahead of the midterms. But when it comes to moving the needle, I find it quite interesting with the Fox News polling that showed on the question of which party is doing a better job preserving democracy, that Republicans actually best Democrats. And it's only by 1 point. But given all of the political capital, the time that Democrats have spent over not just the course of the January 6th investigation over the past year, but over the course of President Trump's time in the Oval Office, saying that they were the party of preserving democracy, investing all of this time and taxpayer money, they're not winning on that. And that's been their whole point with the January 6th committee. That was their point with impeaching President Trump twice, that they were defending democracy on behalf of the American people. And that's not working. The only time I see this being a factor with these hearings in terms of elections, not during the midterms, especially given all the other issues Americans are focused on, but possibly in 2024, if you were to see a matchup between former Vice President Mike Pence and President Donald Trump, that is where, you know, some of this stuff in these videos and the comments that were made may get pushed back up on the right side of the aisle. But other than that, regular everyday Americans are concerned about gas prices because everybody is affected by them.
Katie, let me follow up with you at the point you just made. How does former Vice President Mike Pence come out looking with the Republican base after today's hearing?
Well, you know, President Donald Trump has attacked his vice president a lot over this issue, over the certification of the 2020 presidential election. Mike Pence hasn't said a whole lot about that. Today, we heard from his advisors about the thought process. We got a history and civics lesson from his attorneys who are working in the vice president's office about why that decision was made. We even got some admissions from President Trump's counsel about the way forward and actually rejecting it. So in terms of how the voters feel on the right, President Donald Trump certainly has a 30% hold on the party, but a lot can change between now and 24. And again, I think people may bring this up as a opposition research type idea, but people are focused on the other issues.
All right, panel. Up next, oil companies push back on President Biden.
This might be illegal. And when he did that, he put MAGA fans in danger.
Absolutely. And I think the other key here is the entirety of this hearing is Republicans, right? And it's Republicans pulling back the screen and admitting what the truth is. And that hasn't happened up to now, right? So as a progressive, that's been one of the most frustrating pieces of the past few years, is that you see these Republican politicians and people like Giuliani lying to you. It's fascinating and powerful to learn that they knew that they were lying to us and that they were doing it in a really clear and premeditated way.
And it speaks to a criminal mindset.
Precisely.
Lawyers with a criminal mindset, obviously not immune, unlike, just like anybody else. We come back to you from time to time for this. I appreciate you doing it, Michael.
Thank you so much.
Absolutely, Michael Hirschhorn. Coming up, the graphic video showing how rioters responded to Trump's incitement against Pence. Stay with us.
That was chanting, "Hang Mike Pence."
The House committee revealed today that Pence came a mere 40 feet from rioters, then was ushered to safety by the Secret Service. A newly obtained photo from ABC News shows Pence and his family hiding in a Capitol office as the riot unfolded. Testimony was played from witnesses who recalled a heated phone conversation that morning. Then President Trump lobbing insults at Pence as Pence resisted Trump's pressure to not certify the election results.
I remember hearing the word wimp.
The P word.
there's no love lost between these two now, and we should forget about any kumbaya moment.
A far cry, first time Donald Trump and Mike Pence met. According to author Michael D'Antonio, who's written biographies of both men, that was in the summer of 2016, when Trump was looking for a vice presidential running mate. A visit to Indianapolis by Trump, D'Antonio says, played to Trump's ego and Pence's ambition.
I think Trump was convinced, and partly because Pence was so obsequious in that moment. He praised Trump. He acted like he'd have no trouble, despite his evangelical Christian morality, associating himself with Trump.
Both men perfected the art of gushing over each other in public in those early days.
Donald Trump showed you can have broad shoulders and still stand with grace and poise on the international stage.
Mike Pence did an incredible job.
All right. D'Antonio believes Pence was turned off by Trump's lying, his treatment of women and AIDS, but that Pence was determined to play the game better than anyone else and became the ultimate loyalist, which was on display during sometimes cringeworthy cabinet meetings.
Thank you, Mr. President, and just the greatest privilege of my life is to serve as vice president to a president who's keeping his word to the American people.
The turning point, D'Antonio believes, when Trump pressured Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky to investigate Joe and Hunter Biden and the subsequent impeachment proceedings against Trump.
We're the point when Pence probably thought this presidency is an absolute mess.
And today, a person familiar with the relationship told CNN Donald Trump and Mike Pence have not spoken in more than a year. Both men now reportedly gearing up for possible presidential runs in 2024, where they would square off against each other in the GOP primaries, and even more vitriol and maybe some dirt from the past might emerge, Wolf.
We will find out fairly soon. All right, Brian, thank you very, very much. Just ahead, we'll have an update from Yellowstone National Park, where a new forecast is now prompting fears of even more flooding.
Welcome to your world, your why. What drives you? What do you want to leave behind? What do you want to give back? What do you want
that impacts your life? The I-Team, only on Dakota News Now.
By 52%. Registry won't replace a rescue.
Reports, in this case, it was life-saving.
Even before she took a class at Auburn University on hearing loss, Rachel Rulin knew something was off with her dad, Joe.
We would say something to him, and he would not hear it, or he would repeat things, and we'd be like, well, we just said that.
The more she learned, the more she pushed him to get it checked out. He wasn't worried.
I thought it was maybe back in my 20s, I was at a concert that was really loud or something like that, and I messed up my one ear.
Home for Thanksgiving, Rachel insisted he see a doctor. Since his hearing loss was only in his left ear, Joe assumed he'd just be getting a hearing aid.
We never would have thought that it was a brain tumor, though.
A tumor called an acoustic neuroma that, if left untreated, can be fatal.
We don't know what would have happened if I didn't take that class.
Joe had surgery to remove the tumor in February and is back to living life to the fullest.
What are some of the feelings that you'll be having on Father's Day, Rachel?
Just probably super grateful that he is able to live the life that he lived before.
And what about you, Joe?
I'm just happy that we'll have many more years together.
Thanks to a daughter, taking a page from the dad playbook, looking out for the people we love. Jan Crawford, CBS News, Washington.
And when we come back, big news in the world of sports.
The future.
swollen, painful.
Emerged trembling. Already serving 5 years behind bars after being convicted in 2 other cases, including stealing book proceeds from adult film star Stormy Daniels. Legendary women's basketball player star Sue Bird is calling it a career. The 4-time WNBA star and 5-time Olympic gold medalist is retiring after the season. She spent her entire WNBA career with the Seattle Storm after being drafted back in 2002. All right, let's give you a live look now at the White House as D.C. lawmakers attempt to tackle rising fuel and food costs. The increase in the cost of gas has been well documented, but according to the USDA, food prices are also up nearly across the board. The pinch really being felt when it comes to eggs and meat. Washington correspondent Hannah Brandt shows us what lawmakers in the U.S. House are doing to combat the inflated costs.
Nicole, inflation is a major problem, and House lawmakers say Americans are calling on them to drive down prices.
They want us to lower costs at the grocery store, particularly meat prices. They want us to lower gas prices.
Congresswoman Abigail Spanberger led the push for a package of bills which passed the House on Thursday. It targets consolidation in the meatpacking industry, makes cheaper E15 biofuel more widely available, and lowers fertilizer prices for farmers.
We are literally putting money in people's pockets because they're saving.
Many of the individual bills in the package are bipartisan, but together they only got a small handful of Republican votes.
Republican colleagues who have been on television every night and on Twitter and on social media complaining about inflation. That's fair. What's not fair is to do nothing about it.
The controversy centers on creating a special investigator to enforce competition regulations in the meat and poultry industries.
We need to slam the brakes on any policy that empowers more government bureaucrats and impoverishes the people.
Republican Congresswoman Kat Cammack voted against the bill, and Congressman David Rouser says the special investigator will make things worse.
That will only add to the regulatory burden of our food processors across the country. And that's going to increase costs.
Now the package goes to the Senate, where Senator Mark Warner is hopeful more Republicans will get on board.
That legislation makes sense. It's always harder to get things through in the Senate, but I'm looking forward to working and trying to get that bill done.
The Biden administration has expressed support for this legislation as they try to tackle inflation themselves, which the president says is one of his top priorities. Nicole?
Right, Hannah, thank you for that. Well, if you think your favorite restaurant menu item has been spared from inflation,
doesn't seem to understand as they continue to go in that direction of the transition. They talked about it today during the White House press briefing. And President Biden has been handed a 10-point policy plan from the oil industry about what they need them to do in order for them to produce more here at home. So there's more supply, so gas prices go down. And those ideas have been rejected by the administration on behalf of this very far left.
Warriors are one win away from that championship throne. Still close to the big ring.
It's NBA Finals time tonight on ABC.
Finally tonight, the countdown is on. The big show. NBA Finals. The Golden State Warriors need one more win. The Celtics fighting for survival.
Enroll today.
Welcome to your world.
Time in Boston. They're not going down without a fight. We'll see you later. Good night.
Los Angeles, Miami, New York, New Jersey, Philadelphia, San Francisco, and Seattle. The U.S., Mexico, and Canada will jointly host the tournament. Good news. And that's tonight's CBS Evening News. I'm Nora O'Donnell. Good night.
IversonAuto.com.
My family's been ranching.
A group of child care providers in Sioux Falls looking to address the ongoing crisis. We take a look at their efforts.
Going to be a nice evening across the area. We'll keep it clear in the Sioux Falls vicinity and pretty much everywhere else too. Here is that planner first of all for the Sioux Falls area. Lots of blue in the sky, a little breezy, 85. Humidity is low. The temperatures will drop, to the 60s later on tonight. The wind's going to be decreasing as well. Meanwhile, in Aberdeen, mainly sunny. It is 80 degrees into the 60s after sunset. Meanwhile, in Pierre, lots of sunshine for you as well. We'll keep it clear through the evening. It's 82 now, mid to upper 60s later on this evening. Your complete forecast coming up in just a few minutes. This is Dakota News Now.
This is Dakota News Now.
Good evening. I'm Andrea Anderson.
I'm Brian Allen. A decision from a federal judge being hailed tonight as a victory for Native American voters and others who live in remote areas of South Dakota.
Beth Warden has been looking into the allegations and what the ruling requires the state of South Dakota to facilitate. She's in studio with our top story. Beth.
Yes, Andrea, the federal law has a nickname, the Motor Voter Law, otherwise known as the National Voter Registration Act. The intent behind the law is that residents can register to vote and update their voter information when interacting with state agencies for other business. The Lakota People's Law Project, along with the Rosebud Sioux Tribe, Oglala Sioux Tribe,
call between Trump and Pence after Pence refused to carry out the president's demands. What Ivanka Trump and other insiders say they heard our team at the Capitol. Also tonight, growing concerns for 2 American veterans missing in Ukraine. What the fiance of one of the men fears has happened. And new reports, a 3rd American is now missing. Extreme weather, more than 80 million under heat alerts, severe storms in the Midwest and Southeast. And new images, the flood disaster that has closed Yellowstone Park. Economic anxiety, President Biden's new message that a recession is not inevitable, but the stock market taking another plunge. And our one-on-one with the fake heiress who inspired the hit show Inventing Anna. After scamming New York's elite, does she feel like she owes an apology?
This is NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Good evening. As riveting as the stories were, it was who was telling them that gave weight to chilling testimony before the January 6th committee today about Donald Trump's pressure campaign on his vice president, Mike Pence, to stage an illegal one-man attempt to overturn the presidential election results. One Pence advisor calling it constitutional mischief, another warning it risks the election being settled in the streets. Members of Pence's inner circle testifying about the presidential tweets, public taunts, and angry phone calls they say Pence was subjected to. The panel also releasing never-before-seen photos of Vice President Pence sheltering during the Capitol riot, reading a Trump tweet as rioters roamed the grounds above him. Pence praised by the committee for refusing to go along with the plan to reject the electoral votes. Garrett Hake is at the Capitol with details.
Tonight, the January 6th committee presenting new evidence of what was happening behind the scenes as the mob surged into the Capitol. What they say is a culmination of a failed pressure campaign by former President Trump designed to force Mike Pence to overturn the election results. In newly revealed testimony, close aides and advisors detailing a private phone call between the president and vice president the morning of the 6th.
The conversation was pretty heated.
I remember hearing the word wimp. Either he called him a wimp. I don't remember if he said, "You are a wimp."
Like being, you're not tough enough to make the call.
It was a different tone than I'd heard him take with the vice president before.
Do you remember what she said her father called him?
The P word.
But Pence, relying on advice from his legal team and on his faith, stayed firm, even after coming within 40 feet of the rioters.
He resisted the pressure. He knew it was illegal. He knew it was wrong. We're fortunate for Mr. Pence's courage on January 6th. Our democracy came dangerously close to catastrophe.
Pence was evacuated to a safe location deep beneath the Capitol. These never-before-seen pictures showing the vice president making calls to Pentagon officials and congressional leaders, working through the attack and refusing to leave the Capitol.
The vice president did not want to take any chance that the world would see the Vice President of the United States fleeing the United States Capitol. He was determined that we would complete the work that we had set out to do that day.
The committee says the plan to have Pence reject the election results began with a lawyer named John Eastman, who witnesses say knew the idea was illegal and unconstitutional, and who later requested a presidential pardon.
I said, "Are you out of your effing mind?" I said, "You're completely crazy." I said, "You're going to turn around and tell 78+ million people in this country that your theory is this is how you're going to invalidate their votes because you think the election was stolen?" And I said, "They're not going to tolerate that." I said, "You're going to cause riots in the streets."
I assert my Fifth Amendment right.
Eastman repeatedly pled the Fifth when questioned by the committee. Republicans continuing to pan the proceedings as a distraction.
We've got record inflation, soaring gas prices. What are they focused on? What gets their primetime billing? It is their seething hatred for Donald Trump and anybody who's ever supported him.
And Garrett, tonight the committee is taking the unprecedented step of asking the wife of a Supreme Court justice to come testify. Explain what that's about.
That's right, Lester. The committee is inviting Ginny Thomas, the wife of Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas, to testify after the Washington Post reported she corresponded with John Eastman about the election. Tonight, she's telling the Daily Caller she can't wait to clear up any misconceptions. Lester?
All right, Garrett, thank you. In Ukraine, growing concern tonight about 2 U.S. military veterans who joined the fight there on their own and have been missing for days. A third American may be missing as well. Molly Hunter is speaking with the family of one of the Americans tonight.
Tonight, the families of these 2 missing American veterans who volunteered to fight in Ukraine say they fear they've been captured by Russia. 39-year-old Alabama native Alex Drueke, a former U.S. Army staff sergeant who served 2 tours in Iraq, according to his family, and 27-year-old Andy Wynn, a former Marine. Both were serving near the eastern city of Kharkiv, and according to Andy's fiancée, Joy Black, they went missing last Thursday. She got the dreaded call from a friend of Andy's in Ukraine on Monday.
He told me how during an operation they got separated and that Andy and Alex did not make their rendezvous point.
What did you do then?
My mom has this big pillow on her bed, and I just kind of fell on it and cried into it a lot.
Back in April, 21-year-old Black dropped off her new fiancé at the airport.
Can you tell me the last time you saw him? And I know it's hard.
Yeah, I gave him a hug, and he kissed me, and he told me he loves me, and he'll be back soon.
Like Black, Alex Druke's mother last heard from her son on June 8th.
I wrote back, "Stay safe, and I love you." And he wrote back, he wrote back, "I love you too." And that's the last I heard from him.
And tonight, the State Department not confirming the disappearances, now saying there are unconfirmed reports of a third American who traveled to Ukraine to fight, now missing in action.
We don't have independent confirmation of their whereabouts.
But Joy believes and prays that Andy's still alive.
We really miss you and love you. And I know you're doing your best to stay safe and come home.
Now, the Russian Foreign Ministry is saying the U.S. has not contacted them about these reports. The State Department is saying tonight that there is no indication that Russia is holding these Americans. Lester?
Okay, Molly, thank you for that.
It's just a lot of great fun. It's a free event for our community, so if you're looking for something fun to do.
I'm standing right now, and Eastman directly asked Jacob, we need Pence to outright reject the electors. Now, later on in the day, because it became clear to Eastman that Pence was not going to do that and was adamantly refusing to go along with this plan, Eastman again asked Pence's team, well, trying to convince them another way. If you don't want to outright reject the electors, will you simply send the electors back to the state so that way they can send new ones to Congress? And again, Pence's team refused all of this. And so the big takeaway here, Judy, is that after these repeated attempts in the day right before January 6th, President Trump, still on January 6th, launched a very public pressure campaign for Pence to go forward with this plan.
And then, Lisa, we get to January the 6th. We learn new details today about what exactly happened that day, the danger to the vice president himself.
That's right. That pressure campaign that Laura's talking about happening at the White House happened as things right leading up to January 6th and what happened here at the Capitol. And what the committee laid out today in terms of what happened on January 6th speaks to President Trump's intent. At least that's what they're trying to get across. And they were directly connecting President Trump's actions, the tweets he sent, and the timing on that day and what happened here at the Capitol. In particular, as the riot raged here at the Capitol and on this complex, the committee said that they have evidence that the president was told that the riot was happening, that staff around him were discussing him trying to asking him to tweet out something to calm his followers. But instead, here's what happened when Chief of Staff Mark Meadows took the news to the president, according to the committee, that a riot was happening at the U.S. Capitol.
The testimony further establishes that Mr. Meadows quickly informed the president and that he did so before the president issued his 2:24 p.m. tweet criticizing Vice President Pence for not having, quote, courage to do what needed to be done. Here is what the president wrote in his 2:24 p.m. tweet while the violence at the Capitol was going on. And here is what the rioters thought.
Pence voted against Trump.
Okay, and that's when all this started?
Yep, that's when we marched on the Capitol.
Mike Pence has betrayed the United States of America! Mike Pence has betrayed this president, and he has betrayed the people of the United States, and we will never, ever forget!
The committee also showed photos of what was happening with the vice president, depicting him going into the underground bunker. All of those steps that were taken. There he is on the phone, seeing the tweet from President Trump, described as frustrated that the president was not taking other action to try and disperse the crowd more quickly. And it's interesting, Greg Jacob that Laura spoke about earlier was asked specifically his reaction to the news that he saw today that the rioters were within 40 feet of him and the vice president. Here's what he said.
Does it surprise you to see how close the mob was to the evacuation route that you took? The 40 feet is the distance from me to you, roughly.
I could hear the din of the rioters in the building while we moved, but I don't think I was aware that they were as close as that.
All of this the case showing that there was imminent danger to the vice president, and the case that the committee is trying to make is that that came from the White House.
And we do know that despite all that, the vice president, the rest of members of Congress came back. They did certify that night the vote count, the electoral vote count. But Laura, the pressure campaign continued the next day.
That's right. The very next day, John Eastman called Eric Hirschman, White House attorney, and said that there were other avenues that the president, that his legal team could pursue to try to overturn the election. And so Hirschman, in testimony today, recounted that conversation here.
Eventually he said, orderly transition. I said, good, John. Now I'm going to give you the best free legal advice you're ever getting in your life. Get a great effing criminal defense lawyer. You're going to need it. And then I hung up on him.
And so what that testimony shows is that also right after that, again, we're seeing this acknowledgement from Eastman that the plan he was pursuing was not legal and that he likely knew that it was not legal, because then he emails a few days after January 6th, Rudy Giuliani, the personal lawyer to the president, saying that he would like to be put on the president's pardon list if possible. That was a revelation that came out today in the hearing that we had not previously seen.
And then finally, Lisa, put some of this into the larger context here in terms of what Democrats are trying to do.
When you speak with Democrats on the committee and the staff and the two members who are on the committee, we know that they are building a case here. They are raising questions, and some of them openly say they believe that that former President Trump should be indicted, should face criminal charges. That's audience number one, the Department of Justice and the decisions being made there. Audience two is still the American public. And, I noticed something interesting today. This committee is really trying to broadly reach out and hit different areas of interest for the American public. For example, when we talked about Greg Jacob and the moment where he was in that bunker when they were fleeing the mob, an interesting question came up from the Democrats on this committee. They asked him about him turning to prayer in that moment. And here's what he said he was thinking about as the riot was raging not far from them.
My faith really sustained me through it. I, down in the secure location, pulled out my Bible, read through it, and just took great comfort. Daniel 6 was where I went. He refuses an order from the king that he cannot follow, and he does his duty consistent with his oath to God. And I felt that that's what had played out that day.
Daniel 6, many people will know that's Daniel in the lion's den. This obviously was a genuine personal reflection from this man, but also it does have some political connotations. A very large part of President Trump's base includes people who are fervently religious, strong Christian believers. And here what the committee was saying is this kind of Christian idea was held by the vice president at the time. And here is someone who believes that the former President Trump was acting in the opposite ungodly way. So there are a lot of dynamics here in play today that the committee is thinking about.
A lot of dynamics and a sobering day. Lisa Desjardins, Laura Barone-Lopez, we thank you both. And let's turn now to a member of the panel investigating the January 6th attack. He is Representative Adam Schiff of California. He's one of 7 Democrats on the committee, and I spoke with him just moments ago. Congressman Schiff, thank you so much for joining us. First of all, what do you think today's hearing mainly accomplished?
Well, I think it showed the American people that after Trump lost the election, after he lost in the courts, he and others around him cooked up this scheme to try to get the vice president to overturn the election, to violate his constitutional duty. And they put this massive pressure on him to do so. The president whipped up his supporters to the point of violence on January 6th, putting the life of his own vice president, someone who had been loyal and dutiful to him for 4 years, put his life in danger. Vice President Pence did his job. He upheld his constitutional duty, and we're fortunate that he did. But it was yet another plot by the president to try to interfere with the peaceful transfer of power for the first time in our history.
Well, to the extent one of the committee's principal goals here is to tie the former president directly to the attack on the Capitol, do you think you've done that?
Oh, I think we have, certainly. And in terms of the pressure against the vice president and how that manifests itself in violence on the 6th, we played those clips of protesters, insurrectionists outside the Capitol, talking about why they were marching on the Capitol, the violence they were going to do, chanting, "Hang Mike Pence." This was really what motivated the crowd. And even amidst this mayhem, the president tweeting out that Pence had lacked the courage to do the right thing. And instead of telling people to disperse and go home, the president merely talked about, at the end of the day about how much he loved these people that had assembled on the Mall that day. So yes, I think we demonstrated quite graphically the president's role in instigating that violence directed at his own vice president.
Well, I'm asking in part because last week, Republican Congressman Jim Banks, who, as you know, had been chosen by the House Minority Leader to serve on the committee, but then was rejected. He told the NewsHour that what the committee's been doing so far, in his words, is selectively editing interviews and videos. He said, now this was before today's hearing, but he said at that point there's been no evidence that the president directed the attack. He quoted the president as saying at the rally on January 6th, telling people, quote, to patriotically and peacefully make your voice heard.
Well, you look at the footage of that rally and you see how the president is inciting that crowd. It doesn't look anything like peaceful. And of course, as we will display in later hearings, we'll see what the president was doing during that violence and what he was not doing. And as the vice chair of our committee already indicated in terms of future hearings, that the president seemed to be pleased by what he was seeing. So Mr. Banks, of course, opposed the formation of an independent commission to look into these events. Now he's complaining that we have a select committee doing so. We have interviewed over 1,000 people, so yes, we're not able to publish all of that testimony, although ultimately we will.
Well, Congressman Banks and other Republicans, I know you know this, Congressman Schiff, they are now charging that the committee has been caught altering evidence. He pointed out, he said the committee, quote, doctored and altered text messages between Jim Jordan and Mark Meadows, the former president's chief of staff. And at one point he was referring to a text message that I believe you made public a few months ago between Jordan and Meadows. And the accusation is that there was just a portion, an excerpt used rather than the entire message, which took it out of context.
Well, I think that was debunked months ago when he first made that argument, and we displayed what the full messages were. These are pretty weak arguments against the compelling evidence that we've been showing. He doesn't really have an answer to this volume of testimony and video evidence that displayed the president's role in this scheme. So if that's the best he can do, if that's the best that Republicans can do from the sidelines, it's pretty weak indeed.
Congressman, today, the chair of the committee, I guess late this afternoon, Congressman Benny Thompson told reporters that the committee has now extended an invitation to Ginny Thomas, the wife of the Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas, to come and talk with the committee. When was that invitation? When did that go out? And has she responded?
That invitation, I think, went out quite recently, and what I understand, and this is just public reporting, is that she indicated publicly, you would know better than I, that she was receptive to speaking to the committee. But I only have that from public sources and can't confirm that myself. We hope that she will come in. We certainly have a number of areas that we would like to cover with her. And really any witness, frankly, that has knowledge.
Jobs and threaten the online technology we use every day.
Surely a front man. And so as a result, you know, he wasn't really just Teflon. He kind of ignored it. I mean, he beat his chest. I mean, he called out Mexicans as rapists and criminals and said,
and nobody cared.
I'm going to be a pro wrestling candidate, and you can give me your best, but it's not going to bother me.
Yeah, I think about the primetime viewership. And as much as the media loves to hate President Trump, they also love covering him. CNN down more than 750,000 viewers post-Trump. MSNBC also down 750,000 viewers. Fox News down a little less than that. You said that the media missed Trump's understanding of his audience. Does the media, in particular, sort of the left-leaning traditional media sources, still not understand his audience?
I think they understand their audience also. I think they think that their audience, they're basically speaking to their peers, and it's in a fairly, you know, elite crew who come to the same colleges and very often have trust funds or have their, you know, don't necessarily have to work that hard. And, you know, I come from Kansas City, and I feel like very often a lot of like traditional left-leaning cable news outlets miss my perspective or a lot of the perspective of my friends who are still in Kansas City. So I think, yes, they missed the Trump audience. I think they confused what their audience is meant to be. Yeah. And you know, the media has a real tough relationship with Trump because in many ways, you know, they have sort of a love-hate. It's hard to know if Trump was good for the business or bad for the business. I think it was mostly great for the business.
And Trump sort of throws in the media's face everything that they hold near and dear, and everything that people sitting at Arthur Bryant's barbecue in Kansas City love to talk about and think about. The media also is really changed by Donald Trump, right? And this was a Pew poll that caught our attention. Of reporters, 12,000 journalists, not opinion hosts, does every side to a story deserve equal coverage? No, 55%. No longer does having bias or disdain for a certain group of people in the media is worthy of scorn. It's almost now a matter of pride for members of the media.
I mean, I think it's really hard to define what's, you know, I do think horse race journalism, where you basically feel obligated to say both sides, isn't always the right approach. It's sometimes the right approach. Sometimes it's the role of the journalist to try to make a call and say, I believe this to be true. Not with politics, obviously, but like with a proper portrayal of what's actually happened, the first draft of history. But I do think that, like, so when we can't agree on a certain set of facts, everything is subjective. Yeah. It's really hard for true journalism to exist when we can't agree on basic objectivity.
Yeah. Or, on the other hand, if we all have biases, bias might be excluding an opinion rather than having one. As an old boss told me, "Hey, Colby, it's good to see you. Thank you."
Leland, thanks for having me.
Yeah.
Overwhelmed. Starting over isn't easy. It takes a lot of willpower to break old habits, to teach an old dog new tricks. But we believe in CNN. You guys can do this. And here at Primetime, we want to help. So we came up with a couple of stories you may have missed over the last few years. And don't worry, it's not too late. They're still worth looking into. You can start in Wuhan. I hear there's a lab there, up to some shenanigans. You might want to check it out. And the Black Lives Matter protests in 2020, were they really mostly peaceful? And where did all that money go that they raised? And last, but certainly not least, Hunter Biden's laptop. There are a lot of
Eastman probably breaking a bunch of laws at Donald Trump's.
Right. And I guess, Ryan, you know, all heroes are deeply flawed. So in that case, you know, Pence would fit with that from antiquity. But John Eastman was obviously the big target, right? You know, the one who kept peddling the lie to Trump, then admitted on the 4th, actually, this would be violating the Electoral Count law. and then asking to get on the pardon list with Rudy Giuliani, right? So he was the big kind of boogeyman in the room today, along with Trump. Who else, though, do you think should be worried after all this testimony?
I think Mark Meadows needs to be very worried. In fact, I think he should be speaking to his defense lawyers. At the prior hearing, we heard from Bill Barr that Mark Meadows basically acknowledged that Trump had lost, so he knew Trump had lost. And then today's hearing, we know that Mark Meadows admitted to Mark Short multiple times that he knew that Pence didn't have the legal authority. Yet Mark Meadows is running point for many of these criminal conspiracies or schemes. So he has extreme, I would say, criminal liability. And then you've obviously got Giuliani as well. Giuliani admits as well that he thinks that Pence doesn't have the legal authority, yet he is trying to help pressure Pence to do the wrong thing, which is part of the crime.
Right, so they admit they know it's wrong, they admit they know it's illegal, and yet they go and try to do it anyway. So certainly, not only did they do it, but they knew exactly what they were doing. Yep. So Bill, Pence's lawyer testified that one of the big arguments against Eastman's theory was that Republicans wouldn't want Kamala Harris or a Democratic vice president to do what Trump wanted Pence to do. Here is how he says Eastman replied.
He said, absolutely. Al Gore did not have a basis to do it in 2000. Kamala Harris shouldn't be able to do it in 2024, but I think you should do it today.
What did you make of that moment, Bill?
I mean, it's why Eastman took the fifth, I think. And again, the next question is, was Eastman acting at Trump's direct behest and taking orders from doing what Trump wanted? And the answer pretty obviously is yes. It's interesting, incidentally, you know, in Nixon, there was at least a pretense of legality because he had the Attorney General, the White House counsel, sort of telling him for a while that it was okay before John Dean turned on him and all this. It's not an accident, is it, that Eastman is outside of government. He's even outside the campaign. Trump has to go find someone who will give a fake legal justification of this. His own Justice Department says no. His own White House counsel's office says no. If you're president of the United States, you can't just say, well, those are interesting opinions, but I found some guy out there who's going to say this is okay. So I think, again, Eastman is actually at the heart of the criminal conspiracy as opposed to Trump's just general irresponsibility.
Gloria, what else does the committee need to prove going forward? And what do they know and believe that they still need to prove to the public?
They are going to continue, they believe, because they've already started it, as we've been talking about, to draw this straight line.
To go into this situation and not understand the gravity of what you're dealing with and who Donald Trump is. We've all lived it. Those are the staff firsthand. We know what he's capable of. And so I'm sure that Mike Pence that day knew that he was going to incur the wrath, even though he was just doing his constitutional duty. But to your point and to Maya's point, what is really alarming here is the extent of coordination that went on amongst Eastman, amongst all these entities, and with Trump, and with domestic extremist groups. And that coordination is ongoing, right? That is happening. Some of these people are running for office. Some of them are being installed in critical positions that could be very, very influential or possibly overturn future elections. And the threat lives on. The threat was to Mike Pence's life that day and to our country's leadership. But that threat still looms large in our communities. These divisions are being created every single day, and they're getting larger. And it's all driven, honestly, by what started off as this lie of a stolen election. And that stolen election narrative continues still today. And Republicans, I will say this is my own party, having been a lifelong Republican, continue to enable it. And what I'm hoping is that these hearings will maybe make a dent or make a crack in this whole MAGA foundation that's taken over the Republican Party and really get Americans to take a step back and say, enough, or we've got to start moving in a different direction because this is so fundamentally dangerous for all of us.
I mean, yeah, I think these are really important points, Dan, because, you know, you did have, you know, the Republican Party, you know, sort of mess around with the Tea Party, and then they sort of became the baseline of the party. This is quite different. You know, this is the mainlining of extremist groups. The Proud Boys now control the Republican Party in Miami-Dade County. Dozens of people with this ideology, extremists, you know, Christian nationalists, et cetera, are now mainstreamed into the party. You know, play mob games, win mob prizes. The Republican Party is dancing with some extremely dangerous people in a bid to gain electoral power. Does that fact, and that fact that the Justice Department must be aware of, How does that factor into these indictments? Because we know there are Proud Boys indicted. We know there are Oath Keepers indicted. Do they then make that connection to the political party that used them as foot soldiers?
Well, I think that the threats and the dissension into sort of this these extremist supporters comes from this continued anti-democratic fervor in the Republican Party. And I thought Judge Luttig at the end, the tail end, was asked again to just sort of sum up why he is so concerned about the future. But it was his first sentence in the statement today where he said, our democracy remains on a knife's edge. And that is exactly right. We are in an existential crisis right now about whether we're going to be a democracy going forward or whether we are going to allow for the cult of personality, the authoritarian dictator wannabe down in Mar-a-Lago to literally steal the next election. And Olivia laid it out very well. That's what they're gearing up to do in 2024. The supporters unquestionably are this extremist, and that's part of the reason why the Department of Justice focused initially on the domestic violent extremists who were involved in the riot and the insurrection, because they are dangerous people who need to be removed from the street, and they're charged with very serious crimes. So that is important. That's an important step. But you see this great replacement theory and all the Buffalo shooter and his anti-Semitic racist vitriol that led to the shooting. It is overtaking the Republican Party. And it's a combination, it's a toxic combination of extremism and authoritarianism that is driving this party and is why we are at such a breaking point.
Indeed. And let's not forget the mob boss said that Mike Pence, his vice president, deserved to be hanged. They're cultivating extremism right up to the top. Olivia Troy, Daniel Goldman, Maya Wiley, thank you all very much. Still ahead, another major January 6th development today. The committee wants to hear from Ginny Thomas about her emails with coup architect John Eastman, who once clerked for her husband, the Supreme Court Justice.
I didn't realize settled.
No, our source pulled those photos 3 years ago when her profile was live on sugardaddymeat.com is the name of the website, and it's a pay-per-play thing, so you can't get in and just search on your own without giving them money. But yes, our source has that, and she pulled them directly from her profile on that website.
Do you guys worry about a lawsuit that she says is coming?
Well, anybody that doesn't take a lawsuit by somebody that doesn't understand the law and has a lot of money should have their head examined. So, yeah, we take their lawsuit very seriously, but it's completely defensible. There is absolutely nothing that we have said or done that wasn't based upon fact or facts that were presented to us. We haven't made up anything. Why would we? That makes absolutely no sense. Colonel Mo Davis would chop my head off if I did that. He's the chairman of our organization.
All right. Well, we will see what your additional evidence is. We'll also see what the voters have to say in Colorado. Good to see you, and come back and chat with us when you guys have more of the evidence that you promised, all right?
You got it, Leland.
Yeah.
Take
Thanks.
care.
Good to see you.
Thank you.
Important question. Are we in or out of the war in Ukraine? How Putin is exploiting America's fence city.
Oh, one more. Let's go.
For 5 straight weeks. The UN Health Agency said today that there were notable increases in the Americas and the Western Pacific last week. Average daily deaths in the United States have risen 14% in the last 2 weeks. In this country, the white suspect in the Buffalo, New York supermarket killings appeared in federal court on hate crime charges. Peyton Gendron allegedly killed 10 black victims. He did not enter a plea today. The judge urged prosecutors to decide quickly whether they will seek the death penalty. Bipartisan talks on gun legislation have run into trouble in the U.S. Senate. Texas Republican John Cornyn said today that he is through with negotiating for now. The talks on fleshing out a framework have bogged down, partly over pushing for red flag laws to take guns away from people who are deemed dangerous. The Senate voted today to expand benefits for military veterans exposed to toxic burn pits in Iraq and Afghanistan. The bill extends health care and disability coverage for 10 years after discharge from the service and makes it easier to qualify. There was broad bipartisan support for the measure. Afterward, Montana Senator John Tester called it a great day.
We send our folks off to war. They get exposed to all sorts of garbage, toxins, and they come back home and they're fine, but then they get sick years later, and we owe it to them to make sure that they're taken care of because of their exposures to toxins, and that's what we accomplished today.
The bill projects spending $280 billion over 10 years. That is less than the House of Representatives wanted, but today Speaker Nancy Pelosi promised quick action on the Senate version. The city of Billings, Montana got its drinking water plant back online today as flooding along the Yellowstone River began receding. The flood danger had closed the plant yesterday. It also closed Yellowstone National Park, but officials say they hope to reopen the park's southern half, including Old Faithful Geyser, next week. Cosmetics maker Revlon has filed for federal bankruptcy protection after 90 years in business. The company was hit hard during the pandemic and barely escaped bankruptcy in late 2020. For decades, Revlon set industry trends, including the first cosmetic ads that featured a black model. And a women's pro basketball legend, Sue Bird, confirmed today that she's retiring after this season. Bird has won 4 WNBA titles with the Seattle Storm, and she's been an All-Star 12 times. She's also a 5-time Olympic gold medalist for the United States. At 41, she is the oldest player in the league. Still to come on the NewsHour, the murder of a journalist and an indigenous rights activist in the Amazon raises questions about criminal connections, and how decades of work by anti-abortion activists could culminate in the reversal of Roe v. Wade.
This is the PBS NewsHour.
Going to be one of his future bosses. So it does not shake well on the loyal members that I know and got to work with for 2 months, the Capitol Police, that the leadership, I think they might want to take a knee on this, go back and let the FBI do an analysis and not the Capitol Police, because it is a self-admission. People were conducting tours when they should not have been conducting tours. And this is before MAGA. This is before he even took watch.
Right, fair. Well, General Honore, I appreciate your time. Thank you so much.
Good evening.
And next, they're still denying the 2020 election results, and now they are running for bigger offices, and they may very well win. And we now have the first photo of 2 missing Americans feared captured by Russian forces in eastern Ukraine. As we now can report, a 3rd American, a Marine veteran, is
community today to see how they're rebuilding. She has more from the Aberdeen newsroom.
More than a month after a tornado damaged the town of Castlewood, the community looks much different. The streets are cleaned up, houses are being repaired, and the school is under construction. The May 12th tornado damaged the school's lunchroom, kitchen, elementary wing, and old gym. All of those areas will not be able to be utilized in the fall, but half of the school will. To make up for the lost space, the school is currently in the process of securing mobile units to provide 12 extra classrooms on school property. 4 of the 6 school buses damaged in the storm will be repaired, and a brand new roof was put on the school this week. Officials say they're working with their insurance company to fund the repairs, but assistance from the state and FEMA is also being looked into. The #1 goal for staff as of right now is getting their students back in their school on August 24th.
We're feeling pretty good about the start of school on August 24th. I mean, we don't have everything totally finalized, but I definitely feel more confident than I did back on May 13th.
Superintendent Book says it might be up to 2 full years before the school is fully reopened. In Castlewood, Sarah Parkin, Dakota News Now.
It is one of the most popular shopping events of the year, and now Amazon has revealed when its latest Prime Days will be held, and it's sooner than you might think. We'll have details on that in about 16 minutes.
And a lot of us will probably be shopping for water, sunscreen, and maybe an air conditioner this weekend. It's going to be getting pretty warm and humid as well. We'll talk about that in a few minutes.
With the temperatures up, more communities are holding events outside. One event in Hartford kicks off tonight and continues into the weekend. We have details when we come back.
I'd like to buy another
president during a press conference in 2019 that aired on Brazilian television.
The new deforestation data is showing a scary increase. How does the president want to show to the world that the government is really concerned about